Chapter 202. Inside the School of Mathematics. Li Zixuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Wang Meng was so scared that his heart was trembling. He had never seen Li Zixuan so angry before. "Wang Meng, tell us how many points you got this time," Li Zixuan said with hatred. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he grinned and looked at Wang Meng with a gloating expression. Wang Meng replied weakly, "Sir, this time I got 66 points." Li Zixuan slammed the table and said angrily, "You only got 66 points and you didn't pay attention in class? If you can get full marks like Li Tai and Kusher Qing, I won't criticize you even if you didn't pay attention. Are you serious?" At this moment, Li Tai's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Li Zixuan's face was filled with black lines. This bastard never knew how to give him any face. "Shut up, I'm talking about Wang Meng," Li Zixuan said angrily. Wang Meng couldn't be angry anymore. He said softly, "Sir, I was wrong. Is the novel good?" Li Zixuan asked fiercely. "Yes. Sir, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's terrible. I was obsessed with it." Wang Meng was about to say that it was good, but he quickly changed his words. Li Zixuan nodded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was the one who wrote the novel. Wasn't Wang Meng scolding him by saying that? He couldn't stand it anymore. A piece of chalk hit Wang Meng's forehead accurately. Li Zixuan said even more angrily, "Why did you read it if it wasn't good? You'll be standing in class today." Feeling wronged, Wang Meng scratched his head and thought to himself, "I've already said so. Is it wrong? What did Sir mean by that? Ha! Wang Meng, what are you reading in class? Take it out and show it to me." During the break, Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zixuan wasn't in the classroom. He quickly went to Wang Meng and asked him for the newspaper. "No, I won't be able to see it if I give it to you." Even though Wang Meng's legs hurt from standing for an entire class, his brain was still working fine. When he heard Cheng Chumo's words, he immediately reacted. He picked up the newspaper and hugged it tightly. "Wang Meng, you're such a disloyal brat. I'm just looking at it. I don't want your newspaper. Take it out and show it to me." Cheng Chumo was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey. That's right. Wang Meng, why don't you take it out and let everyone have a look? We definitely won't take yours. If it's really good, we'll go and buy another set." Yuchi Baolin chimed in. That's right. Take it out and let us have a look. We're all classmates. Don't be so stingy." Li Tai, the little fatty, also brought some students over to join in the fun. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He felt like he was alone. "All right, I'll let you have a look, but you must remember to return it to me. I haven't finished reading it yet." Wang Meng could only reluctantly hand over the newspaper. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would be attacked by the crowd. "Don't worry, don't you dare ask around. I, Cheng Chumo, am the most trustworthy person in Chang'an City." Cheng Chumo waved his hand nonchalantly and said arrogantly. Then, he couldn't wait to take the newspaper and sat down next to him to start reading. The surrounding students also curiously surrounded Cheng Chumo and began to bend over to read the newspaper. "Chonyo, turn the page. What's so good about this scholarly article?" That's right. Time is of the essence. Let's read the rest of the novel. Wang Meng was so engrossed in it last class. "Turn the page and let me see if the story is interesting or not." That's right. Hurry up and read the novel. Otherwise, class will start soon." "All right. I, Cheng Chumo, am not interested in these scholarly articles anyway." Cheng Chumo felt that it made sense. Hence, he turned the page. Instantly, the words "a record of a mortal's journey" came into view. Wow, a record of a mortal's journey? Just the name alone sounds impressive. Cultivation? Could this novel be about cultivation? Could there really be people who can cultivate? I suddenly feel a surge of emotions. The students wanted to continue reading just by looking at the name of the novel. Chapter 1. A mountainside village. Dumbo's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering his body had already turned a deep yellow, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was also a faint musty smell. After a moment, Chang Chumo finished reading the first chapter. He smacked his lips and said doubtfully, "I, Chang Chumo, don't feel that this first chapter is very interesting. How could Wang Meng have been so engrossed in it before? It's really ordinary. However, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to have some tricks up their sleeves. It seems like this world can really cultivate. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and read on." What they did not notice was that after Li Tai saw the title and the author of the novel, he curled his lips and secretly left the crowd. He had read this novel before, but he was very puzzled by the author's name on the newspaper. Chapter 2, Black Ox Town. This is a small town. Although it's called a small town, it's actually just a slightly larger town called Black Ox Town. Only those ignorant natives who live in the nearby ravines call it Black Ox Town. After a while, the surrounding students began to discuss again. This is interesting. I'm guessing that the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang will have an earth-shattering battle in the future. Let's fight. Old Cheng's saber is already thirsting for blood. Hurry up and read the next chapter. Seeing that the others were enjoying the novel, Wang Meng could not help but come over. He had also just finished reading the third chapter. Chapter 3. Seven Mysteries Sect. The smell in the carriage was obviously not pleasant. It's no wonder that there were nearly 30 children squeezed into the carriage. Although a child is much smaller than an adult, it still makes the car unbearably crowded. Damn! This Seven Mysteries sect seems to be very powerful. Indeed. I just don't know if this Han Li will be able to pass the examination. It's a pity that it's gone. The author of this novel is really asking for a beating. He only wrote so little at a time. Mr. is here. Hurry up and leave. Immediately, all the students hurriedly returned to their original seats. Chang Chumo cleverly spread out the side of the newspaper that had the novel printed on it and directly spread it on Wang Meng's table. Then he immediately slipped away. F***CK. Wang Meng looked at Chang Chumo and then looked at Li Zixuan, who had just entered. Immediately, he cursed Chang Chumo countless times in his heart and hoped that Li Zixuan would stop messing with him. Chapter 203. Li Zixuan went to the outhouse during the break. When he came back, he saw a group of people crowding around the classroom. When he walked to the door, the group of little bastards scattered like birds. He had good eyesight and naturally saw that Chang Chumo had tricked Wang Meng. However, he did not say anything this time. He only looked at Wang Meng indifferently and then continued with his lecture. Wang Meng hurriedly put away the newspaper and let out a big sigh of relief. He felt a little strange. He was not afraid of anything before, but when he faced Li Zixuan, he always felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Imperial College Building. Damn, awesome. Ziffin, quickly turn the page. In a corner of the building, a chubby little boy sat next to Sun Ziffin. The two bastards had their arms around each other's shoulders and lowered their heads as if they were looking at something together. The little fatty couldn't help but urge in a low voice as he watched on. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet. Wait a minute. Sun Ziffin impatiently mumbled. Damn. The Seven Mysteries sect is awesome. I also want to cultivate. Is there any cultivation sect in Great Tang? Sun Ziffin unhappily said, Kid, are you drunk? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you to death when you go back? Forget it. A moment later. Huh? That's it? Damn. It's over already. Sun Ziffin could not help but shout. However, his voice was a little too loud, and Assistant Master Mao finally noticed the commotion. Sun Ziffin, you Donkai, what are you two doing? Assistant Master Mao was slightly angry and said in a deep voice. He always had a headache when it came to the students of the Imperial College. These bastards were used to being arrogant, and it was difficult to discipline them even in the Imperial College. Nothing. Teacher, you must have misheard. Sun Ziffin quickly calmed down. Then, he stood up and said with a calm face. Yes, sir. We really didn't read the novel just now. No, I mean we didn't read the newspaper just now. No. Yu Dongkai was not as calm as Sun Zifen. His expression was slightly flustered, and in the end he accidentally exposed himself. Sun Zifen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. He glared fiercely at the scammer next to him, wishing he could strangle him to death. When teaching assistant Mao heard this, how could he not know that these two bastards must have been secretly causing trouble downstairs? He walked down from the podium. Yes, the podium. After the School of Mathematics introduced the blackboard chalk, the other schools introduced the podium one after another. This was because the chalk was very useful to the teachers as it could predict the enemy's moves. Teaching assistant Mao walked up to Sun Zifen and said coldly, "Take it out." Only then did Yu Dong realize that he had cheated his good brother this time. He looked at Sun Zifen pitifully. Sun Zifen felt a headache in his heart. It was as if he had forked a dog. "Teacher Mao, what do you want?" Sun Zifen really liked the newspaper now and could not bear to hand it over. He still wanted to put up a resistance. "Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the newspaper that Yu Dongkai was talking about. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Sun Shaoqing and Assistant Minister Yu about your performance in the Imperial College." Teaching assistant Mao was helpless against such a troublesome student, so he could only use the student's parents to threaten him. Ugh! Sun Zifen and Yu Dongkai's faces immediately fell. They were not afraid of the teaching assistant, but they were afraid of their own parents. "Here." Sun Zifen reluctantly took out the newspaper from under the table. He was cursing teaching assistant Mao in his heart. What's the difference between a teacher who uses his parents to threaten a student and a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man? This teaching assistant Mao is so boring. Teaching assistant Mao definitely did not know that in a certain student's heart, he was already the same kind of person as a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man. He took the newspaper and returned to the podium to continue his lecture. "Zifen, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, I'll buy you another newspaper when I go back in the afternoon." After the morning class, Yu Dongkai eagerly chased after Sun Zifen and said with a fawning expression, "Humph. Of course you should buy me another newspaper." Sun Zifen said angrily, Yes. I'll go buy another newspaper in a bit." "Brother Zifen, where did you buy that newspaper?" "I bought it this morning from a newspaper boy on the roadside. I don't know where to buy it now." Sun Zifen rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "But I saw that at the top of the newspaper was Strange Culture. I don't know which store it came from, but judging from the name, it should have something to do with the Strange Culture Pavilion. Why don't you go to the Strange Culture Pavilion and ask?" "Strange Culture Pavilion?" Yu Dongkai repeated in confusion. Then he suddenly said excitedly, "Zifen, I heard that the Strange Culture Pavilion is the property of Professor Li's family. Didn't we tell the Chancellor that we were going to transfer to the Imperial College of Mathematics? How about it? Zifen, did your father agree to it?" Sun Zifen chuckled as he took out a document from his bosom. He smiled proudly and said, "Hehe, everything is under control. I'll go find the Chancellor after I finish eating." Yu Dongkai raised his thumb and praised, "Brilliant. Brother Zifen is brilliant. I thought I was the only one who succeeded." Sun Zifen said in astonishment, "What? Your father also agreed?" "Yes. I was still wondering why my father was so easy to talk to this time. Brother Zifen, when you go find the Chancellor later, bring me along. If I go with you, I'll feel more at ease." Yu Dongkai expressed that he wanted to hug his thigh when he went to find the principal. When Sun Zifen heard this, he instantly thought of the things that Yu Dongkai had done in the class just now. He hurriedly refused in a bad mood. No, you go by yourself when the time comes, so that you won't trick me again." Yu Dongkai immediately became anxious. He chased up and said, Don't. Brother Zifen, bring me along. I promise that I won't say a word this time. I definitely won't trick you." "Are you sure you won't say a word?" Yes, I'm sure. I definitely won't say a word." "All right then, I'll bring you along this time. But remember to quickly buy me a newspaper. Yes, yes. I'll send my errand boy to find out where to buy the newspaper. Yu Dongkai hurriedly said excitedly. On the other side, teaching assistant Mao finished his class and went to the canteen of the directorate. He took a meal, went to a seat by the window, and began to eat. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in his hand and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that it would be better to eat while reading what was written in the newspaper. It actually made his students so fascinated in class. But once he opened the newspaper, he couldn't stop reading. Chapter 204. In the dining hall. Teaching assistant Mao's eyes gleamed as he read the article titled, Detailed Explanation of the Use of Punctuation Marks. TSK, this punctuation mark is quite novel. It seems very practical. I wonder who came up with it. Should I suggest to the Chancellor that we should popularize this punctuation mark? Teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but mutter to himself after reading the explanation of the punctuation marks. He couldn't help but stop eating. He had been teaching for many years, so he naturally understood how important punctuation marks were to a student's reading efficiency. This was why he wanted to popularize them. After sighing for a while, teaching assistant Mao continued reading. Interaction between scholars? What is this so-called newspaper trying to do? Are they trying to gather all the scholars of the Great Tang together for a debate? When teaching assistant Mao saw the words interaction between scholars, he was a little confused. Hiss, on Taizong's commentaries. The person who wrote this article is quite bold, daring to talk about court politics. Ma Zhou? Who is Ma Zhou? This person is a little too arrogant. Unlike Wang Meng, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Yu Dongkai, who had skipped over the other parts and directly read the novel, teaching assistant Mao was naturally very interested in the article on the meaning of the classics. But when he saw the title of the first article, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the successes and failures of the past generations, the Li Shu rebelled and gathered together as bandits, and all the countries were destroyed. Although the rulers of the country wished to change their ways, none of them were safe. For those who practice politics and religion, when they are at the point of being able to practice it, it is useless to regret it as soon as an accident occurs. Thus, whenever the rulers of the country see the death of their predecessors, they know the cause of the loss of their politics and religion, but they do not know the loss of their own bodies. Thus, Yin Zhou laughed at the death of Xiajie, and Yu and Li laughed at the destruction of Yin Zhou. At first, teaching assistant Mao thought that Ma Zhou, a commoner, was being too impudent in discussing court politics, but as he read on, he immediately put away his contempt. His expression grew more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of a country is not dependent on the accumulation of wealth, but on the happiness of the people. Taking recent events as an example, the Sui family stored the Luoco storehouse, and Li Mi used it. The eastern capital accumulated cloth and silk, and Wang Shichong occupied it. The western capital's treasury was also used by the state, and has not been used to this day. Xiangshi Luoco, Dongdu does not have grain or silk, that is, Shichong and Li Mi may not necessarily be able to gather the masses. But stockpiling is a common thing in a country. One must wait until one has excess strength before withdrawing it. If we take it by force and use it to fund the bandits, it will be useless. Good. Unique insight. This person is a great talent. A great talent. Based on this article alone, we can see that Ma Zhou's ability to govern the country is not inferior to some of the officials in the imperial court. When he reached the end of the article, teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but slap the table and laugh wildly. When a scholar comes across a good article, he is more excited than when he sees a beautiful woman. In history, Ma Zhou, in the 11th year of Jingguan era, wrote an article called Shang Tai Zong Shu and presented it to Li Er. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Governance had a very high evaluation of this article, and it could be called the #1 article in public security policy since ancient times. Although some of Ma Zhou's ideas had yet to reach the realm of Mahayana, it already contained many of his later political ideas. Therefore, this article could be considered an extremely rare masterpiece. How can such a great talent be unknown? Alas, there are so many talented people in the world who have been buried. It seems that this Datang daily can also be used to discover talents, right? Teaching assistant Mao's interest in the newspaper was growing. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on the paper as if he were caressing a beautiful woman, and continued reading. Chancellor, we have something to talk to you about. The miserable Kong Ingda was once again woken up by those little bastards during his lunch break. He went to open the door with a gloomy mood. What do you want? Anyone who was interrupted during their lunch break would be unhappy. Although Kong Ingda had read the books of sages, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, there was some anger in his words. Chancellor, we are looking for you to change the school. Although Sun Zifen could see that Kong Ingda was unhappy, he wasn't afraid and still told him the purpose of his visit. Oh! Kong Ingda looked at these little bastards in confusion and asked with a frown. Didn't I tell you before that you need to get your father's permission? Why are you here again today? Sun Zifen restrained the complacency in his heart and smiled faintly. Chancellor, we went home and got our father's permission before we came to look for you. Chancellor, look, this is the statement written by my father to change the school. There is absolutely no mistake. Yes. Chancellor, my father also agreed. This is the statement written by my father. This is written by my father. Chancellor, please take a look. The 7 or 8 students behind him immediately scrambled for the documents in their hands and stuffed them into Kong Ingda's hands. Compared to the last time, the number of students who came to look for Kong Ingda this time seemed to be less. It was obvious that some of the students' parents didn't know much about the current school of mathematics. Kong Ingda was really a little Spartan at this moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. How could the fathers of these little bastards agree to their ridiculous request? No matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible for them to agree. Kong Ingda was in a daze for a long time before he was woken up by Sun Zifen. He sorted out his emotions and opened up the document that Sun Zifen gave him. He looked at it carefully and saw that the handwriting was horizontal and vertical, vigorous and powerful. This was indeed Sun Fujia's handwriting. Sun Zifen was still unable to imitate it. At this moment, the last trace of luck in Kong Ingda's heart was instantly shattered. He found it hard to understand why these people's fathers would agree to transfer their children to the school of mathematics. However, before he could think about it carefully, the surrounding students had started to urge him. It was still Sun Zifen who took the lead and said, Chancellor, look, we have the document to change the school of mathematics. Can the students be transferred to the school of mathematics? That's right. Chancellor, you promised us before that as long as our fathers agree, you will let us transfer to the school of mathematics. That's right. Chancellor, your knowledge is the best in the world. You can't go back on your words. Chancellor, quickly tell us, can we do it or not? At this moment, Kong Ingda really felt that there were hundreds of flies buzzing around his ears. He waved his hand with an extreme headache and said in a deep voice, Quiet. What I said before naturally counts. After 2 days, your application to change the school of mathematics will be approved. Even though Kong Ingda was extremely unwilling, but as the chancellor of the directorate, how could he do something like going back on his words? Oh, Chancellor, that's great. Haha. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, then shall we return to class? There are still some fellows here pretending to be obedient. Just as Kong Ingda's voice fell, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Kong Ingda hurriedly waved his hand and said, All right. Quickly return to class. Chapter 205. Kong Ingda heaved a sigh of relief after sending the brats away. However, when he thought about the fact that he would have to switch schools for them, he felt a headache coming on. Sigh. What were the fathers of these students thinking? In the cafeteria, the food in front of teaching assistant Mao had already turned cold, but he didn't care at all. Ma Zhou's brilliant articles had completely captivated him. At this moment, he had truly entered a state of oblivion. He no longer cared about what was happening in the outside world. An interpretation of the law of Zhengguan states, Man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Good. Ma Zhou's summary is so incisive. Chun Dynasty's political commentary states, looking at the previous generations from the Xia, Yin, Zhou, and Han dynasties to the world, it has been passed down from one generation to the next. Some have been passed down for more than 800 years, while some have been passed down for less than 400 to 500 years. Since the Wei, Jin, Zhou, and Sui dynasties, most have been passed down for no more than 50 to 60 years. How thorough! I really want to drink and chat merrily with Ma Zhou and discuss his grand ambitions. I wonder if my articles can be published in this newspaper? When the time comes, I can discuss my political views with the world's literati. Teaching assistant Mao read several of Ma Zhou's political essays in a row. He was so excited that his hands were red from clapping. Of course, he was slapping the table. The servants next to him were scared witless. They were very worried that teaching assistant Mao would break the table. Most of the students and teachers who were eating in the cafeteria were scared away by teaching assistant Mao's crazy shouts from time to time. A few of the bolder teachers leaned forward to read the newspaper in teaching assistant Mao's hands. As soon as they read it, they were immediately immersed in Ma Zhou's literary feast. Gradually, 7 or 8 people surrounded teaching assistant Mao. However, teaching assistant Mao was completely unaware of it. He was still slapping the table and cheering. Mr. Mao, Mr. Mao? Several urging voices interrupted teaching assistant Mao's wandering between the lines of the newspaper. He raised his head, only to be startled by the colleagues around him. Aya! Dr. Wang, Dr. Zhang, Dr. Su, teaching assistant Xin, teaching assistant Zhao, teaching assistant Yuan, teaching assistant Chan. Why are you all here? The white-haired old man smiled gently and said, Assistant Instructor Mao, such a masterpiece is like fine wine in a dark alley. For people like us who have been immersed in literature for years, it's extremely attractive. Another scholarly scholar also stroked his beard and said with a smile, Brother Yaluan's words are true. This Ma Zhou quotes from the classics, scrutinizes the past and present, and picks and delves into the complex. His essay is reasonable, not a word can be added, and not a word can be subtracted. Listening to it makes people feel comfortable and tireless. Even the ancient Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhongjun, and Jia Yi were like this. Gentlemen, it's past lunchtime for this cafeteria. It's time to close. The page boy at the side could not help but muster up his courage and ask, Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, please follow me out. Teaching assistant Mao only just noticed the errand boy in the cafeteria. He hurriedly said with an apologetic expression, although they were teachers and were a cut above the rest, teaching assistant Mao had always been well educated. He could not bully the errand boys. That's great. Let's talk about this Detong daily together. Wang Yaluan nodded in agreement. With this old scholar's words, the other teachers did not dare to object. They all followed him out of the cafeteria. The page boy bowed and thanked them profusely. Eastern Palace, illustrious Virtue Hall. Li Changqian leaned against the couch, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. Since he also had 20% shares in Chitsu culture, he knew a little about the newspaper. However, he did not know the details. Therefore, when he learned that the newspaper was officially released today, he specially sent someone to buy a copy and come back to read it. This Ma Zhou's ability to conduct affairs is impeccable. He's even better than some of the scholars in my Eastern Palace. It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had been so confident in Ma Zhou's abilities back in the workshop, sparing no effort to support Ma Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Zhou would be able to shock the world with a single feat, and he might even alarm Imperial Father. Should I recommend this person to my father? After reading Massachusetts Zhou's article, Li Changqian fell into deep thought and could not help but murmur. After a while, he shook his head and decided to continue reading. Shocking! The culprit is actually so deranged as to exterminate an entire family. Oh, Great Tang's laws are strict. How can there be such an outlaw? Li Changqian whispered doubtfully. After a while, he finished reading the article. Not bad. This county magistrate of Xinfeng County is quite quick-witted. The person who wrote this article is also not bad. The title is very attractive. Li Changqian praised. But in an instant, he regretted what he had just said. Drunken scholar encounters brothel courtesan and actually does such unbearable things. What kind of title is this? How could such vulgar and unbearable content be published in this newspaper? Let me take a look. Half an hour later. Damn, this was written by Ma Zhou? This is simply not right. It's not what I thought before. Even someone as calm as Li Chengqian could not help but curse after reading the content of this article. But when he read the other articles, he realized that he was too young. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking! A woman actually does such things in broad daylight. Shocking! Shocking! Men will be silent, women will cry. Is this still the Ma Zhou that I know? Is this still the Ma Zhou that wrote so many beautiful articles before? Li Chengqian was about to vomit blood at this moment after encountering headlines one after another. But even though he knew that some of the headlines were a trap, Li Chengqian could not help but continue reading. He even had a faint trace of expectation in his heart. Perhaps this was, let him abuse you 1,000 times, but you still treat him as your first love. Wasn't this A Mortal's Journey to Immortality written by Xiao Xian? Why does it say Leather Knight? Li Chengqian had previously read the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, so he was not very concerned about the latter part of the novel. He originally planned to put down the newspaper directly, but after inadvertently seeing the author's name under the title of the novel, he could not help but be stunned. He knew the author of this novel better than anyone else. But what the hell was this Leather Knight? After thinking for a long time, Li Chengqian could not figure out what Li Zishuan was up to. He put down the newspaper and prepared to take a lunch break. Chapter 206. Oh, we can finally transfer to the School of Mathematics. Brother Ziffin, it's all thanks to you this time. In the future, we can also take 2 days off every 5 days. Inside the School of Imperial College. Yu Dongkai patted Sun Ziffin's shoulder excitedly and laughed. Ha ha. Dongkai, do you think I went through so much trouble to transfer to the School of Mathematics just for this? Sun Ziffin laughed in a low voice. The little fatty's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He sneakily approached Sun Ziffin and asked, Oh, Brother Ziffin, do you have a deeper meaning? Ha ha. Sun Ziffin laughed proudly and then said mysteriously, Of course, Dong Kai. Think about it carefully. Dr. Li taught Assistant Master Mao and the others before. Strictly speaking, we have to call him Grandmaster, right? Yes, that's right. But after 2 days, when we are transferred to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, Professor Li will become our master, and Assistant Lecturer Mao will become our senior brother. As for us, won't we become the other students' martial uncles? Aha! Sun Ziffin said with a cheeky smile. Yu Dongkai was stunned by his brother's strange way of thinking. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case, so he quickly gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Yes, Brother Ziffin's words are reasonable, very reasonable. Ha. I didn't expect you and me to become martial uncles so soon. Ha. This wild laughter immediately attracted the attention of the other students in the school. Slap. Sun Ziffin slapped him hard and said angrily, Are you stupid? Do you want everyone to hear you so loudly? Sorry, but why hasn't Assistant Master Mao come today? Yu Dongkai rubbed the back of his head and then asked doubtfully. Sun Ziffin rolled his eyes and said, How would I know? But I told you to buy a newspaper for me this afternoon. Did you buy it? Yu Dongkai hurriedly laughed and said, Ha, Brother Ziffin, don't worry. I've already sent my errand boy to the Strange Interest Pavilion to inquire about this newspaper. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to buy it. In the pine forest to the east of the Imperial College, the 9 teachers from different academies sat on the stone benches in the forest, drinking and chatting merrily. They sat down and discussed the Tao, feeling very comfortable. Assistant Teacher Mao, for this Ma Zhou to be able to write such a splendid essay, he must be a virtuous sage. Have you heard of him before? Wang Yaluan held a cup of wine and took the lead to ask. Dr. Wang, this person has always been unknown. I've never heard of him before. Now, this Ma Zhou has amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. Assistant Master Mao hurriedly replied. Wang Yaluan nodded, stroked his beard and said, well, I have a different opinion about some of this Ma Zhou's points of view. I just don't know if I can write an essay and publish it in the Datong Daily. When the time comes, I can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. The other assistant teachers and professors also echoed, yes, it would be best if you can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. Yes, yes. Assistant Master Mao replied, I also have the same idea, but I don't know how to publish it in the Datong Daily. Why don't we read it together? That's a good idea. A moment later. Shocking. The murderer is so deranged that he killed the whole family. Why did this essay start to use vernacular? There's no literary talent at all? Indeed, it's really disappointing. But the content of this essay is very interesting. Well, maybe this Ma Zhou deliberately used vernacular so that ordinary people can understand it. After the 9 teachers finished reading the first article, they couldn't help but discuss the huge change from classical to vernacular. Drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuang's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman did such a thing in broad daylight. However, the following 3 pieces of news left everyone dumbfounded. I thought this Ma Zhou was a refined person. I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Yes, the titles of the following articles are exaggerated and vulgar. It's really a disgrace to the refined. As scholars, how can we be so shameless? It's really abominable. The voices were almost one-sided. Almost all of them condemned Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou had changed from a handsome and virtuous person to a refined scum that everyone condemned in speech and in writing. Only assistant coach Mao and Wang Yaluan didn't say anything. After the others finished criticizing, Wang Yaluan said with a smile, I don't think so. As the saying goes, great vulgarity is great elegance. The difference between vulgarity and elegance is just a matter of thought. It depends on how you look at it. The wording of these few articles is not flowery. The entire article is written in plain language. This old man guesses that this section is mainly written for those who are barely literate and have not studied the meaning of poetry. If that is the case, these topics are really not ordinary. This Ma Zhou is a true wise man. Why do you think so, Brother Yaluan? Yes. Why are these titles extraordinary? Wang Yaluan looked at Assistant Coach Mao and said with a faint smile, Assistant Coach Mao, you seem to have some ideas. Why don't you tell us your opinion? Assistant Coach Mao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, I think Ma Zhou wrote these titles on purpose. Professor Wang had previously said that these articles were written for the common people to read. Hence, these titles were even more pleasing to the common people and would make them even more interested in reading them. I think this is Ma Zhou's cleverest part. He is elegant when he needs to be, and vulgar when he needs to be. Wang Yaluan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Assistant Coach Mao is right. I think so too. Let's continue reading. Wang Yaluan was the most experienced person here. The others couldn't refute his words, so they continued reading. Shocking. Shocking. Men will fall silent, women will cry. Everyone was gradually getting used to these exaggerated titles, so they didn't make a fuss this time. However, when they saw the content, they were all shocked. Huh? Datong Daily is collecting manuscripts from everyone. It's not limited to men or women, and the pay is very generous. This is a very novel idea. Dr. Wang, do you want to send your masterpiece to this strange culture to try? That's right. Professor Wang, your essay on the Confucian classics is flawless. Wang Yaluan was quite tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the pay from Kiki culture, but who didn't want their essays to be read by the world? My fellow colleagues are right. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go write an article and debate with Ma Zhou. After that, he cupped his hands and left hurriedly with the others. Chapter 207. Excuse me for a moment. I almost forgot that I still have to teach the students. Assistant Lecturer Mao exclaimed when he saw the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he hurried to the Imperial College. While he was in a hurry, An idea popped up in his mind. Since Datong Daily is offering a high price for everyone's essays, should I give it a try? Unlike Wang Yaluan, who was well off, assistant lecturer Mao's salary was relatively low. If his essay was accepted, he could become famous and earn money to support his family. Wouldn't that be perfect? With that in mind, assistant lecturer Mao quickened his pace. Good morning, sir. Assistant lecturer Mao had almost doubled the usual 30-minute journey. He stood on the podium and coughed dryly. Ahem, sir, I was delayed by something earlier. In the afternoon, everyone will study by themselves and revise what I explained this morning. Assistant lecturer Mao's mind was elsewhere. He cleverly copied Li Zixuan's lazy trick and told the students to study by themselves. Although the students were puzzled, they did not ask too much and could only obey obediently. Assistant lecturer Mao saw that everything was settled. He asked a few students to keep an eye on the situation and then hurried to his office. He remembered that Datong Daily had written that submissions should be submitted as early as possible. If he went back now and sent it to Chitsu Culture, it might be published tomorrow. In a restaurant in Dongshi City. So there was a massacre in Xinfeng County recently. No wonder I saw so many officials when I went to my child's second aunt's house last time. That's right. This family is so pitiful. Big Dog Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Ha ha. Zhao Lauer, didn't you read today's newspaper? What newspaper? Here. That's the one. This morning, there were children hawking this all over the capital. Didn't you buy one? Oh my, it's such a big piece of paper with so many words. I can't afford it. What's written on it? Is it as good as what you said? Ha ha, Zhao Lauer, you're wrong this time. This newspaper isn't expensive. It only costs 5 copper coins. How is it? Are you surprised? Haha, let me tell you, the things written in the newspaper are really F***king interesting. For example, let me read to you, drunken scholar encounters brothel's top courtesan and actually commits such a despicable act. What do you think? Do you want to see it? The eyes of the man named Zhao Er immediately lit up. He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said with a lewd smile, Yes, yes, yes. Brother to go, quickly tell me what happened next. Seeing Zhao Lauer's anxious face, Wang Dego's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, Hee. Then let me tell you. 2 days ago, a drunken scholar wandered into Peace Square. As Wang Dego spoke, more and more people gathered around the table. The newcomers didn't know what Wang Dego was talking about. After asking, they understood that it was an interesting story from Datong Daily. After getting to the bottom of it, they were naturally surprised by the low price of Datong Daily. They all secretly made up their minds that if they met a child selling newspapers tomorrow, they would definitely buy a copy. It would be stupid not to buy such an interesting and cheap newspaper. This interesting phenomenon was rapidly spreading to all parts of Chang'an. The novel thing called newspapers was also quietly entering the lives of the people of Tang Empire. Brother Ma, how's the sales of today's newspaper? Li Zixuan went straight to the workshop after class. He went to the back hall and found Ma Zhou. Lord Zhu, you're here. Ma Zhou first bowed to Li Zixuan. Then he said with a flushed face, This morning, the sales of the newspaper weren't good. After all, it was just launched. Many people still don't know what a newspaper is. Those who were willing to spend money to buy it at that time were mostly greedy for the cheap price of the newspaper, not because of the content of the newspaper. Therefore, in one morning, only less than 400 copies of the newspaper were sold. However, when it was close to noon, a few groups of people suddenly came. They all seemed to be from rich and powerful families. Each of them bought dozens of copies, and they seemed to already know the content of the newspaper. Before Lord Zhu came, all the newspapers today were sold out. The more Ma Zhou spoke, the more excited he became. He was indeed excited. First of all, the good sales of the newspaper were an affirmation of his hard work. Second of all, in the first edition of the newspaper, there were many proud works that he had been brewing for a long time. Now they were widely praised in Chang'an. His political views and ambitions would be read by countless people. He was very likely to become famous in one fell swoop. Li Zixuan looked at the excited Ma Zhou and smiled meaningfully. Haha, now that Brother Ma is going to become a big celebrity in Chong. And it won't be long before the officials in the imperial court know that there is such a talented and virtuous person among the people. At that time, maybe His Majesty will also be alarmed. Brother Ma's day of meteoric success will not be far away. Haha. Li Zixuan was right. Gold would shine no matter where it was. If Li Er knew about Ma Zhou, this kind of genius, he would definitely spare no effort to recruit him. According to the historical records, in the 5th year of Jingguan, Li Er requested that every official in the imperial court write an article about the gains and losses of the current political situation. At that time, Ma Zhou was only a follower of Chang He. This person was very important. He was a trusted aide of Taizong. That year, when the Xuanwu Gate was changed, Chang He was the one who guarded the Xuanwu Gate. Chang He was a military general and did not know how to write. When he saw that the emperor wanted him to write an article, he could not help but feel anxious. When Ma Zhou heard this news, he wanted to repay the emperor's kindness and took the initiative to write the article for Chang He. Chang He was very happy and let Ma Zhou write it for him. A few days later, Chang He presented the article that Ma Zhou had written about the current political situation to Li Er. After Li Er read it, he was shocked. He knew that Chang He was not good at writing. How could he write such a thorough article? He did not believe that this was written by Chang He and asked Chang He if he had written it. Chang He was an honest person and did not take credit for himself. He honestly told Li Er. When Li Er heard that there was such a genius under Chang He was very happy and immediately wanted to meet this genius. He did what he thought and ordered someone to call Ma Zhou over from Chang He's residence. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would be so arrogant. The attendant that was sent over came back alone. Not only was Li Er not angry, he sent someone to invite Ma Zhou again. After sending out 4 envoys, he finally managed to invite the arrogant Ma Zhou to the imperial palace. This was the famous story of Taizong's 4th invitation to Ma Zhou in history. Li Zixuan had heard their history teacher talk about it in his previous life. Therefore, he purposely said it today to see how Ma Zhou would respond. In fact, he was not confident that he could keep Ma Zhou. After all, the temple of Qitzu culture was still too small and could not accommodate a great god like Ma Zhou. Compared to Li Er's great temple, Qitzu culture did not have any attraction. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? Naturally, he could tell that there was another meaning in Li Zixuan's words. He was stunned. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Zhu? Ma Zhou was just a homeless scholar in Chang'an. I am indebted to Lord Zhu for not abandoning me and being willing to help me in a business together. That is how Ma Zhou is today. Now that Qitzu culture has just taken shape, I will definitely not leave." Chapter 208. Even if His Majesty summons me at this time, I will never do such a treacherous thing. I remember Lord Zhu once said that you want all the scholars in Tang to be able to read books. At least before this great wish is realized, I will not leave. In the back hall of the workshop, Ma Zhou looked at Li Zixuan and said sincerely. Li Zixuan was touched. Unlike modern people who chased after fame and fortune, ancient scholars had integrity. This was the first time he had experienced such a scholarly character. "Ha-ha, Brother Ma. You are a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I was right about you. But don't worry, Brother Ma, the scale of court culture will become bigger and bigger in the future. It will not bury your talent. Moreover, Brother Ma's future will not be bad if you work in court culture. Just like now, didn't you become famous in Chong, and because of the first issue of the newspaper?" After listening to Ma Zhou's sincere words, Li Zixuan could not help but laugh happily. Ma Zhou nodded in agreement and said, "Ha-ha, Lord Zhu is right. Ma Zhou has been wandering around for so many years, and I am a little indifferent about the future. The most important thing for a person is self-cultivation. A talented person will get the future he deserves no matter where he is. Haha, that makes sense. Gold will shine no matter where it is." The two talked and laughed for a while. Unknowingly, their relationship became closer. Lord Zhu, the first batch of books has about 300 copies of each book, a total of 15 books. It is estimated that the printing will be completed in the next few days. How is the preparation of our bookstore? Ma Zhou took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan pondered and said, Brother Ma, don't worry about this matter. I have already bought a shop next to Cork Pavilion. The interior has been renovated and it can be opened at any time. In the future, this shop will be used to sell new paper, books, and newspapers. The shop will be named after Cork culture. What do you think, Brother Ma? Li Zishuan had already asked Wang Zhong to contact someone about the shop. Wang Zhong was in charge of paying for the shop and finding someone to decorate it. He had always been a good hands-off shopkeeper. Very good, very good. Since everything is under Lord Ju's control, I just need to do things with peace of mind. Steward Ma, there's a young man outside who insists on buying a newspaper. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, a manservant came over and said in a hurry, Tell him directly that today's newspaper has been sold out and that he will come back tomorrow. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said. The manservant said with a bitter face, I also told that person, but he said that he had to buy the newspaper today. Otherwise, he was afraid that his young master would not forgive him. Moreover, he came here today after inquiring about many places. The person asking for the newspaper outside was the errand boy sent by Yu Dongkai. After this unlucky fellow was sent out by his young master, he asked around and finally found the curious pavilion workshop. In the end, he was told that the newspaper was sold out. Thinking that she would definitely be punished by her young master if she went back like this, the little attendant made a scene at the entrance of the workshop, unwilling to leave. Li Zishuan saw an open newspaper on the table. Ma Zhou must have read it himself, so he said, Here, take this and send that person away. Yes, boss. The manservant took the newspaper and hurriedly left. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, Brother Ma, go and get someone to print more newspapers. From tomorrow onwards, the number of newspapers printed will gradually increase. I estimate that the demand for newspapers will increase. What Lord Ju said makes sense. I also have the same intention. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Well, Brother Ma, how are the preparations for the layout of the second issue of the newspaper? After all, the newspaper had just been published. Li Zishuan felt that there would be relatively few people submitting articles today, so he asked this question. Ma Zhou smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, Lord Ju. I have already prepared the content of the second issue. Even if no one comes to submit articles today, I will still be able to fill the newspaper. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. Ma Zhou's work was indeed reassuring. There were some things that he did not need to instruct at all. Ma Zhou had already taken the initiative to do it. Nan Feng, come here. In an old house in Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan called for the servant to come over. Hey, master, you called for me? A servant in green ran over quickly and bowed. Wang Yaluan handed over a stack of papers and said, Nan Feng, help me send these papers to the editorial department of Court Culture in the East City. Tell them that I want to submit articles. Yes, master. Nan Feng took the papers and was about to go out. Suddenly, he paused and hesitated carefully. Master, where is the editorial department of Court Culture? I have never heard of it. Wang Yaluan stroked his beard and smiled. Ha. According to the newspaper, it should be inside the workshop of Cork Pavilion in Ani Lane. You should be able to find it if you look carefully. Although Nan Feng did not know what a newspaper was, he still knew about the workshop of Cork Pavilion that had been popular in Chong and recently. Yes, master, don't worry. I will definitely send the papers. The Imperial College. Kong Yingda had gotten a newspaper from somewhere. He was sitting on a stool and reading it with great interest. From time to time, he would sigh. After an unknown period of time, Kong Yingda put down the newspaper and sighed. This Ma Zhou is really a refined person. The first few policy essays were written clearly and logically. The last few articles on current affairs, although straightforward and popular, did not lose their humor. Ha. Although the latter part of the novel is unrealistic, the imagination of a heavenly steed soaring across the skies is truly admirable. Moreover, this newspaper even intends to let scholars submit articles. I'm afraid its influence will only grow in the future. Kong Ingda took another look at the newspaper and shouted, "Ah Lu!" A moment later, a young servant came in and bowed. "Master, Ah Lu every morning. When you see a child selling newspapers, remember to buy a copy of this newspaper for me." Kong Ingda held the newspaper and instructed. "Yes, master. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Genius. This is a genius. Mazhou? Zhao Song. Who is Mazhou?" Li Er asked curiously as he leaned on his dragon throne and looked at the newspaper that he had gotten from God knows where. "Your Majesty, Mazhou is a scholar in the workshop of Li County. According to the investigation, this newspaper was handled by Mazhou." Zhao Song was obviously prepared. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly answered, "Yes, go and investigate this Mazhou in detail. I am very interested in this person." Li Er nodded and ordered softly, "Yes." A moment later, Li Er suddenly laughed. "Haha, this Xinfeng County magistrate is really good at solving cases. He deserves to be rewarded. Zhao Song, send someone to the Ministry of Personnel to pass on my orders. Xinfeng County Magistrate Chang Qingyuan is conscientious, selfless, and able to solve cases like a god. He will be rewarded with 100 pieces of gold and silver and 10 pieces of silk." Chapter 209. In the Ganlu Palace. After about an hour, Li Er finally finished reading all the contents of the newspaper. He did not frown or criticize or scold the clickbait articles at the end and the novel at the end. He just smiled thoughtfully and said to Zhao Song, "Zhao Song, this newspaper that you found is quite interesting. I see that it says that there is a daily edition here. From now on, send me a daily edition of the newspaper." Zhao Song heard Li Er and smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Oh, right. How much is the price of this newspaper?" Li Er thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the price of this newspaper is 5 coins per copy. It's so cheap. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can also afford to buy newspapers?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Unlike some fatuous emperors who did not know the ways of the people, Li Er was very familiar with the prices of the people. He knew how cheap a newspaper was at 5 coins per copy. "Indeed, Your Majesty. I heard from the eunuch in the palace that there were people talking about the news in the newspaper in all the taverns in Chang. And today, every time Li Shenji comes up with something new, the people of Chang and will talk about it for a long time." Li Er thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. "Hey, this kid still has a conscience this time. He did not set a high price for profit. I don't know what he's thinking, but this is also a good thing. It can let the people know about the Tang Empire's national policy. It's also beneficial to the imperial court. Moreover, this newspaper will encourage more people to learn how to read. It's quite a good education. Li Zishuan, this kid, I'm afraid he's up to something big." Steward Ma, 2 people came to the workshop to deliver manuscripts. They said that their master is coming over to submit a manuscript. In the backyard of the workshop in the editorial department of Chitsu Culture, a servant knocked on the door and came in. He bowed to Ma Zhou and reported. Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He got up and took the manuscripts and said, "Okay, I got it. Song Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work." Song Xiaoxi trembled. He did not expect Ma Zhou, a big shot in the workshop, to remember his name. "Hee, it's not hard. It's not hard at all. This is what I should do." "Steward Ma, thank you for your hard work," Song Xiaoxi hurriedly said with a smile. Ma Zhou smiled and said, "Well, if there are any submissions in the future, please send them to me as soon as possible. This is very important." "Yes, I will remember. If Steward Ma has nothing else, I will take my leave." Ma Zhou smiled and nodded. After Song Xiaoxi left the room, he sat down and read the article seriously. After a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. "Good article, good article. It seems that tomorrow's newspaper needs to be changed." With that, he took the manuscript and hurried out to the printing department of the workshop. The next morning, with the beating of the morning drum in the bell tower, the city of Chang'an, which had been asleep all night, was awakened. The pedestrians and peddlers who had woken up early also walked out of the shop and began a tiring day of running around. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the Tang Dynasty Daily, today's headline was, Bloodwind Stockade is heartless enough to kidnap innocent girls. Lee County's man is enraged by a beauty, draws his sword and challenges Baimang Mountain alone. If you want to know what will happen, you only need to pay 5 coins. Early in the morning, a newspaper boy on a skateboard wandered around the streets of Chang'an. The crisp sound of selling newspapers woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. The passers-by saw that these children were all neat and tidy and were very cute. Moreover, the story from the newspaper boy was really interesting. The most important thing was that the newspaper was not expensive. Many people had already bought the newspaper yesterday and the content was really interesting. Therefore, the passers-by who woke up early all took out 5 copper coins to buy the newspaper. Hey, kid, wait. Give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me a copy too. Give me a copy. Unlike the desolate sales situation yesterday morning, after a day of accumulation, many people knew that the content of the newspaper was really interesting. As soon as the newspaper boy came out, he was surrounded by many people. Don't worry, everyone has one. Auntie, you haven't paid yet. Uncle, don't worry, here's your change. Don't push, everyone must have one. The newspaper boy had never experienced such a scene and was a little flustered. However, these people still had some quality. Under the advice of the newspaper boy's young voice, although they did not manage to be orderly, at least there was no stampede. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd in front of the newspaper boy finally dispersed. He breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. According to today's situation, he would definitely be able to sell a lot of newspapers. When the time came, he would get a lot of money. According to Li Zishuan's suggestion, Ma Zhou set the daily salary for these newspaper boys according to the number of newspapers they sold every day. For every 5 newspapers sold, they would get a commission of 1 coin. It was not that Li Zishuan was stingy, but for these children, earning a dozen coins a day was really a lot. Moreover, with the current price of the newspaper, the workshop was not making money. Now they were making a loss. First, they had to build the reputation of the newspaper and then think about making money. After Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he sat in the carriage on the way to the Imperial College. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard the newspaper boy's advertisement for selling newspapers. He almost vomited blood. Ma Zhou was the one who came up with the advertising message for the newsboy. The message was changed every day. Yesterday, he was only concerned about the progress of the layout of today's newspaper and did not look at the content. In his opinion, since he used Ma Zhou, he should not doubt the people he used and not use the people he suspected. He should try his best to delegate as much power as possible. Of course, one could also say that he was lazy. Who knew that he would put himself in the headlines by delegating power? This Ma Zhou was king up trouble. How could an employee mess with his boss like this? San Bao, go and buy a newspaper for me. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines as he shouted outside. Yes, young master. San Bao stopped the carriage outside and quickly went to buy a newspaper and handed it in. Li Zishuan opened the newspaper and began to read it seriously. After a while, he touched his chin and muttered with a smug face. Am I really that handsome? Not bad, not bad. This Ma Zhou's writing style is really good. TSK. This psychological description is so accurate. It deeply and vividly shows the anxiety of an infatuated man to save the woman he loves. TSK. This description of the action is so handsome. Haha, Ma Zhou, well done. When I go to the workshop, I will give you a raise. Li Zishuan was originally unhappy that his subordinate had made the headlines. However, when he saw Ma Zhou's wonderful description in the newspaper, the discomfort in his heart was immediately forgotten. Anyway, this news was not written by him, so there was no suspicion of him praising himself. At most, it could be considered as him praising himself. Iron Egg heard his master's shameless words and quickly lowered his head to cover his face. He could not help but snicker. Chapter 210. You brat, what are you laughing at? Am I not handsome and powerful? In the carriage, Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg covering his face with his hands, as if he was ashamed to be associated with him. Li Zixuan slapped the table and snorted. No, no, of course you are powerful. Iron Egg quickly waved his hand to deny it. Humph. Here, take a look at it. Actually, this newspaper is very well written. Iron Egg was speechless. Young master, the newspaper you wanted. I have bought it for you. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, a young boy in green held the latest newspaper and excitedly rushed to the front of a black carriage. A chubby little hand immediately stretched out from the carriage, and then a hurried voice was heard. Quick, 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 bring it to me. Under the urging of the carriage owner, the newspaper was quickly dragged into the carriage. The person in the carriage was Yu Dongkai. The little fatty was holding a piece of pastry in his hand a moment ago. After he received the newspaper, he immediately stuffed the pastry into his mouth, and then eagerly opened the newspaper and jumped directly to the novel section at the end. This guy was not interested in reading the previous articles. He bought the newspaper to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Yu Dongkai did not directly look at the content. He first glanced at the few chapters that were available today. When he realized that it was still 3 chapters, he felt a little disappointed. However, these feelings of disappointment were quickly washed away by the wonderful plot. On the other streets, the hot sales of the newspaper continued. Many of the newspaper boys entered the more crowded streets and began to peddle their wares, but they were surrounded by people. Quick, give me a newspaper. Give me 5 copies. Why do you need so many? I am buying for my young master and young mistress. Why do you care? The newspaper boys happily sold the newspapers and received money while looking at the decreasing number of newspapers in their hands, secretly anxious. Before dawn, the newspaper boys everywhere had already sold out. At 4:45, the second issue of Datong Daily was sold out. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, I am very sorry. Today's newspaper is sold out. Please buy more tomorrow. A newspaper boy shouted when he saw that there were still 20 to 30 people in front of him who wanted to buy the newspaper. Ah, sold out so quickly? Yeah, it was sold out as soon as I got here. It's over. I didn't manage to buy the newspaper. I'll be punished when I get home. Little kid, go back and ask your shopkeeper to print more newspapers. That's right. There were still some smart people in the crowd. The paperboy also felt that what they said was reasonable. He quickly excused himself and ran to the workshop on his scooter. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, bad news, bad news. Song Xiaoxi rushed over anxiously. Ma Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He quickly got up and asked, What's wrong? What happened? When Song Xiaoxi saw Ma Zhou's expression, he knew that Ma Zhou had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Steward Ma, it's not a bad thing. Today's newspapers have all been sold out. The newsboys have all returned. Ma Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, but then exclaimed, What? They were sold out so quickly. We printed 5,000 copies today. But they were indeed sold out. A lot of people didn't manage to buy them, but they were still clamoring to buy them. Steward Ma, what should we do now? Ma Zhou thought for a while and decisively said, Print more. Ask the printing department to start printing more copies immediately. Print 3,000 copies first. Get ready to continue printing at any time. Yes, I'll go now. Imperial College. School of Mathematics. After the painful lesson of Wang Meng last time, no one dared to read novels during class this time. However, this didn't stop them from reading novels after class. Hey, Wang Meng, did you read the newspaper today? After class, Cheng Chumo ran to Wang Meng's side and proudly said, Oh, I bought it when I came this morning, but I didn't have time to read it. Why? How many chapters did Leather Knight update today? Wang Meng took out a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. He pulled out the newspaper from under his seat and said in a muffled voice, It's still 3 chapters today. Speaking of which, Han Li has already become an in-name disciple of the 7 Mysteries sect. Furthermore, Dr. Mo has taken a liking to him and accepted him into the God-Hand Valley. Dr. Mo even passed on a nameless chant to Han Li. Woo woo woo. Hey, what are you doing? Chung Chumo hadn't finished bragging when Wang Meng covered his mouth. F***CK. Can you stop talking? You've already said everything. What's the point of reading it? Wang Meng said hatefully. After spending so much time together, Chung Chumo, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others had already become familiar with the others. When they were mischievous, they didn't care about each other's identities. Pay. Did you not wash your hands? It stinks. Chung Chumo turned on his insulting mode again. Wang Meng angrily said, F***CK. You're the one who didn't wash your hands. I was just eating. Li Tai looked at the two with a look of superiority. He already knew the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. If it weren't for Li Zishuan's strict order not to reveal it to others, this little fatty would definitely run out to Chung Chumo and Wang Meng and spoil their faces. Hey Wang Meng, I didn't buy the newspaper today. Let's read a novel together. After reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday, I almost couldn't sleep. Yes, me too. Let's read it together. Hearing that Wang Meng had a novel to read, 3 to 5 students immediately surrounded him. Kushirqing, you actually read the newspaper too? Chung Chumo saw that Wang Meng couldn't cause any more trouble and was preparing to return to his seat. Suddenly, he saw Kushirqing, the university tyrant, in everyone's eyes, flipping through the newspaper. Chung Chumo immediately approached him as if he had discovered a new continent. Why can't I read the newspaper? Many of the articles in this newspaper are very well written, and some of the current affairs are also well written. Just by reading this newspaper, you can know the world's affairs without going out. Kushirqing looked at Chung Chumo strangely and asked, So he was reading the newspaper to study. Chung Chumo was a little frustrated. He shook his head and said, It's okay. I'm just casually asking. After saying that, he was about to leave, but he still asked somewhat unwillingly, Then don't you want to read the latter part of the novel? It's very good. Kushirqing said matter-of-factly, Of course I read it. Although the writing of this novel is not good, the creativity is really novel. I usually read the first part of the novel before reading it. Oh! Chung Chumo nodded and turned to leave, feeling a little hurt. Suddenly, Meng Wenhao's voice came from behind him. Hey, Chumo, can you lend me your newspaper? Meng Wenhao said somewhat embarrassedly. 5 copper coins for a newspaper was very cheap for others, but for Meng Wenhao he was still somewhat reluctant to buy it. Now that everyone was saying that the content in the newspaper was very interesting, he also couldn't help but want to read it. Chung Chumo looked at him and then nodded. Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you. Thank you. Imperial College teaching room. During the break between classes. Hey Ziffin, did you read the newspaper today? Yes, I read it. It's very interesting. But it's a pity that there are only 3 chapters. I really want to catch this leather knight and make him write a few more chapters. Sun Ziffin's face first had a look of reminiscence, but then a look of hatred appeared on his face. Yeah, this person is really hateful. He only writes 3 chapters a day and always keeps people in suspense. Yu Dongkai also said with hatred. Oh, Chapter 211. Li Zishuan had no idea that he was being targeted by the 2 little bastards. He was taking advantage of the break between classes to rest on the sofa in the carriage in front of the classroom. It wasn't that he was lazy, but it was really tiring to stand and lecture for a long time. At this moment, he truly understood how difficult it was to be a teacher in his previous life. It was indeed a respectable profession. Outside the classroom of the Imperial College, Assistant Professor Mao also took advantage of the break between classes to come out. Unlike Li Zishuan, he didn't have a luxurious caravan. Assistant Professor Mao came to the grove and sat on a large rock. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to see if his article had been accepted. Hey, Assistant Professor Mao, have you read the newspaper today? At this moment, a white-robed scholar walked over and said with a smile, Oh, Assistant Professor Tsen, I asked the servant to buy the newspaper today, but I haven't had the time to read it yet. I took advantage of the break between classes to have a look. The scholar was Assistant Professor Tsin from the Four Gates Academy, who had discussed Tao with him yesterday. At this moment, teaching assistant Sun said with a smile, "Then Brother Mao, quickly take a look. Both your and Dr. Wang's articles have been published in today's newspapers. I've already read them. I didn't expect Brother Mao to still be so brilliant despite not writing for so many years." Assistant Professor Mao was pleasantly surprised. Really? He didn't care about modesty anymore. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to look for his article. "Yo, Brother Zheng, what are you doing here?" Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan's old house. There was a knock on the door. Wang Yaluan knew it was Professor Zheng, so he personally went out to welcome him. "Haha, Brother Yaluan. I'm here to congratulate you. Have you read the newspaper today?" Professor Zheng followed Wang Yaluan into the courtyard and laughed. "Yes, I have. Haha, Brother Yaluan's policy paper was really brilliant. I'm itching to write one too." "Brother Zheng, you must be joking. Your policy paper is definitely better than mine. If you write, I won't dare to embarrass myself. Please come in and let's talk inside." In a restaurant in East City, two men in their 30s were sitting opposite each other. There were 2 or 3 dishes on the table. The gray-clothed man took a sip of wine with satisfaction. Then, he looked at his companion and proudly said, "Hey, Wang Dachui, have you read today's newspaper?" Wang Dachui stuffed a mouthful of food into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Not yet. What's so nice about it?" "Hey, you're wrong. Do you know that the Blood Wind Stockade was wiped out by the Imperial Court's army a while ago?" "I know. I saw those bandits at Yenshing Gate that day." "Then do you know why these mountain bandits were suddenly exterminated after occupying Mount Mang for so many years?" "I don't know about that. I was also wondering earlier. Aren't those mountain bandits quite famous on the Greenwood Path? How did they get wiped out all of a sudden?" "Haha, that's the headline of today's newspaper. It said that the Blood Wind Stockade abducted innocent girls. A man from Li County was so angry that he drew his sword and challenged Mount Mang alone. Let me tell you, the process was King brilliant." Wang Dachui's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. He hurriedly said, "Hey, then Brother Zhao, quickly tell me about it. What's the point of talking about it? I'm not a storyteller. You might as well buy a newspaper. It's only 5 coins. Nowadays, how many people in Chang'an City don't read newspapers?" The gray-clothed man looked disgusted. He was just short of saying, "You don't even read newspapers. You're already out." Wang Dachui was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that he couldn't chat happily with others just because he didn't read the newspaper. "Damn, I'll buy it. It's not like I can't afford it. Waiter, help me buy a newspaper. Here, the extra coin is your reward." The waiter was speechless. This situation was not unique. Today, it was happening everywhere in Chang'an City. In this era where there was a general lack of entertainment, a trivial matter could be talked about for a long time. The news in the newspaper just happened to be the topic of many people's leisure conversations. People who had never read newspapers naturally felt that they couldn't chat well. Therefore, as long as their families were not particularly poor, they would buy a newspaper and read it. This was a new thing. Once it had a certain number of fans, it would become popular in the later stages without additional publicity, because the initial fans would take the initiative to introduce this new thing to the people around them. Eventually, the fans would snowball and become larger and larger. After the morning class, Li Zixuan left the teaching house. When he was about to go home for lunch, he saw Kong Ingda walking towards him. Li Zixuan asked Iron Egg to get in the car first, and he went up to him. "Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me?" This old man usually didn't come over. Once he did, something must have happened. As for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Li Zixuan secretly calculated in his heart. It seemed that the probability of something bad happening was higher. It's not a big deal." Kong Ingda looked around, paused, and said in a low voice, "I've read today's newspaper. Generally speaking, it's not bad. However, I still want to say one more thing. Young people should be more humble. You must not be arrogant and boast about yourself. After Kong Ingda finished speaking, he patted Li Zishuan and left directly. He didn't give Li Zishuan a chance to explain. In his opinion, the facts were right in front of him. There was no need to explain. Hey, it's not like that. Li Zishuan was stunned by Kong Ingda's strange words. When he came back to his senses, Kong Ingda had already disappeared. This old man? Li Zishuan grumbled under his breath for a while, then stopped caring about this matter. If others misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. Imperial Palace, West Court. Your Majesty, is this the newspaper? I've heard many people talking about this newspaper these 2 days. Zhang Sun couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Er flipping through the newspaper while eating. It's the newspaper. Guanyin maid, come and take a look. Li Er put down his chopsticks and hugged Zhang Sun. He sniffed her body fragrance, then pointed at the newspaper headline and laughed. Look, this newspaper was created by Li Zishuan, but now this brat is here boasting about himself. How shameless. Zhang Sun curiously leaned forward. After a moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. This child. Ha! Isn't he shameless? Your Majesty, this style of writing, I'm afraid it doesn't match Li Zishuan's style. Zhang Sun had seen Li Zishuan's memorial before, so she had some doubts. Li Er laughed and said, of course this article wasn't written by that brat himself. If he really did that, wouldn't he be shameless to the extreme? I reckon that Li Zishuan must have forced Ma Zhou to write it. That brat. Your Majesty, who is this Ma Zhou? Li Er said warmly. This Ma Zhou, he. Chapter 212. Han Village. Yushi. This is the newspaper that I asked old Hu to bring back from Chang'an. Han Lijing walked in from outside and handed a newspaper to Han Yushi. Then he smiled. Han Yushi quickly took it and said happily, Thank you, father. Haha, take a look. What's written in today's newspaper? Okay. Han Yushi responded softly and began to read the newspaper carefully. Today's headline came into view. Blood Wine Stockade abducted a good girl. Li County's man was furious for a beauty. He drew his sword and challenged Beimang Mountain alone. Han Yushi's expression couldn't help but be startled. The soul-stirring life and death rescue half a month ago reappeared in her mind once again. The corners of her eyes flashed with tears not long after. Yushi, what's wrong with you? Han Lijing saw that his daughter's expression was not right. She looked like she was about to cry, so he quickly asked, No, nothing, father. Today's newspaper is very interesting. I want to take it back to my room and read it carefully. Han Yushi immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. Although Han Lijing felt that something was wrong, he was a father. He was always separated from his daughter's inner world. Some things were not good to ask in detail. He could only nod and say, Okay, you go. Yushi, if you have anything unhappy, you can go to Qin's mansion in Chang and to talk to your adoptive mother. Although you can't see Shaoxian before you get married, you can still go to your adoptive mother's house. Ever since the marriage between the Han and Li families was confirmed, Han Lijing changed the way he addressed Li Zishuan from young master to little Xian. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was considering his daughter's life after marriage. If he continued to call Li Zishuan young master, it would unknowingly lower his daughter's status. Okay, thank you, father. I'll go back to my room first. Han Yushi's heart was warm. She stood up and said. Han Lijing nodded. In the room, Han Yushi picked up the newspaper again and continued to read the headline. Although she had experienced all of this personally, she had experienced it from her own perspective. This news article was written entirely from Li Zishuan's perspective. One afternoon, Ma Zhou asked Li Zishuan about the details of what had happened in Bloodwind Stockade. At that time, Li Zishuan had nothing to do, so he told him about it. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would write it into a news report. Han Yushi's gaze flowed between the lines. At this moment, she truly understood the hardships Li Zishuan had gone through to rescue her. That kind of helplessness and despair, that kind of hysterical madness, once again touched Han Yushi's heart. In the eyes of others, these descriptions might be a little exaggerated, but to Han Yushi, who had personally experienced the kidnapping incident, everything was so real. The actual situation was even more dangerous than what was written on it. Young master, I'm afraid Yushi will never be able to repay what she owes you in this lifetime. As Han Yushi watched, she could not help but cover her mouth and cry bitterly. An Elaine Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, those 3,000 copies of the newspaper have been sold out again. Do you want to continue to print more? Song Xiaoxi ran in with sweat all over his face and said anxiously. What? Ma Zhou was really shocked. He stood up and said, That's 3,000 copies of the newspaper. They were just sent out less than 4 hours ago. How could they be sold out so quickly? It's only 1:15 noon now. Go and ask the printing department to print another 2,000 copies of the newspaper. Even if they are sold out again, we won't print them today. Yes, I'll go right away. In a mansion in Chang'an, a 14 or 15-year-old child in brocade clothes was holding the second issue of Tang Daily and reading it with great interest. TSK, this A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, is really wonderful. But why are there only 4 to 5 chapters? Where are the first 3 chapters? The child in brocade clothes sighed with a little dissatisfaction after reading the first 3 chapters of this issue of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Brother, you're so stupid. The first 3 chapters are naturally in the last issue of Datong Daily. A little girl around the age of 10 giggled as she spoke from behind. Ayaya Yen Er's words make sense. Ague, come over here quickly. The child in brocade clothes was suddenly enlightened. He slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Young master, why did you call for Ague? Go and buy me a copy of the last issue of Datong Daily. Ague had obviously heard of the newspaper before. When he heard his child's request, he immediately looked troubled. Young master, this newsboy only sells today's newspaper. I'm afraid there's no place to sell the last issue's newspaper. The little girl named Yen giggled and said, Ague, you're so stupid. Don't you know how to buy from someone who bought the last issue of the newspaper? Yes. You're so stupid. Yen is much smarter than you. The child in brocade clothes agreed. Ague wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed. Thank you for your advice, Mississippi young master. Ague will go and buy the newspaper now. Go. The child in brocade clothes waved his hand anxiously. West City, in the open space next to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A middle-aged scholar dressed in wrinkled white clothes was sitting in front of a long table. There were dozens of people of all shapes and sizes sitting in the open space. There were men and women, old and young. The middle-aged scholar slapped the table and loudly said, Let's go! That Han Li, who tried his best, did not pass the 7 Mysteries sex entrance trial. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the cliff. In front of him, there were 6 children sitting cross-legged and resting. Wu Yan was talking to an old man in his 50s, who was wearing a dark blue robe and had his hands clasped behind his back. Hall leader Yu and enforcer Wang were standing beside him. There were also several people standing beside them. The audience below was listening to the story with great interest while drinking the herbal tea bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. They were very satisfied. The crowd around them was also growing larger and larger. Shopkeeper, do you want me to drive this poor scholar away? The storyteller actually dared to talk about our Drunken Immortal restaurant. How hateful! In front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a young servant said to shopkeeper Lu, who was listening to the story, Pa! Drive your ass. Shopkeeper Lu unhappily slapped the back of the young servant's head and angrily said, Didn't you see how much tea this Tizui brought to our Drunken Immortal restaurant? Although tea is not as expensive as wine, many a little makes a mickle. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Yes. Shopkeeper Lu is wise. Go. Go brew me another pot of tea. This story is quite interesting. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and comfortably sat back on the stool, leisurely listening to the story. Gradually, He Tizui's sixth chapter of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality came to an end. During Dr. Mo's time in the Seven Mysteries sect, although the disciples have never seen his skills and do not know the strength of his martial arts, he has used his brilliant medical skills to save the lives of many disciples. Therefore, although he is often expressionless and rarely speaks, he is still respected by the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect. Dear guests, today's story has come to an end. This He Tizui's life is not easy. If you have money, come and support me. If you don't have money, come and support me. That's it? That's right, it's too fast. I haven't heard enough yet. Be content. Today, He Tizui told 6 chapters in one go. The first 3 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality are already very difficult to read. Yesterday's newspaper didn't have much. That's right. I specifically came here to listen to the first 3 chapters. He Tizui. Well said. Here, this money is your reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 213. As night fell, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion was still brightly lit. Ma Zhou bent over the table and was writing something. He had been eating and living in the workshop for the past 2 days. Although it was tough, Ma Zhou was excited. The first day of Datong Daily's sales volume was 1,000 copies. The second day's sales volume soared to 10,000 copies. Moreover, it was still in short supply. According to this, the sales volume in the next few days would increase at an amazing speed. This brilliant result showed that he had succeeded in running the newspaper. It was not only a success in his career, but also a real success. At this time, Ma Zhou could not help but think of the subtle changes in the attitude of the scholars who helped compile the dictionary in the workshop. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. If Li Zixuan had helped him that day, those scholars would not have been convinced and it would have seriously affected the progress of compiling the dictionary. It was much better to rely on his talent to convince people. Thinking of these pleasant things, Ma Zhou felt that his body was full of vitality again. The frequency of the vibration of the writing brush in his hand increased. The next day, as Ma Zhou expected, the sales of the newspaper were even better. Hey kid! Give me 2 copies of the newspaper. My young master and young lady are anxious to read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 1 copy. My young master is anxious to go to the Imperial College. Give me 10 copies. After 2 days of word-of-mouth accumulation, there were very few people in Chong, and who did not know about the newspaper. Driven by the popularity of the newspaper, when it was sent out by the newsboy in the morning, it was snatched up. Fortunately, Ma Zhou was prepared and printed 35,000 copies. That was how he withstood the crazy rush in the morning. Master Ma, the 35,000 copies of the newspaper printed this morning are almost finished. Do you want to print more? Now in the workshop, who dared not to admire Ma Zhou when they saw him? Therefore, the people below called Ma Zhou Master Ma instead of Steward Ma. Ma Zhou pondered and said, "Print another 5,000 copies. The demand for the newspaper in the afternoon should not be as high as in the morning." Yes. Old Ma, there are 2 businessmen outside. They said that they want to buy a batch of newspapers from the workshop and send them to the counties near Chong, and to sell. At this moment, Song Shaoxi rushed in from outside and said, "Oh, someone came so quickly? It seems like there are still smart merchants around." Ma Zhou stroked his chin. He was mentally prepared for this situation. "Let's go and take a look. Brother Ma, how's the newspaper sales today?" After lunch, Li Zixuan came to the workshop. After finding Ma Zhou, he asked directly. Ma Zhou smiled and gestured with his hand. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up as he happily said, 8,000. Li Zixuan didn't know about yesterday's newspaper sales. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guessed that it was 8,000 yuan. According to his estimation, it would be good if the sales volume increased from 1,000 to 8,000 in 3 days. Ma Zhou shook his head and smiled. "Lord Zhu, it's 80,000. Yesterday's sales volume reached 10,000. Li Zixuan was shocked and exclaimed, 80,000? How can it be so many? The newspaper was launched less than 3 days ago and the population of Chong, and was only a few 100,000. No matter how optimistic Li Zixuan was about the newspaper sales volume, it was impossible for it to reach 80,000. Ma Zhou smiled and explained, Lord Zhu, at noon, 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen came. They directly ordered 40,000 newspapers from the workshop. They planned to sell them in other counties in Chang'an. Now, the printing department of the workshop is working at full capacity. We're trying to print 40,000 copies before noon. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I didn't expect someone to see the potential of this newspaper. Brother Ma, what price did you sell it to them at? I sold it at the original price. Our newspaper is already very cheap, so I didn't dare to lower the price privately. These businessmen will definitely sell it at a higher price in other counties. They won't lose money. Li Zixuan nodded and praised. Not bad. Not bad. Ma Zhou thought for a moment and said, Lord Zhu, since yesterday, some businessmen have been hoarding a batch of newspapers and selling them at a high price to other places. However, because the number of newspapers they can buy from the newsboys is limited, the scale is not big. The 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen who came today are the real big spenders. Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly said, Brother Ma, since the other businessmen have smelled the business opportunity, why don't we take the opportunity to expand Datong Daily so that the newspaper's influence is not only limited to Chang? It's best if we can spread the newspaper's influence to the whole country. This, Ma Zhou was shocked by Li Zixuan's ambition. He hesitated and said, Lord Zhu, if we do this, we will need too much manpower and resources. With Chitsu Pavilion's current foundation, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Brother Ma, of course, we won't do it ourselves. We can find someone we can cooperate with for a long time. For example, Wang Renbiao. The Wang family has ready-made channels in various places. We don't need to worry about it at all. Ma Zhou thought for a moment. If they cooperated with someone for this matter, there were indeed many benefits. He agreed and said, That's true. Then I don't have any more questions. Then I'll go find Wang Renbiao later and see if he's interested in cooperating with us. Li Zixuan stood up and suddenly remembered something. He said, Oh, by the way, Brother Ma, has the first batch of printed books been printed? Indeed. These books will probably all be sold at Chitsu Pavilion in the East City tomorrow. Ma Zhou heard and replied excitedly. Great. Brother Ma, remember to make a short advertisement for Chitsu Pavilion in tomorrow's newspaper. It's best if you can make a list and tell everyone how cheap our books are. Lord Zhu, what's an advertisement? Li Zixuan explained. It's an advertisement. The purpose is to let more people know about Chitsu Pavilion's cheap books. Oh, I see. Ma Zhou nodded in understanding. Then he thought for a moment and said, Then in the future, can we also put up some advertisements for the merchants and shops that have paid us? Li Zixuan was shocked. This Ma Zhou's thinking was really advanced. He even knows how to collect advertising fees now. What a genius. Theoretically, we can do that. This advertising revenue will be the newspaper's biggest source of income in the future. Now, the most important thing is to promote the newspaper. The more people know about it, the better. Also, Brother Ma, you have to take care of yourself. I see that you don't look too good. You should hurry up and find some assistance for you. Datong Daily can't rely on you all the time. You can't do it all by yourself. Lord Zhu is right. I will hurry up. Chapter 214. Renbiao, what are you doing here? Li Zixuan had just come out of the workshop when he saw Wang Renbiao walking over with Lang Yuyao, the ice beauty. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Wang Renbiao smiled and cupped his hands. I just went to the Li residence to look for Lord Zhu, but I was told that you were in the workshop. It just so happens that my business has something to do with the workshop, so Yuyao and I came over. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone sent him a pillow just as he was about to sleep? He quickly greeted without batting an eyelid. Haha. Since Renbiao has something to do, let's talk inside. Sanbao. Get someone to make tea. Lord Zhu, to be honest, I came here for Datong Daily. Now that this newspaper is popular in Chang'an, and we have a very good foundation for cooperation, Why don't you ask the workshop to increase the printing volume and provide me with a batch of newspapers? I will introduce the newspapers to other states and counties. How about it? After they found a room and sat down, Wang Renbiao went straight to the point. Li Zixuan was delighted. His guess was right. This Wang Renbiao was really coincidental. However, he didn't show it on his face and only pretended to be puzzled. Oh, Renbiao is actually interested in newspapers? Wang Renbiao smiled. Of course, the potential value of newspapers is huge. I have read 3 issues of the newspaper, and the content is indeed very interesting. Li Zixuan said, Haha, Renbiao, how many copies do you want? To be honest, this morning, Tu Chong and traveling merchants bought 40,000 copies of newspapers from the workshop. Wang Renbiao didn't look surprised at all. He said, I have heard of these 2 traveling merchants, and I guess they just want to make a short profit. Lord Zhu, what you need is a long-term cooperation, and I can satisfy that. I can buy 100,000 copies for the first batch, and then I can increase it according to the specific sales volume of each state and county. These newspapers will be sent to other states and counties through our Wang family's various business routes. Li Zixuan was taken aback. This was truly extravagant. He had asked for 100,000 servings, and this was only the first batch. Were all the children of aristocratic families so rich? Renbiao, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sell so many newspapers and that they will rot in your hands? Ha. The results of the newspaper have already been tested by the people of Chong'an. I don't believe that something that can become popular in Chong and will not be popular in other provinces and counties. After we introduced the scooter and drunken immortal to other places, they became popular among many people. Li Zixuan liked working with Wang Renbiao because of his decisiveness, wisdom, and straightforwardness. Hearing Wang Renbiao's words, he smiled and said, Good, since Renbiao is so straightforward, I will also be straightforward this time. The workshop will sell you at least 100,000 copies of the newspaper at the price of 9 copper coins per copy. Don't bargain with me. The 2 businessmen in the morning both bought it at the original price of 5 copper coins per copy. Wang Renbiao had a look of joy and said happily, All right, then this Wang will thank Lord Zhu very much. But can Lord Zhu start supplying me with the first issue of Detong Daily? The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, at the back of the newspaper is really interesting. If it is not complete, I am afraid that the people of other provinces and counties will not be satisfied. When Li Zixuan heard Wang Renbiao say this, he knew that this guy was most likely a fan of novels, so he nodded and said with a smile, Yes, no problem. Wang Renbiao suddenly said mysteriously, Lord Zhu, do you know who Leather Knight is? Li Zixuan was stunned and asked, What's wrong? Are you looking for him? I just want him to write a few more chapters every day. Currently, there are only 3 chapters a day. As readers, it is really tiring to wait for him. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. What kind of rush was this to meet a reader who was urging him to update in person? Fortunately, he used a pen name when he was writing novels. Otherwise, when he went out in the future, would he be kidnapped by readers? The next day, early morning. Selling newspapers, the freshly printed Detong Daily. Today's headlines, Shocking Strange Case. The sealed mansion was heavily guarded. Why would a beautiful young woman mysteriously die in broad daylight? Gentlemen, if you want to know what happened after her death, you only need to spend 5 coins to read it. Now, every morning, the people of Chong had a new hobby, which was to buy newspapers and read them. As soon as the newspaper boy came out on his scooter, the people who woke up early enthusiastically surrounded him to buy the newspapers. Quick, give me 2 copies. I want to see how that beautiful young woman died. Give me 1 copy. My young master wants to read the latest Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 2 copies. My young master and young mistress want to read Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. After buying the newspapers so many times, everyone had learned how to queue up. This way, the efficiency increased. In a short while, dozens of people had received the newspapers. Not far away, a few scholars were reading the same newspaper as they walked. Brother Hua, quickly flip to the back and read, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes, yes, I can't wait any longer. Don't. Look, today's newspaper seems a little different. Brother Hua, what's the difference? Why can't I see it? Look at the column in the middle of the newspaper. There are words. Says, Strange Culture opens today. There are 15 types of books on sale. De Shui is 110 coins per volume. Spring and Autumn Classic is 100 coins per volume. Analects of Confucius is 100 coins per volume. Mencius is 90 coins per volume. Hiss, how can it be so cheap? Is there a mistake? Yes. De Shui is 1,400 coins per volume in other bookstores. Brother Hua, let me see. You must be wrong. Scholar Hua was doubting his life after being criticized by his companions. He could only pass the newspaper to his companions and say, Here it is. Here for you. Brother Meng. Take a look for yourself. Scholar Meng quickly took the newspaper and looked at it carefully. Then he exclaimed, It's true. It's really so cheap. Is this strange culture crazy? Could it be that they are just making up the numbers and selling books with poor printing quality at a cheap price? Let's go and see. Yes. Let's go together. But the East Market is not open yet. Not only these scholars, 80% of the people who received the newspaper saw the advertisement. Strange culture, which had not yet opened, became a hot topic in Chang'an. Countless people were discussing it in private. Some said that it was playing to the gallery, some said that the shopkeeper was crazy, and some said that the price was wrong on the newspaper. However, most people chose to take a look for themselves. What if it was true? If they bought a copy and sold it, wouldn't they be able to make a huge profit? No matter how the people discussed it, Strange Culture became the fastest-selling shop in Chang'an and even the whole Tang dynasty. Chapter 215. Clang, clang, clang. As the gongs and drums sounded for the opening of the markets in the East and West markets, countless commoners who had been waiting outside the gates filed in. Unlike the past, the commoners today were especially anxious and seemed to be fighting to be the first. Even the officials who had just sounded the gongs and drums were pushed to the side. Hey, don't push. What's there to push? The official stretched out his hand and shouted at the crowd. However, he was alone. Before his shout could spread, it was drowned out by the sea of people. A quarter of an hour later, when the first wave of people had all entered the Eastern Market, the official wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to his companion with lingering fear, Phew, why are these people so anxious today? Is there something new going on in East City today? Another official curled his lip and said carelessly, Who cares? Wangda, you stay here for a while. I'll go check out the latest Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Hey, I just bought it this morning. Hey, why are you slacking off again? You call this slacking off? If worst comes to worst, I'll explain it to you after reading it. You won't be able to read it anyway. Hey, that's great. Dear friends, today is the official opening of Strange Culture. Today, all the books in the store will be 5% off for a limited time. Because the store has just opened, there are only 15 types of books. After a few days, there will be more and more books. I hope everyone can support us. The price of each book has been posted here. If there's anything you're not clear about, feel free to take a look. In the East Market, in front of a small vermilion building next to the Strange Interest Pavilion, Sun Huayuan said loudly to the crowd who had come because of his reputation. Since there was no suitable candidate for the time being, Li Zishuan sent Sun Huayuan over to act as the shopkeeper of the Strange Culture. Anyway, there was only an aisle between the Strange Culture Pavilion and the Strange Culture Pavilion. If anything happened there, Sun Huayuan would have enough time to deal with it. As soon as Sun Huayuan's voice fell, someone below went to look at the price list in front of the door. Then, there was a buzz of discussion in the crowd. Hey, the price is exactly the same as the one in the newspaper. The newspaper didn't lie. Yeah, it's incredible. Hey, isn't this shopkeeper Sun? Why aren't you staying at Strange Interest Pavilion? Why are you here? That's right, shopkeeper Sunday. What brings you here? Sun Huayuan gestured with his hands. After the crowd quieted down, he smiled and said, I'm indebted to the owner for thinking so highly of me. That's why I'm able to serve as the shopkeeper of two shops at the same time. As everyone can see, the price of the books in the Quirk Culture Shop is less than 10% of the price of similar books in other bookstores. Our Quirk Culture Shop's original intention is to allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books. Therefore, all the books in the shop are limited to one book per person within 3 months, and all the books must be signed and stamped. Please abide by the rules and don't buy too many books under false names. We will check regularly. Once we find a customer who violates the rules, you will forever be blacklisted by Chitsu Culture. You will never be able to buy any books published by Chitsu Culture. Sun Huayuan's words made everyone's blood boil. In this era, there weren't many people who could afford to buy books. A single book could even buy a pretty maid. Books were truly more precious than life. Thus, no matter how dynasties changed, books were always the most valuable items. They were a kind of inheritance and also a kind of faith. It was somewhat similar to houses in modern society. No matter how quickly the value of the yuan depreciated, houses were still the most valuable and fastest appreciating commodity. In modern society, it was hard to find a house, and similarly, in ancient times, it was hard to find a book. Thus, when they heard Sun Huayuan say, allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books, many scholars who were usually refined and cultured began to shout the loudest. Well said, Shopkeeper Sun. Good job, Shopkeeper Sun. Support strange interest culture. Allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books. Good. Thank you for your support. Strange interest culture is now officially open for business. Due to the limited space in the store, please follow your order in the queue and enter in batches to choose the books you want. Remember, each person can only buy one book of each type. Sun Huayuan clapped his hands and announced the official opening of Strange Interest Culture. The crowd below couldn't help but cheer loudly. The 10 or so lucky people at the front of the queue hurriedly rushed into the store in excitement. Among these 10 or so people were the scholars who had first discovered the advertisement in the newspaper in the morning. Wow, this book is actually made of high-quality Xian paper. Calculating it, how much is Strange Interest Culture going to lose with each book? After entering the store, these people hurriedly went to the bookshelves to find the books they wanted. One of the scholars picked up a book and flipped through it. When he touched the paper, he immediately exclaimed in disbelief. That's right, they actually used such high-quality paper. Just how high is the cost of this book? Isn't Strange Interest Culture going to lose money? That's indeed the case. No matter how rich the owner of Strange Interest Culture is, they can't possibly continue losing money like this, right? SSS. Quickly look at the words in this book. The horizontal and vertical lines are neat and tidy. It's even clearer and neater than the books in other bookstores. This printing quality requires a lot of engraving skills from the carving craftsman. Damn, I thought the reason why Strange Interest Culture's books were sold so cheaply was because they were crudely made. I didn't expect that whether it was the paper or the printing quality, it was so much better than other books. Moreover, it was sold so cheaply. Crazy. Crazy, the Strange Interest Culture is really crazy. Such good books at such a price. I really want to buy all of them. Unfortunately, I can only buy one of each. Shopkeeper, give me one of each of these 15 books. Shopkeeper, I also want one of each. Here, I'll give you the money. Sun Huayuan replied with a smile. Okay. A total of 1,701. Hey, Brother Hua. I didn't bring enough money when I went out today. Can you lend me some? Don't worry. I'll return it as soon as I get back. A scholar touched his shriveled pockets and suddenly looked dejected. It was not easy to get to the front of the queue, but he did not bring any money. What a painful realization. He looked at his classmate and friend and quickly asked for help. No one could bear to give up such a good opportunity. If he could buy it, it would be a profit. Okay, here, for you. The scholar surnamed Hua thought for a moment, and then handed a golden bean to that person. Hey, Brother Hua, lend me some money too. I still need 501. If I don't buy such a good book today, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Yeah, Brother Hua, you can't leave us in the lurch. The other two scholars saw the situation and quickly went up to him. Such a good book, even if you have to borrow money, you have to buy it. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this. Chapter 216. The first batch of people who went in almost all bought a book of each kind. When they came out, they all carried a thick stack of books and were all grinning from ear to ear. The people who were queuing behind were secretly anxious when they saw this situation. The people in front had bought a lot, so it was very likely that they would have nothing when it was their turn. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but frown and say, "Everyone, please try your best to pick the books you need and leave some opportunities for others. In the future, the supply of books from strange culture will definitely increase. You don't have to rush to buy every book." Although he said that, not many people listened to him. The people who went in later still returned with a full load. If the supply of books today reached 100 types, these people might really buy 100 books. It was like a modern house. A house on a certain street was generally priced at around 8 million yuan. If a developer suddenly announced that his house in the same area would only cost 6 or 700,000 yuan, wouldn't many people go crazy just thinking about that scene? Even if the developer reminded them that there would be many houses at this price in the future and that they shouldn't rush, would people believe it? They only knew that this price was unique. If they could get it, they would make a profit. Who cared about whether they needed it or not? Who cared about the price in the future? Butcher Zhao, why did you buy so many books? Are you illiterate? A burly man at the back of the queue couldn't help but scold a fierce-looking man who had just come out of strange culture with books in his arms. Although I'm illiterate, these books are nice to look at home. Smell the fragrance of the books. Look at the paper. TSK. It's so cheap, wouldn't it be a pity not to buy it? Besides, Blacksmith Feng, aren't you King illiterate as well? Why are you here to join in the fun? Butcher Zhao hugged the books he had just bought and scolded back with a look of superiority. Blacksmith Feng straightened his neck and said, "Although I'm illiterate, my son is literate. Can't I buy books for my Ahu? You're a butcher. Isn't it a waste to buy so many books?" "Bah, you're the one who's wasting. Your Ahu is only 8 years old. How many words can he recognize? Stop bragging here." The two burly men began to argue with each other as they spoke. A disgrace to the educated, a disgrace to the educated. How can such books of sages be wantonly trampled by you? A young scholar dressed in coarse cloth saw this scene and couldn't help but rebuke angrily with a flushed face. "That's right. All of you are illiterate. Why are you fighting with us for the sage books? That's right. These books are for us scholars. What are you guys doing here?" The young scholar's words immediately resonated with many of the poor scholars. These people were the people who were in need of cheap books in strange culture. Usually, they couldn't afford to buy books, so they had to endure the supercilious looks of others and borrow here and there. Today, they finally heard that there were cheap books for sale here, but when they came to take a look, they saw that there were so many irrelevant people rushing to buy them. Wasn't this just causing trouble? People like Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng, who were illiterate, probably came to buy books with the intention of reselling them to others for a large sum of money. This was because these books could be easily sold for 10 times the profit. It was impossible for others not to be tempted. This was a bit like some of the property speculators in modern times. They didn't buy a house to live in, but to resell it for money. For the time being, people like Butcher Zhao could be called book speculators. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were still arguing with each other a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were denounced by dozens of scholars. Even though the Tang people revered martial arts, these scholars still had a very high status in the eyes of these common people. The two of them looked at each other and were a little scared. They planned to escape with their tails between their legs. "Humph! Who said that only scholars can buy books? Can't I buy it for my child? Can't I buy it and learn it myself? Who was born knowing how to read?" In any group, there were 2 or 3 daring people. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were scared, but it didn't mean that the other book speculators would be scared. Just look at them. Seeing that they were about to become street rats that everyone wanted to beat, a curly-bearded man couldn't help but refute. Big Brother Huang is right. Can't I buy books for my child? Did I violate any laws of the Tang dynasty? You're not convinced? Are you going to scold your mother when she buys books for you? This was the type of person who scolded the streets. Old Wang's wife is right. Besides, shopkeeper's son said that everyone in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. What's wrong with us buying books and learning them ourselves? This was the type who secretly changed the concept. You're spouting nonsense. Shopkeeper's son clearly said that all the scholars in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. You're not a scholar. Immediately, a quick-witted scholar reprimanded. Right. Shopkeeper's son already said that these books are prepared for scholars. What are you all doing here? Only scholars can buy books. All of you, go away. Why do you care if I buy books for my son? That's right. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and beat me up. Pooey, such a shrew. You're simply unreasonable. Who are you calling a shrew? Husband, someone is scolding your wife. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Who? Who dares to scold my ruhua? You're asking for a beating. Io. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You dare to hit someone? So what if I hit you? As a scholar, your mouth isn't clean. You're not worthy of being called a scholar. Yes, hit him. You have no respect for the law. You all really have no respect for the law. The people on both sides blamed each other. The more they argued, the more chaotic they became. In the end, when one of them made a move, it was as if a spark had been thrown into a pile of gunpowder, causing an explosion. In the end, the argument escalated into a group brawl. Sun Huayuan, who was busy collecting money and maintaining order, was caught off guard. Stop! All of you stop! No more fighting. Whoever fights again is not allowed to buy books in the strange culture in the future. When Sun Huayuan heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Immediately, his face turned pale with fright and he hurriedly shouted for them to stop. However, even though he had threatened them, it wasn't enough to calm them down. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but sweat profusely. As he shouted for them to stop, he directed the servants in the shop to pull apart the fighting crowd. But today, there were 700 to 800 people queuing up at the strange culture. His manpower was like a small boat in the sea. It was completely useless. In the end, the commotion alarmed a group of martial marquis who were patrolling the streets. The leader ordered his subordinates to call for reinforcements while he led the rest of the martial marquis into the battle. All of you stop. In broad daylight, you actually dare to fight on the streets. All of you stop immediately. Otherwise, we'll bring you back to the yamen for punishment. The leader of the martial marquis pulled out a large blade from his waist and shouted coldly. His voice was much louder than Sun Huayuan's voice. The noisy crowd immediately froze. Some of the more timid ones exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Not good, Martial Marquis is here. Quickly stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Martial Marquis is here. Master Martial Marquis, I didn't fight. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't fight either." A moment later, another large group of martial marquis rushed over and surrounded the fighting crowd. The two sides finally stopped fighting and the scene calmed down. "Don't move. Who is the shopkeeper of this shop? Come out and answer me." The leader of the young martial marquis saw that his companions had finally arrived. He felt a little more confident, so he stood out and said coldly, Chapter 217, Imperial College. In the mathematics school, Li Zixuan was teaching the students. There was a weekly exam tomorrow, so he was very serious in his lecture. The other students were listening even more seriously. Facing this binary linear equation, we must first observe its structure and find a way to eliminate the elements to reduce the number of unknowns. As for how to do this, let's look at an example. Cough, cough. Chung Chumo, pay attention. Tomorrow's weekly exam will definitely have a binary linear equation. Li Zixuan was about to turn his head to write an example on the blackboard when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Chung Chumo's little tricks. He could not help but scold him. Chung Chumo was greatly embarrassed. He quickly straightened his body and puffed out his chest, pretending to be a good student. However, in his heart, he was secretly criticizing Li Zishuan for being a bad brother. Bang, bang. At this time, there was a sound of knocking on the door from outside the classroom. Li Zishuan looked up and saw San Bao standing by the door. She was carefully looking at him as if she had something to say. Li Zishuan thought that something must have happened. Otherwise, San Bao would not be so stupid as to disturb him during class time. Thus, he said to the students, "Wait a moment." Then he walked out of the door. At this time, he realized that behind San Bao was a person in blue clothes and a gray hat. Li Zishuan recognized this attire at a glance. It was the staff attire of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion? San Bao, what happened? Li Zishuan brought the two of them to a cypress tree in the courtyard and hurriedly asked, "Young master, shopkeeper's son sent heir, who to say that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion. He wants you to go there." San Bao pulled out the servant behind her and said to her young master, "Heir who? What exactly happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion?" "Boss, in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion, many customers who bought books are fighting. Even Wu Ho was alarmed. Shopkeeper's son sent me to ask you, what should we do?" "What?" Li Zishuan exclaimed with his eyes wide open. "Wait, I'll go to the dormitory to inform the students, and then I'll go there myself. You can tell me the details on the way there. On the other side, in front of the strange culture. Young General, I am Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of this shop. Thank you for bringing your men here in time to prevent the situation from worsening." Sun Huayuan walked up to the leading Wu Ho and cupped his hands. The young martial marquis quickly stepped aside, not accepting his bow. He looked at Sun Huayuan, squinted his eyes, and said meaningfully, "I am only the right martial marquis Wei Sigu, and am not worthy of the title of general. Since shopkeeper's son has opened a shop to do business, then you must restrain your customers. How can you gather people to cause trouble and disturb public order? Could it be that you think our Wu Ho government's planks are vegetarians?" The left and right Wu Ho Wei of the Tang dynasty was a department that was responsible for the security of Chang'an. It was similar to the function of a modern police station. The left and right Wu Ho Wei had one general each, and two generals each. Below them, there were different officials. Sigu was only a minor 8th rank official, and indeed was not worthy of the title of general. Sun Huayuan had been a shopkeeper for such a long time, and naturally knew that the king of hell was easy to provoke, and the little demons were hard to deal with. He did not change his title, and quietly gave the Wu Ho a few golden beans, and said with a smile, "Young general is right. Today's matter is indeed due to our strange culture's lack of consideration. I've troubled all of you to personally come here. This is just a small gift, and I'll treat all of you to tea." The Wu Ho's eyes flashed, but his face did not show it. He pointed out, "Shopkeeper's son, this time, we have mobilized over 100 brothers." The meaning of these words was clearly saying that there were too many brothers here today, and the money you gave was not enough to divide. Sun Huayuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed his anger and waited for his young master to come quickly. "Then how much does young general think is appropriate?" The young Wu Ho smiled proudly, and was about to speak, when he heard a voice full of energy from outside the crowd. "Who dares to cause trouble at the foot of the Son of Heaven?" The crowd automatically dispersed, and the young Wu Ho saw the person who came, and was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and bowed. "This subordinate pays his respects to great General Yuqi." The person who came was Yuqi Jingda, the only great general of the right Wu Ho guard. For such a big shot to personally come, the young Wu Ho could not help but be surprised. Get up. Tell me what happened here." Yuqi Jingda's face darkened, and he asked in a deep voice. Chang and city's public security had always been good. Today, a brawl between hundreds of people had suddenly occurred, and as the head of the capital's public security bureau, he had lost a lot of face. "Uncle Yuqi." The young Wu Ho was about to speak, when another voice came from outside the crowd. It was Li Zishuan who had finally rushed over. On the way, He listened to Er Hu's detailed explanation of the ins and outs of the matter, and his heart could not help but feel a burst of irritation. Before this batch of books had been sold, he had already considered book speculators like Butcher Zhao, so he had let Sun Huayuan introduce a limited purchase policy. However, he did not expect that it would still arouse the dissatisfaction of some people, and in the end it had caused a big fight. He had originally wanted to do something good for the people of the Tang Empire, but in the end, a good thing had turned bad, and he had even alarmed the Wu Ho. There might even be court officials impeaching him for disturbing public security tomorrow. This was really a thankless task for him. When he came to the door of the Quirky culture, he happened to see Yu Qigong. Although he did not know that Yu Qigong was the right Wu Ho Guard great general with this big shot in the military, wouldn't it be easier to send the Wu Ho in front of him away? Otherwise, he would have to trouble himself to go up personally to show off and slap faces. How tiring would that be? Eh? Little Xian, why are you here? Yuchi Jingda looked at Li Zishuan and asked curiously. Hee, Uncle Yuchi. This little nephew just opened this shop today. Now that something has happened, of course this little nephew has to come over. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. When the young Wu Ho beside him heard this, his heart instantly turned cold, and he cursed inwardly. He had just asked for some benefits from the shopkeeper of this shop, and the owner of this shop was actually related to his superior. Wouldn't that mean that he was dead meat? Yuchi Jingda raised his eyes to look at the plaque behind him, and only then did he let out an "oh" and said, Quirky culture. No wonder this old man only knew that the Quirky Pavilion was your business. But I didn't expect that you would open another Quirky culture. Kid, just what kind of things are you selling in this shop? How did you cause such a big commotion? If the other court officials knew about this, they might impeach you again. Li Zishuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Uncle Yuchi is right. Today, it was just these people in front of me who started fighting because they wanted to buy books. This little nephew will pay attention in the future, and I guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen again. Uncle, please wait a moment and allow this little nephew to say a few words to these customers. Chapter 218. Yes, these people actually fought over a few books. It's indeed too outrageous. Little Xian, you have to make things clear with them, or else, if there's a next time, this old man will bring all of them back to the martial Marquis government for punishment. Hearing the reason for the fight, Yuchi Jingda could not help but frown. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He walked to the front of the crowd and looked at the scholars and commoners who were surrounded by the Wu Ho officials. Many of them had disheveled clothes, bruised noses and swollen faces. It was clear that they had been injured in the previous conflict. Li Zishuan could not help but feel speechless. Wasn't it just a few books? Did these people really need to fight? Shopkeeper's son, who started it? Li Zishuan coldly asked. Most of the people who opened a shop wanted to make money peacefully. No matter what the reason was, these people should not have fought in front of his shop. This was also slapping his face, so of course he would not be happy. Young master, I heard the people below say that it was this couple who started it. Sun Huayuan walked forward and pointed at the couple in the crowd. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the crowd. With a cold face, he loudly said, Humph! Friends, the reason why I opened Chitsu culture was to solve the problem of the commoners of Great Tang having difficulty in studying and the problem of expensive books. My good intentions were treated as ill intent by some people, and they fought in front of my shop. Our Chitsu culture will not welcome such people in the future. Shopkeeper's son, let the people below remember the faces of these two people and investigate their families. In the future, no one from their family is allowed to take half a step into Chitsu culture. Yes, young master. Shopkeeper's son hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Zishuan's words made the couple's face and ears turn red. The tall man could also see that Li Zishuan had a strong background and was not a person to be trifled with. He did not dare to refute and pulled his wife and prepared to leave. But the fierce woman was a little unhappy. She shook off her husband's hand and pointed at Li Zishuan with one hand on her waist. Why, mother, it's not like I'm shortchanging you by buying books in the shop. Why can't I buy books in the shop? Ruhua, don't say any more. The tall man hurriedly came over to pull his wife. Let go of me. I insist on saying, "Heh, you ask me why? Just because I'm the owner of this shop. I can let whoever I want in. Just because I'm a baron personally conferred by the emperor, if I say you're not welcome here, you can only leave. You're not convinced?" Li Zishuan shouted loudly, carrying a bit of internal energy, shaking the eardrums of the dozen or so people relatively close to him until their eardrums buzzed. Yuchi Jingda couldn't help looking at him in astonishment. Li Zishuan didn't have a good impression of this shrew in front of him. He disdained to fight with women, but he didn't want to cause too much trouble. That was why he said those words to frighten the two of them, telling them to get out of here as soon as possible. Lord Li is right. You are not welcome here. Could this Lord Li be the owner of Strange Interest Pavilion, the youth who invented the curved plow and was conferred a baron by the emperor? Someone heard Li Zishuan call himself a baron, and recalled that the only newly conferred baron title was the Baron of Lantian County. So he couldn't help but guess. You just realized it now. I've already seen Lord Li when Strange Interest Pavilion opened last time. Hiss! It really is Lord Li. If it weren't for the curved plow, my child's uncle's fields probably wouldn't have made it in time for the spring plowing this year. We have to thank Lord Li for this. That's right. This Lord Li is really a good person. He just helped so many farmers, and now he's helping the scholars. It's a pity that there are still people who don't know what's good for them and actually fight here. Isn't that right? These people who fight and cause trouble are really hateful. As word of mouth spread, more and more people recognized Li Zishuan's true identity. Thinking about the incident with the curved plow, most of them were indebted to Li Zishuan. Therefore, more and more people denounced the unscrupulous couple. You are not welcome here. The two of you should leave quickly. Get out of here. You're not allowed to buy books. That's right. How can the land of the saints be trampled on by these shrews? Come home with me. Don't make a scene here. The woman still wanted to refute Li Zishuan, but she was forcefully pulled away by her husband. Li Zishuan asked his servant to pull up the scholar who was knocked to the ground by the couple. He looked at the unlucky scholar whose face was covered in blood and whose hair was disheveled. He couldn't help but frown. He was so focused on chasing the two people away that he forgot to ask them to pay for the medical expenses. What a pain in the ass. He quickly went to talk to Yuchigong and asked him to send someone to bring the couple back to the yamen for questioning. He couldn't let them off so easily for beating people on the street. What's your name? After talking to Yuchigong, Li Zishuan looked at the scholar and asked. The unlucky scholar hurriedly tidied up his appearance. However, it would have been better if he didn't do it. After doing it, his hair became even more messy. He was afraid that Li Zishuan would be anxious, so he hurriedly replied, In reply to Lord Zhu, I'm Lin Zihao. I'm sorry. The ancient people valued their appearance much more than the modern people. This person's current appearance was really rude. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a pleasant expression, Oh, although today's matter was caused by that couple, in the end, it was our strange culture that didn't consider it carefully. How about this, as an apology, our strange culture will pay for all your medical expenses. In addition, we'll give you a set of books that were sold today and a purple membership card of the strange culture. This membership card also has the same privileges in the strange culture. What do you think? Lin Zihao was instantly stunned. He never thought that there would be such benefits after being beaten up. He had heard before that a purple membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion cost 100 strings of cash. This was really a blessing in disguise. This beating was King worth it. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Thank you, Lord Zhu. How could he not agree to such a good thing? Thus, he hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and asked Sun Huiyuan to take him to see a doctor. The crowd below the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked by this huge gift. Oh my God! That's a purple membership card. Not only is this lordly kind to people, but he's also really generous. Yeah. If only I was the one who was beaten up by that couple. Li Zishuan looked at the people below. Compared to Lin Zihao's serious injuries, there were quite a few of them who had minor injuries. Thus, he said, I deeply apologize to the friends who were injured in front of the Strange Culture Pavilion today. This is our early work that was not done well. Later, the friends who were injured can line up to receive a green membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion. In addition, I repeat, if anyone dares to cause trouble here again, this county's men will definitely not let you off so easily like today. I will make sure that you won't be able to stay in the entire Chang'an city. Oh, thank you, Lord Li. Haha, I was injured just now. Haha, I was injured too. Bah, Go Shang, your face was only scratched by a fingernail. How dare you say that? When the injured crowd saw Lin Zihao leave, they thought that they had nothing to do with it. After all, they had only suffered minor injuries. However, they were still a little disappointed. When they heard Li Zishuan's words, they immediately cheered loudly in surprise. They were glad that they had just been injured. This was probably the first time in their lives that they were glad that they had been injured. You're not allowed to deliberately create scars. Li Zishuan saw that there were two idiots behind him. They clenched their fists and gestured at each other's faces. They were eager to try. He couldn't help but shout out to stop them. Pfft. Haha. Chapter 219. In front of the strange culture. After Li Zishuan comforted the injured, he thought for a while and said, "Today, there may be many of you who don't need books at all. You came here purely because the books are cheap. Perhaps there are also some who want to resell and make a fortune. I don't care if you really need the books or want to make money. Since I'm open for business, there's no reason for me to refuse customers. But for those who really want to buy books, we'll make it convenient for you. In the future, no matter where you are from, as long as you have your student identification card, you can queue up at the strange culture. We'll give priority to the students and members." Good. This way it'll be easier for us to buy books. Thank you, Lord Zhu. The world's poor children will remember Lord Zhu's kindness. Yes, thank you, Lord Zhu. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Most of them were the voices of the students. They came here today because of the fame and found that there were really such cheap books. They couldn't help but feel happy and worried. They were happy because they could afford the books, but they were worried because there would be a lot of people who would rush to buy such cheap books. Now that Li Zishuan took the initiative to give priority to the students, it would greatly increase their chances of buying books. How could they not be happy? When the rest of the people heard this, their faces darkened, but no one raised any objections. Ever since they recognized that the young man in front of them was Li Zishuan, who invented the curved plow, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Some of them even had some faint regret in their hearts. Compared to Li Zishuan, who wholeheartedly did so much for the farmers and the students, their way of doing things seemed a little selfish. Therefore, many people began to regret that they came here with the intention of reselling the books to make money. But there were still many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan couldn't do anything about these people, but he still advised, "For those who want to make money by reselling books about strange culture, I only want to say that if you want to make money, you should sell the books in your hands as soon as possible. In the future, there will be more and more of these cheap books in our workshop, and their prices will be lower and lower. In less than 3 years, the majority of the people in Great Tang will be able to afford books. At that time, books will no longer be an expensive item that the common people can't afford. In the next 3 years, books will be as valuable as scallions. I, Li Zishuan, am a man of my word." Li Zishuan's words were powerful and resonant, but to the others, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Ever since Kai Luan invented papermaking in the Han Dynasty, for the past 600 years, the price of books had always been unattainable for ordinary people. Only those rich people could afford to buy some, but they usually kept them at home to show their noble status. Now that Li Zishuan had said that within 3 years, these cheap and high-quality books would be sold all over Great Tang, and that the price of books would be as high as scallions, many people thought that it was a fantasy. How could the high and mighty prices of books suddenly fall from the sky? It was simply unbelievable. So, everyone can buy books about strange culture in the future? That's great. But Lord Li said that the price of books would be as high as scallions. Isn't that too exaggerated? I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it either. I believe it. Lord Li will definitely do what he says. Before the curved plow came out, Who would have thought that there would be a divine plow that could be pulled by human power? But Lord Li did it. This time, I believe that Lord Li will be able to do it too, and by then, my children will be able to read and recognize words. Yes, that's right, I also believe in Lord Li. But this time, it's obviously more difficult than the last time. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were doubtful and some believed it. When Yuchi Jingda heard this, he was so shocked that his beard almost fell off. He pulled Li Zishuan over and hurriedly said, "Little Xian, you can't say such things. Throughout the ages, it's not that the monarchs and ministers have never thought of lowering the price of books, but it's extremely difficult to do so. How can you do it with just your family's strength? Although I don't know where you got this batch of cheap books from and how much you lost, your scale is still small. If you want to completely lower the price of books in Great Tang, you're far from enough." Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Yuchi, don't worry. Since this nephew dares to say such words, I'm sure that I can do it. Let me tell you a secret. Now, our workshop has already reduced the cost of paper to less than 10% of other workshops. That's why there are such cheap books being sold today." Yuchi Jingda was shocked. He stared at him and said, "There's such a thing? How's the production of paper in your workshop? Is it possible to supply it?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "This is our workshop's newest paper-making technology. His Majesty has already seen it. As for the production, the current production is obviously insufficient. But as our workshop further expands its production, it will definitely be able to supply it." Yuchi Jingda was completely shocked. He stood on the spot and muttered to himself, "You brat. You really have some ability. Luckily, I didn't hoard too many books at home. Otherwise, when I see the price of books being as cheap as scallions, wouldn't I die of discomfort? Sai, if there's really a day like what you said, where everyone can read books, then my Great Tang will become an unprecedented flourishing age. Even the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era can't compare. Haha, what's your name?" After Yuchi Jingda sighed with emotion for a while, he suddenly asked the Wu Ho government's Sigu. He was the right Wu Ho Wei government's great general. How could he know this kind of minor 8th rank official? Replying to the great general, "This general is Pang Feiji." That Sigu hurriedly cupped his fist and answered. However, from the corner of his eye, he still carefully glanced at Sun Huayuan. In his heart, he kept praying that shopkeeper's son wouldn't complain to Yuchi Jingda. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. When Li Zishuan heard this person's name, he almost burst out laughing. Pang Feiji, or perhaps Pang Feiji. Brat, your name has a lot of meaning. Yuchi Jingda didn't have as many messy thoughts as Li Zishuan. He calmly grunted and then said, "Pang Feiji, from now on, you will be responsible for the security of this strange culture. You will bring people to patrol this place every day. You will not allow anyone to fight, cause trouble, or do anything illegal here. You will also be responsible for the safety of the books in this shop. You will prevent thieves from stealing or destroying books. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Yuchi Jingda said the last sentence with a stern expression. Pang Feiji was so frightened that his body trembled. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. This general obeys. There definitely won't be any mistakes. Chapter 220. Hearing Pang Feiji's straightforward reply, Yuchi Jingda nodded in satisfaction and said, "Little Xian, Pang Feiji will be given to you in the future. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just let him go. If it doesn't work, there's still me and His Majesty. As for the Wu Marquis government and the Ministry of War, I will personally report to them. You don't have to worry about that." "Thank you, Uncle Yuchi, but wouldn't this be too much of a fuss? After all, Strange Culture is just a bookstore." Li Zishuan expressed his gratitude towards Yuchi Jingda's good intentions, but to let Pang Feiji, the head of the local police station, be the head of security for his store, wasn't it a bit too pretentious? Yuchi Jingda laughed coldly and said, "You really don't know what to fear. Do you know how many people's benefits have been harmed by your cheap books, including many aristocratic families, courtiers, bookstores, and rich merchants? It's not like I haven't experienced this deception before. I know the faces of those people better than you. So what? Do they dare to do anything illegal under the feet of the emperor? Yuchi Jingda shook his head and said, Heh, if you can't do it openly, you can do it secretly. Anyway, you can't go wrong by being more careful. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. East Market, South Main Street. Virtuous bookstore. In the past, this place was really filled with scholars chatting and laughing, and there were no unskilled people coming and going. But today it was really deserted. Not only were there no scholars, there weren't even any unskilled people. 2 servants in the store sat in front of the door in boredom, looking at the few people on the street. Occasionally, they would slap away a few mosquitoes on the table. Inside sat a middle-aged man in purple. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the empty bookstore. He was silent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Oh, this guest, what book do you need? At this moment, a white-clothed scholar suddenly came in. The 2 servants quickly stood up and greeted him. The middle-aged man in purple quickly hid the worry on his face and stood up to greet the scholar. The scholar nodded and didn't say anything. He went straight to the bookshelf to look for a book. A moment later, he came out with a book called Zhuizhuan. Shopkeeper, how much is this Zhuizhuan? The middle-aged man in purple hurriedly replied with a smile. Sir, this Zhuizhuan is sold for 1,700 copper coins. If you are sincere, I can sell it to you for 1,600 copper coins. He saw that the business today was too bad, so he decided to lower the price at the last minute, hoping to keep this customer. The young scholar frowned and said unhappily, Although my family doesn't lack money, I don't want to be cheated by you for no reason. I heard that there's a culture not far from here that sells Zhuizhuan for 110 copper coins. It's fine if you sold it at such a high price before, but how can you cheat your customers like this? I'm not buying anymore. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Hey, dear customer, it's not what you think. Sigh. The shopkeeper hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, but to no avail. He could only sigh. Shopkeeper, this is already the 5th customer today who has said so. A manservant couldn't help but complain. Shut up. I sent IFA to scout for news. Why isn't this kid back yet? The shopkeeper scolded angrily, then anxiously looked outside the door. Shopkeeper, I'm back. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a manservant in a navy blue robe ran in. The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him over and asked, RFA, how is it? Did you get any news? Huff, huff. RFA continuously patted his chest a few times, panted a few times, then said, Shopkeeper, there's a long queue over at Chitsu Culture. Their books are really cheap, the price is not even 10% of ours. Many people are fighting over the books. Even the people from Wu Ho government are alarmed. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed. After a while, he asked word by word, Then how many of these books do they have? RFA scratched his head and said, Shouldn't be many, about 300 to 400 books, or else there wouldn't be so many people fighting over them. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. Another manservant beside him asked, Shopkeeper, should we also reduce the price? Or else no one will buy books. Pa! The shopkeeper angrily patted the manservant's head and said unhappily, Reduce. How do we reduce? If we reduce to the same price as them, we'll be losing money. Quickly go to work, wipe the bookshelves. I don't believe that Chitsu Culture has so many cheap books. Furthermore, since they're selling them so cheap, the quality of the books must be shoddy. In the future, when those cheap people wake up, they'll still come here to buy books. Shopkeeper is right, you're wise. The manservant rubbed his head and quickly brought the other 2 to wipe the bookshelves. This situation was common in other bookstores in Chong and City. The impact of Chitsu Culture's books on the entire book market was starting to show. Taiji Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er had just finished the morning court and was about to change into his regular clothes. At this moment, Zhao Song hurried over and bowed. Your Majesty, we just received news that there was a large-scale brawl in the East Market. Old General Yuchi has personally led the right marquee guards to quell the chaos. Lier paused, and then said with an ugly expression, Chang'an, Chang'an. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, the imperial court has put in a lot of effort to improve the security of Chang'an City. These years, there has been a great improvement. Why are there so many people causing trouble today? Zhao Song, have you found out the reason? Your Majesty, it said that Chitsu Culture, which is opened by Li Er, is selling a large number of cheap books today. The price is less than 10% of other bookstores, so it attracted many people in Chang'an City to fight over them. In the process, some people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get the books, so they couldn't help but quarrel and even fight. This caused a large-scale brawl. Zhao Song explained everything in detail. I didn't expect this brat to be so fast. He just came up with the paper machine a while ago, and he's printing so many books in just a few days. Not bad, not bad, Li Er exclaimed in surprise. Then, he frowned and said, Zhao Song, immediately draft a decree to reprimand Lantian County's Li Zishuan for not doing his job properly, opening a store without permission, failing to restrain his customers, causing a brawl and disrupting public order. He shall be locked up for 7 days and be paid a salary for 3 months as punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song cupped his hands and accepted the order. However, he was puzzled. Li Er didn't seem to be angry about this, so why did he have to issue a decree to reprimand Li Zishuan? Although he had doubts in his heart, Zhao Song didn't ask. He knew his duty. After Zhao Song left, Li Er leaned on the couch and muttered, Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. You better know what's good for you. Chapter 221. What a scandal! What a scandal! Tomorrow, I will impeach this kid for disrupting public order. Wei Zheng returned to his residence after the morning court. When he heard about the incident that happened in front of the strange culture store in the East Market, he was so angry that he slammed the table. Pei Shi glared at Wei Zheng and said angrily, How dare you? You don't know how many poor children have benefited from this kid's actions. If you impeach him, let's see if the poor scholars in the world will be happy. Wei Zheng glared at her and said, But this commotion was caused by Li Zishuan's lack of consideration. If we don't punish him severely, what will happen to the laws of the Tang Empire? Pei Shi was speechless at her husband's stubbornness. After a while, she said, Old master, you are also from a poor family. You should know how much the poor children crave books. Why do you still want to make things difficult for this kid? When Wei Zheng heard this, he frowned and hesitated. After a long time, he said firmly, Merit is a crime. Mistakes are mistakes. Li Zishuan's printing of books to benefit the poor children is a merit. But his carelessness caused the customers in the store to fight and disrupt public order. That is a mistake. He should be rewarded for his merits and punished for his mistakes. I will write a letter to ask for his merits. But I will also write a letter to impeach him for his mistakes. This old thing's stubbornness truly angered Pei Shi. She angrily snorted and turned around to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. Humph! Impeach him if you want. You will sleep in the study tonight. Hey, madam, listen to your husband's reasoning. Old master, this is what happened. Once the cheap books of the strange culture were released, all the big and small bookstores in Chang'an City were unable to resist. We can't compete with them in terms of price. Chongren Square, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. The shopkeeper of the Mingde bookstore was complaining to Zhangsun Wuji. From his tone, the Mingde bookstore should belong to the Zhangsun family. Zhangsun Wuji's expression didn't change much. It was as if the bookstore's poor business had nothing to do with him. He slowly took a sip of tea and said calmly, Wu Mengyang, why are you in such a hurry? Calm down when something happens. Although Zhangsun Wuji's tone was calm, Wu Mengyang shuddered when he heard it. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said solemnly, Old master is right. Zhangsun Wuji waved his hand. Have a seat. Do you know how many books there are in this batch of strange culture? And why were their books so cheap? As far as I know, if all the books are sold at such a price, I'm afraid that no bookstore in Chang'an City will not lose money. Li Zishuan dares to sell like this. Is he planning to make a loss? It had to be said that there were many people in history who called Zhangsun Wuji an old fox, and there was a certain logic to it. No matter what situation he was in, he could always use the calmest thinking to find the most crucial point of the problem. This was the most terrifying aspect of him. Replying to Master, this lowly one has already investigated. There are a total of 15 types of books in this batch of books from Strange Culture. There are about 300 books of each type. All of them have been sold out today. As for whether there will be such books in the future, this lowly one does not know. Also, their books are all printed from Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop. This lowly one also does not know what their cost is and whether they will lose money by selling like this. Wu Mengyang replied seriously. Zhangsun Wuji frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's wait and see." In the afternoon, Li Er sent someone to the Li residence to pass down a decree, carrying out a round of criticism and education for Li Zishuan. The others in the family were frightened by this decree, but after Li Zishuan heard the decree, his heart bloomed with joy. Being grounded at home might be a kind of torture to others, but to a homebody like Li Zishuan, it was a kind of great enjoyment. As for the 3 months of salary that was deducted by Li Er, Li Zishuan expressed that he did not care at all. Going to the Imperial College to teach was not his original intention. If he could stay at home and be a rich second generation, Li Zishuan was willing to give Li Er 100 million instead. "Xian I feel that it's better if you don't open this bookstore. Our family is so rich, why do you need to open a bookstore? If you cause so much trouble for no reason and lose the emperor's favor, then the losses will outweigh the gains." When old man Li heard Li Er's decree, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He wanted to give Li Zishuan a punishment to make a filial son package, but he was intimidated by his wife's power. He could only try his best to suppress his anger and persuade him calmly. "Father, the opening of Strange Culture has nothing to do with money, but it carries the beliefs and dreams of many people. The Tang dynasty needs Strange Culture, and the poor children of the world also need Strange Culture. This bookstore is not something that I can easily give up. His Majesty's decree today has no intention of punishing me. Otherwise, the punishment would not be so light. Moreover, His Majesty has given a lot of support behind this Strange Culture. It is not something that I can shut down just because I want to." His father was against his business, so Li Zishuan naturally had to think of a way to persuade him. Otherwise, the family would not get along well, and the gains would not make up for the losses. When Li Jingma heard his son's last sentence, he was shocked. He knew that he could not persuade him anymore. He could only sigh, shake his head, and leave. Now that his son was becoming more and more capable, he was more and more worried. Indeed, the more you gain, the more you lose. I'm on vacation. I don't know how to spend the money. I'll buy a Nokia in my left hand and a Motorola in my right. Ba 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 ba. I sang wrong. Li Zishuan had given himself a long vacation, and he had just persuaded his father. Li Zishuan was in an extremely good mood. When he returned to the western courtyard, he could not help but forget himself and start humming a song. "Young master, why is the tune of your song so weird?" She heard the weird song from afar. She went up and wiped Li Zishuan's face with a cold towel while laughing. Yes. Young master, your song is really bad. You sound like a hooligan when you sing." He also came over to join in the fun. Li Zishuan smiled lecherously and said, "He, since you said that I am a hooligan, then you can come over tonight and serve me." "Ah, no. Young mistress is about to marry into the family. Young master, how can you think about these things?" He quickly hugged her chest and jumped away as she exclaimed, "Ha! This is what you get for your mouth." Li Zishuan took a pear and laughed. Then, he said while eating, "Shi, come in and help me grind it." The students of the School of Mathematics would have their weekly exam tomorrow. However, the exam papers were not out yet. Although he was grounded, the progress of the students could not be delayed. As for the lessons for the next few days, he would let Su Hongji replace him to teach them. Anyway, with his help, Su Hongji had almost completely understood the first volume of mathematics. He could openly slack off. Chapter 222. Shwa shwa shwa. The study room was silent. Only the sound of the brush tip rubbing against the paper could be heard. The paper was of course the new paper produced by the Chichu Pavilion, and the brush was made from superfine weasel hair. After all, Li Zixuan was writing questions and not practicing calligraphy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful if he could only write a few words on a piece of paper? 2 hours later. Phew! Li Zixuan rubbed his wrist and let out a long breath. This kind of brush had a high requirement for the strength of the wrist, and it was tiring to write for a long time. Fill in the blanks. Multiple choice. Calculation. Application. Perfect. Li Zixuan looked at the test paper in his hand and praised narcissistically. He had been practicing calligraphy for the past few months, and now he had some success in calligraphy. After all, he was a martial artist and had experience in controlling his strength. Speaking of martial arts, this guy rarely practiced martial arts ever since he went to the Imperial College to teach. He probably forgot that he was a martial arts expert. Young master, you're done? Drink some water. Xiao Shi, who was grinding ink, quickly put down the ink stick in her hand and went to pour some water for Li Zixuan. Now, the servants in the Li residence knew that their young master did not like to drink tea, no matter how good the tea was. Thus, Xiao Shi said water and not tea. Okay. Li Zixuan nodded, then took the test paper and started to check it. After a while, Xiao Shi held a cup of water and slowly walked over. Young master, here's your water. Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan suddenly slapped the table like a lunatic and exclaimed, No! There should be an additional question. I was wondering why it didn't taste good. Xiao Shi, help me grind more ink. Oh, right away. Xiao Shi was helpless. She could only pout and reply, then continued to grind. 15 minutes later, the test paper was finally completed. Li Zixuan picked up his cup of water and happily drank a few mouthfuls. He smiled and said, Xiao Shi, tell Senbao to send this test paper to the workshop and ask the printing department to print 46 copies. Then send it to the Imperial College and give it to Mr. Su. Oh yes, young master. Xiao Shi agreed weakly. She took the test papers and was about to go out to look for Sanbao when she suddenly thought of something. She asked curiously, Young master, didn't you only print 38 copies of the test papers last time? Why are you printing 8 more copies this time? In the beginning, there were 32 students in the Imperial College of Mathematics. Later, Li Tai, Chang Chumo, Qin Huayu and Yuchi Baolin came. Including Li Zixuan and Su Hongji, there were 38 students in total. Li Zixuan smiled mischievously and said, Heh, because there would be new students coming to the School of Mathematics tomorrow. Xiao Shi, go quickly. Remember to keep the test papers a secret. Kong Yingda had already informed him yesterday that Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other rich second generations were going to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. As there were some procedures to complete, the official transfer to the School of Mathematics was delayed until tomorrow. Li Zixuan really didn't want to teach these little bastards. They were all rich second generations and little rascals. They were the type of troublemakers who were difficult to manage. If they were transferred over, it would definitely affect the learning style of the School of Mathematics. Although the learning style of the School of Mathematics had already been changed by Cheng Chumo, it was still within his control. Li Zixuan originally planned to wait for these little rascals to come to the School of Mathematics tomorrow to show them who was the boss. This was to prevent them from being dishonest and causing trouble in the future. Who knew that he would be grounded by Li Er when he came back? He didn't expect this, but this didn't mean that he couldn't teach them a lesson. Everyone knew the reason why Sun Zifan and the other rascals wanted to come to the School of Mathematics. It definitely wasn't because they admired Li Zixuan's new mathematics. Hee, since you guys are here because of the holidays, then I'll let you guys have a taste of the School of Mathematics demonic exam. Li Zixuan laughed sinisterly in his heart. The question he set this time was on the more difficult side. He estimated that it would be difficult to find a student who scored more than 80 points in the class. Therefore, he kindly added an additional question to give the students some benefits and add some extra material. Yes, young master, don't worry. Xiao Shi definitely won't leak the questions. Xiao agreed and ran out quickly. However, she left a sentence in the air. Young master, your smile is so sinister. Li Zishuan. The next day, newspapers are sold. Newspapers are sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headlines: Lantian County man says books will be expensive for the next 3 years. Friends who want to read quickly buy the newspapers. What? Books are expensive? Give me a copy. Let me see. Give me a copy. I want to read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 2 copies. Chitsu Culture, good job. I support Chitsu Culture to lower the prices of their books. The popularity of the newspaper that had been trending for 4 days did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more popular among the people of Chang'an. There were even many people who went around to buy the previous newspapers just to read the first few issues of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, the people who paid attention to the newspaper were not just ordinary readers. There were also many businessmen. In the past 2 days, with the popularity of the newspaper and the bombardment of advertisements, Chitsu Culture's newly opened shop also became very popular. Other than the low prices of their books, the effect of the advertisements in the newspaper could not be ignored. Otherwise, it would not have become so popular so quickly. As a matter of fact, there were already many businessmen who were eager to show their faces in the newspaper. City, a certain Huji Tavern back hall. The Huji Tavern was a place where the waitresses were all women from the West. They were known as Huji. They were an important factor behind the popularity of Huji wine in the Tang Dynasty cities. In ancient times, there were not many young women who were Huji. These Huji taverns opened up a new era for the Tang Dynasty Chong and food market. Master, do you want to look for Datong Daily and ask them to promote our tavern? A tall, blonde beauty with blue eyes was wearing a thin veil that exposed her small waist. Her breasts were also faintly discernible. At this moment, she was sitting on the lap of a slightly plump, bearded middle-aged man who was dressed in extremely luxurious clothes. Her arms were wrapped around the middle-aged man's neck as she spoke. Why would my snow cherry say that? The bearded man closed his eyes in satisfaction. His right hand kept sliding around the woman's waist. Master, didn't you read the newspaper these past 2 days? Chitsu Culture is such a small, unknown shop. After being in the newspaper, everyone knows about it. Our Yunlai Tavern has been in business for so many years. If we were to be in the newspaper, wouldn't our business be even better? The woman twisted her slender waist and said coquettishly. The middle-aged man's hand suddenly paused. He laughed out loud and said, why didn't I think of that? Ha! Snow Cherry, I'm so lucky to have married you. I'll go to their workshop now and ask them to help us promote it. Chapter 223. This Chitsu Culture is so kind. They actually lowered the price of books so low. This is all thanks to Lord Li. Do you think books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years? In the Jinyu Academy in the south of Chang'an City, 2 plainly dressed scholars were squatting on a rock and reading the same newspaper without a care for their image. They sighed. In the early Tang Dynasty, academies were private places. A few scholars who were familiar with each other would discuss Tao, read, and study here. At this time, academies were often surrounded by Taoist temples and Buddhist temples, so naturally, the styles of these schools were combined. For example, the Buddhist temple, the Taoist temple, and the Confucian Academy were mixed together. Since then, these 3 brothers had kowtowed to each other. This was also the beginning of the integration of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. However, the real integration was in the Song dynasty. Brother Tianhua, Brother Feichen, what are you guys talking about? At this time, a handsome young man walked out and looked at his 2 classmates on the rock and asked curiously, Brother Hong Yi, Tianhua and I are talking about today's newspaper. Come and take a look too. The young man on the rock stood up and greeted with a smile. Oh, then I'll take a look too. A moment later, the Lantian County man says that books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years. Chitsu Culture will provide another 27 types of books today, 350 copies of each type, all sold at a low price. Hiss! To think that the three of us went to Chitsu Culture to buy books yesterday. Looks like Lord Li is going to do what he said. Chitsu Culture has already started to increase the supply of such high-quality and cheap books. Maybe books will really be as cheap as scallions in the future. The handsome scholar slapped his thigh and exclaimed after reading the headlines. Brother Hong Yi is right. I just hope that Chitsu Culture's supply of books will increase. Yes, this Lord Li first invented the curved plow to benefit the people. Now he's releasing so many cheap books to help the poor. This is really the gospel of us scholars. Haha, Hua Hongyi used to respect no one, but now I respect Lord Li. It would be great if Chitsu Culture sells Lord Li's new mathematics teaching materials. Hua Hongyi echoed. What? Brother Hong Yi wants to learn Lord Li's new arithmetic? Hua Hongyi nodded and said, Of course. I heard that this new type of arithmetic is self-contained. It's convenient and fast to calculate. I've admired it for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to enter the Imperial College. This is one of the biggest regrets of my life. Sigh, Brother Hong Yi, don't take it too hard. It's indeed not easy for us commoners to enter the Imperial College. Your Majesty, I impeach the man from Li County. Yesterday, he condoned the customers of his shop to fight and disturb the public order, causing chaos in the Eastern Market. According to the law, he should be severely punished. Taiji Palace, Morning Assembly. As expected, Wei Zheng, the big troll, immediately attacked Li Zixuan. He didn't know if this old guy slept in the study room last night, but he did have dark circles under his eyes. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. When this old demon got angry, he didn't care about the occasion. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin was about to walk out and scold Wei Zheng, but he was stopped by Qin Shubao. Jijia, don't be impatient. Let's see what your Majesty has to say. Qin Shubao said softly. Humph. Cheng Yaojin glared at Wei Zheng unwillingly and retreated angrily. In his opinion, Li Zixuan was so obedient. After helping the farmers, he started to help the poor scholars. He even helped the Cheng family earn so much money. What a good child. How could he be as bad as Wei Zheng said? Zhang Sun Wuji, who was sitting in the front row, heard Wei Zheng's accusation. His eyes flashed, but he quickly returned to normal. No one knew what he was thinking. Cough. Li Er raised his spirits and coughed lightly. He pretended to be serious and said, Minister Wei, I already knew about what you said yesterday. I also issued a decree to reprimand Li Zixuan. He is grounded for 7 days and his salary will be deducted for 3 months. Let's forget about this matter. Li Er was laughing in his heart. Wei Xuanqing, do you think you're the only one who knows how to scold? I am already prepared this time. I will let you have a taste of being speechless. Wei Zheng frowned deeply. He didn't expect Li Er to issue a decree so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so favored by the emperor. This punishment was really nothing to him. Your Majesty, isn't this punishment a little? Wei Zheng felt that Li Er was playing favoritism and wasn't fair. Thus, he couldn't help but speak out. A little what? Li Er raised his eyebrows and smiled maliciously. Minister Wei, do you think that this punishment is a little light? That's great. In order to show my concern for the officials of the imperial court, if there are any officials who commit such a small mistake in the future, they will be grounded for 7 days and their salary will be deducted for 3 months as punishment. Wei Zheng was dumbfounded. His jaw almost fell off. How could it be played like this? If that was the case, wouldn't all the officials hate Wei Zheng to death? 3 months of salary forfeiture was nothing to Li Zixuan, but to many of the ministers who relied on their salaries to survive, it was fatal. For example, Wei Zheng was one of them. The other officials were also in an uproar. The entire Taiji Palace was buzzing with noise. Your Majesty, this old official definitely didn't mean that. This old official feels that Your Majesty's punishment of Li Xiannan is just right. It can show Your Majesty's benevolence and also show the majesty of the Tang dynasty's laws. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was no other way. At this moment, Wei Zheng had already realized that he had fallen into the pit dug by Li Er. At this time, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, when the time came, not only would his salary be gone, but the other ministers would also gang up on him. No matter how awesome Wei Zhang was, no matter how good he was at talking, he wouldn't dare to be enemies with all the officials at the same time. Oh, Li Er smiled and nodded. Then, he said, since Minister Wei has taken the initiative to say so, then this matter won't be mentioned again. Does Minister Wei have anything else to report? This old official doesn't have anything else. Wei Zhang had originally planned to impeach Li Zishuan before asking for a reward for Li Zishuan. However, after his impeachment, Li Zishuan wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, he had almost been cheated. So why should he ask for a reward for Li Zishuan? He wasn't in such a good mood right now. However, just because he wasn't willing didn't mean that the others weren't willing. At this moment, Kong Ingda stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan has recently created Pinyin, pushed the newspaper, and lowered the price of books. In addition, he created the blackboard, chalk, and new mathematics. All of these have made significant contributions to the education of our great Tang. This old official feels that all wrongdoings should be punished and meritorious deeds should be rewarded. If such great deeds aren't rewarded, it will be difficult to convince the masses. Right. Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. This old official agrees. Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped out and shouted. At the same time, he thought to himself, why is this old man Kong so cute today? His words are exactly what I, Chang Yaojin, am thinking. Chapter 224. Taiji Palace. Chang Yaojin jumped out so casually, causing Kong Ingda to be dumbfounded. After a moment, he frowned and moved to the side, maintaining a distance between him and Chang Yaojin. The reason why he requested for Li Zishuan to be praised was because he wanted to promote the younger generation. Unlike Chang Yaojin, who did it based on his personal preferences. Li Zishuan's achievements in the Imperial College were obvious to all. The things that he did outside the Imperial College that were beneficial to the scholars were also known to the world. If he, as his superior, remained indifferent, then it would be too unreasonable. Li Er did not reprimand Chang Yaojin for his rudeness. He was already used to it. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and nodded. Beloved official Kong's words are not without reason. Education has always been the most important matter in every dynasty. Li Zishuan has indeed contributed a lot to the education of our great Tang. We wish to promote Li Zishuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College and confer him the title of rank 4 Imperial Physician. What do the officials think? Unlike the emperors of the Song and Ming dynasties, who would seek the opinions of the officials before making a decision, Li Er was a very strong and opinionated monarch. He would always state his decision first before asking for the opinions of the officials. Of course, most of the time, this kind of inquiry was just a formality. As long as it wasn't too overboard, no one would object. This old official thinks it's fine. Kong Ingda was the first to express his approval. His original intention was to let Li Er promote Li Zishuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College. After all, he was already old and the Imperial College needed a successor. Although Li Zishuan was a little lazy, his teaching ability was unquestionable. Kong Ingda hoped that Li Zishuan would be able to shoulder the burden in the end. As for Li Er conferring him the title of Imperial Physician, this was out of Kong Ingda's expectations. The Minister of Education of the Imperial College was equivalent to the Vice President of the Imperial College. It was a position below the 4th rank of the Imperial College. The Grand Physician was a minor official above the 4th rank of the Imperial College. It wasn't that there weren't people with more nominal positions than actual positions, but they were relatively rare. This old official agrees. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other civil officials cupped their hands in agreement. Zhang Sun Wuji had no choice but to follow the crowd. As for the formation of generals with Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Li Jing taking the lead, who would be so bored to raise objections? Just like that, Li Zishuan, who had just been reprimanded by the emperor yesterday, was immediately promoted by 3 ranks today, jumping from the dean of the Faculty of Science to the vice principal of the university. It was true that there were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. The Imperial College. Today's School of Mathematics was a little different. 5 new students had come early in the morning. This was something new. Their School of Mathematics had always been at the bottom of the Imperial College. Other than Li Zixuan, who had attracted Li Tai and Cheng Chumo with his personal charm, no one would be willing to come here. Sun Zifan? Yu Dongkai? Kong Chuansuan? Song Tianyu? Zhang Wenchang? Bai Hongyuan? Guang Gaohan? Duan Wenbo? Why are the few of you here? Cheng Chumo, who was sitting in the classroom, couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim when he saw Sun Zifan and the others carrying tables in. These people had all been with him before, and they were all people in the circle. Although their fathers weren't first-rank officials, they were still considered the mainstays of the imperial court. Of course, Cheng Chumo would recognize them. However, after these people entered the imperial college, Cheng Chumo couldn't be bothered to enter them, so they separated. Haha, Brother Chonyo, I heard that you entered the School of Mathematics, so I went to find Chancellor Kong and requested to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Aren't I here to accompany you? Haha. Sun Zifan was lying through his teeth. He looked like he was deeply in love with her and laughed loudly. That's right. Brother Zifan is right. We are all here because of Brother Chonyo, Brother Huai Yu, Brother Bao Lin, and His Highness King Wei. As Sun Zifan's loyal follower, Yu Dongkai followed suit and said shamelessly, Tisk, do you think I don't know you bastards? You must be coveting the long holidays in our School of Mathematics, so you transferred here. Li Tai had also noticed these little bastards long ago. When he heard Yu Dongkai's words, he couldn't help but mock them. Cough, cough. Yu Dongkai was embarrassed when his lie was exposed. Haha. How can His Highness King Wei say that? It hurts our feelings. Sun Zifan was quite thick-skinned. He didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard that. Instead, he chuckled and said, the little fatty was young and looked quite comical, so no one bothered to argue with him. Compared to him, Li Tai was a big fatty. Li Tai rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Haha, you bastards are only thinking about the long holidays in the School of Mathematics, but you don't know about other things, right? You will be crying when the time comes. Haha. Zifan, Dongkai, Tianyu, you guys came just in time. Cheng Chumo also reacted. He immediately looked at Sun Zifan fervently, as if he was looking at a living Lei Feng. Although this guy didn't know who Lei Feng was, his fervent gaze still made Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the others feel a chill down their spines. It was almost the monthly examination, and Cheng Chumo was worried about how to get out of the last 5 places. He had just dozed off when someone sent him a pillow. How could he not be happy? No matter how bad Cheng Chumo was at school, he should be better than Sun Zifan and the others, right? The way Sun Zifan and the others helped him without hesitation really touched Cheng Chumo. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there something we don't know? Prince Wei, Brother Chonyo, tell us quickly. Sun Zifan wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very clever. He immediately noticed that something was wrong from the reactions of Li Tai and Cheng Chumo, so he asked hurriedly. Li Tai waved his hand mischievously and said, Don't call me Prince Wei. There are only classmates in the School of Mathematics. There is no prince. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, Don't worry, you two will know in a while. Sun Zifan and the others were speechless. They moved the table nervously and found a place to sit down, waiting for the judgment of fate. On the other side of the school building, Meng Wenhao, Kusher Qing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yen, and the others were gathered together and didn't join in the fun. Now, the School of Mathematics was faintly divided into 2 factions, the poor children and the noble children. Usually, these ordinary children who came from different places and went through many rounds of selection could often talk together. Although some noble children didn't discriminate against them, for example, when Meng Wenhao asked Cheng Chumo to borrow a newspaper to read, Cheng Chumo immediately lent it to him. Although this was the case, their living environment was different since they were young, so the topics they talked about were naturally different. If they were forced to talk together, there would always be a feeling that they couldn't talk together. Brother Ku, are you going to get full marks in this weekly examination again? Zheng Ziren smiled kindly. They were talking about the holidays, but here they were talking about studying. This was the difference. Chapter 225. Brother Xiren, you must be joking. No one dares to say that they can get full marks on the questions set by Mr. Wang. Kushirqing smiled modestly. He then looked at Meng Wenhao and said, Brother Wenhao, you lost a point last time because of your carelessness. You've been studying so hard recently. You must be determined to get full marks this time, right? Meng Wenhao scratched his head and said awkwardly, Well, Brother Ku, you said it yourself. No one knows what questions Mr. Wang set. He was indeed upset about his mistake in the last exam for a long time. In the past 5 days, he had been studying harder than before. Every night, he had to work overtime until midnight. If it wasn't for the money for oil, he might have studied until midnight every night. Although he was thinking about getting full marks for this exam, he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He had to be humble when he had to be. Lu Yen interrupted. Sai, I just want to get 90 points. Why are the three of you arguing about who can get full marks? Haha. The three of them smiled kindly. Quiet, quiet. At this moment, Su Hongji walked in with the test papers in his arms. The students suddenly quieted down and looked at Su Hongji in confusion. They didn't see Li Zixuan come in. Su Hongji also saw the confusion in the students' eyes. He said with a serious face, Professor Li is busy recently and can't teach in the Institute of Mathematics. I'll be your substitute for the next few days. All the lessons will be done according to the previous schedule. As soon as Su Hongji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Although Li Zixuan hadn't been in the directorate for long, all the students had a good impression and respect for this knowledgeable teacher. Now that Li Zixuan suddenly didn't come, they were a little confused. What happened to Mr. Wang? Why did he suddenly stop coming? I don't know. Yesterday, when it was close to noon, Sir suddenly left in a hurry. Did something happen at that time? What should we do? Who can help Mr. Wang? Meng Wenhao also frowned. He looked at Kushirqing and asked worriedly, Shirqing, do you know what happened to Mr. Wang? Kushirqing shook his head with a solemn expression. I don't know either. Have you read yesterday's and today's newspapers? Sang Xiren suddenly asked. What's wrong? Xiren, what does this have to do with the newspaper? Kushirqing asked doubtfully. It has a lot to do with it. Brother Ko, you may not know, but the headlines of the newspapers these past 2 days have been related to the Strange Culture, a new shop in the East City. Furthermore, this shop is Mister's property. Yesterday, there was a large-scale brawl at the Strange Culture, which alarmed a large number of Wu Ho to suppress it. Only then was the riot quelled. Sir didn't come today. I'm afraid he was implicated by this matter. Sang Xiren made a detailed analysis and then sighed with a worried expression. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but ask, Will Sir be okay? Kushirqing pondered for a moment and said, It shouldn't be a big deal. Sir didn't participate in the brawl. At most, he'll be punished for his poor supervision. In the front row, Li Tai's expression didn't change. He already knew that Li Zixuan was grounded yesterday, and he also guessed Li Zixuan's intentions. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Li Zixuan's situation at all. Chang Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuchi Baolin still didn't know that Li Zixuan was grounded. At this time, they heard the discussions of the surrounding students and couldn't help but be extremely worried. Qin Huayu asked, Chou Nyo, don't you know what happened to Xiao Xian? How would I know? Let's wait until noon when I go home and ask my father. Should be fine. Otherwise, my father would definitely tell me in advance. Yes, I hope so. When I go back, I'll also ask my father. If there's anything we can help with, our Qin family will definitely do our best to help. Qin Huayu nodded and said. Qin Huayu had always remembered Li Zixuan's kindness in saving his father's life. However, he couldn't thank him with words. He had always been thinking of how to repay him with practical actions. Brother Huayu, Brother Chonyo, wait for me to go back. I'll also ask my father. He's in charge of Wu Houwei. He definitely knows what happened. Yuchi Baolin, who never knew what worry was, revealed a rare look of worry on her face. Bang, bang, bang. Quiet, quiet. Su Hongji looked at the chaotic situation of the students below, hurriedly patted the lectern and shouted loudly. But in his eyes, there was a trace of gratification. This group of students really valued the relationship between teacher and student. After the students quieted down, Su Hongji continued, "You don't have to worry. Professor Li is fine. Nothing happened to him. We'll start the exam now. The exam time is 4 hours. Everyone hurry up." After saying that, Su Hongji began to distribute the exam papers. However, when he looked at the students, there was a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. He had obviously looked at the exam papers in advance. When the students heard that Li Zixuan was fine, their hearts calmed down. When they saw the exam papers being distributed, they didn't have time to care about anything else. Time was limited. If they didn't hurry up, they would be the last in the exam. Only Sun Zifan and the rest looked at the exam papers with a face of confusion. They didn't know what to do and looked around. Puzzled, they asked each other, "Exam? What exam? We haven't learned anything yet. How can we take the exam?" Silence. Silence. Don't whisper to each other. Otherwise, you'll be given 0 marks. Su Hongji slapped the table and imitated Li Zixuan's lines when he was invigilating the exam and shouted angrily. Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the rest shrunk their necks. They didn't dare to be rash and began to look at the exam papers. But when they looked, they were completely dumbfounded. What were these tadpole-like words? Damn! What was this plus, dash, x, divided by? They couldn't even understand the questions. How were they going to take the exam? F***ck your exam. Sun Zifan couldn't help but look at his companions with a tragic face. He realized that they were all at a loss. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. When he first came in, he didn't choose his seat well. All around him were scammers who didn't know anything. He couldn't even copy. If this went on, wouldn't he be the last in the exam and get 0 marks? If his father, who was the top scholar, knew about this, wouldn't he kill him? After all, as the son of the top scholar, it would be embarrassing to get 0 marks. F***ck. I don't believe that all the questions in this exam paper have these tadpole-like words. I'll definitely find a question that doesn't have tadpole-like words. Sun Zifan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get a few questions right. He definitely couldn't be the last in the exam. Although he wasn't a student of the School of Mathematics, he knew a little about mathematics. As long as he could understand the questions, he believed that he could solve some of them. Chapter 226. Damn. The title should be, "Where Did That Copper Coin Go?" Sorry, I can change the content if it's wrong, but I can't change the title if it's wrong. In the classroom, Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other 8 new students were not the only ones having headaches. The rest of the students were having headaches when they saw the first question. In a division equation, the sum of the dividend, divisor, quotient, and remainder is 75. It is known that the quotient is 8, the remainder is 2, the dividend is underscore, and the divisor is underscore. In the previous exams, the first question was usually very simple. But this time, the first question was a linear equation with 2 variables, which made many people dumbfounded. Many students were quickly calculating on the draft paper while cursing in their hearts. Although Li Zixuan had explained this linear equation with 1 variable to them, it would take a lot of effort to solve it. They could only pray that the following questions would not be so perverted. Who knew that some people who had solved the first question with great difficulty would be dumbfounded when they saw the second question? It was written, "There is a well that is 7 feet deep. A snail crawls up from the bottom of the well. During the day, it climbs 3 feet and falls 2 feet at night. Can the snail climb out of the well in underscore days? F***ck. F***ck. Teacher is not giving us a chance to live. What kind of question is this? Why have I never seen it before? Someone is going to die. It can't be that the following questions are all perverted questions like this, right?" The students roared in their hearts, complaining that Li Zixuan's questions were too perverted. Even Li Tai, Kusher Qing, Zheng Ziren, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and the others who had the best grades were deeply frowning. Meng Wenhao's eyes were fixed on this question. If his eyes had energy, this test paper would probably be instantly penetrated by this majestic energy, right? Climbing 3 feet a day and falling 2 feet is equivalent to climbing 1 foot a day. A total of 7 feet. Could it be that I have to climb for 7 days? No, this question is definitely not that simple. Meng Wenhao's mind raced as various ideas flashed through his mind. His hands didn't stop either. He was constantly writing and drawing on the draft paper, looking for a way to solve the problem. The rest of the students were all under great pressure. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. The atmosphere of the entire building suddenly became extremely heavy. Su Hongji sat on the podium and looked at the group of miserable children below. He also sighed helplessly. After he received the test questions yesterday, he tried to do them. In the end, if he tried his best to do every question, he wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. Li Zishuan's test papers had a lot of questions. After all, the exam time was 4 hours. 4 hours. The number of questions he set was basically twice as many as the test papers in his previous life. In the previous exam, because the questions were simple, many people did not feel that time was tight. However, it was different this time. There was not a single question on the entire exam paper that could be answered at a glance. He believed that it would not be long before the students realized that they did not have enough time. Li Tai was also a little overwhelmed by the second novel question. However, how could he, Li Tai, be someone who would admit defeat? This question was not unsolvable. If he thought about it carefully, he would definitely be able to find the answer. The snail actually only moves 1 foot a day. Most people would definitely think that if it climbed 1 foot a day, it would naturally reach the mouth of the well in 7 days. However, the problem is definitely not that simple. If the snail had already reached the mouth of the well, it wouldn't have continued to fall. This should be the most confusing part of this question. Then the snail climbed 4 feet in the first 4 days. On the 5th day, it climbed 3 feet and directly climbed out of the well. Therefore, the snail actually climbed out of the well in 5 days. Perfect. I, Li Tai, am indeed the smartest, A proud smile appeared on Li Tai's face. He quickly wrote down the answers. However, he inadvertently glanced at the hourglass on the podium and was immediately shocked. He had used almost 15 minutes to answer the 2 questions. How could this be? Li Tai glanced at the vast sea of questions behind him. The proud look on his face disappeared. He took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in the battle. Dang, dang, dang. Just as all the students were still immersed in the sea of questions, the gong and drum of the first class of the Imperial College had already sounded. The students were all shocked. They did not expect time to pass so quickly. At this time, many people had not even finished the fill-in-the-blank questions. It was not difficult to imagine how crazy Li Zishuan's questions were this time. Oh no, it seems that some of the questions are too difficult. I have to give up. Iron Egg had also just finished the last fill-in-the-blank question. He estimated the time needed for the remaining questions and realized that it was not enough. He secretly made a decision. The smart students all had similar thoughts. Easy first and difficult later. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to get a high score. Along the way, they were defeated many times. However, many students finally finished the last question and answer. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, and Ku Shiqing were among them. Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and felt relieved. He began to answer the questions. A quarter of an hour later, he finally came up with an idea. He spent some time writing down the answers step by step on the test paper. Then, he was about to flip back to the questions that he hadn't answered before, but he saw that there was a big question at the back. F***CK, what kind of medicine did Li Zishuan take? This is too much. Li Tai's heart was about to be driven crazy. However, when he saw the words in the brackets behind the additional questions, his heart moved and he immediately stopped cursing. The total score will be increased by 20 points if the answer is correct. No points will be deducted if the answer is wrong. Li Tai turned back to the test paper and found that there were 4 or 5 questions that he had not answered before. The total score added up to about 10 points. Now that he had less than half an hour left, even if he used all of his time, he might not be able to answer all of the questions correctly. After all, those questions were the most difficult questions. It was better to concentrate on the last additional question. If he got it right, he would get 20 points. Li Tai immediately made a decision and began to look at the last additional question with all his heart. There were 3 people who went to the hotel for 30 copper coins a night. Each of them paid 10 copper coins and gave the 30 copper coins to the innkeeper. Later, the innkeeper said that the discount today was only 25 copper coins. He took out 5 copper coins and ordered the innkeeper to return it to them. The innkeeper secretly hid 2 copper coins and then gave the remaining 3 copper coins to the 3 people. Each person received 1 copper coin, which is equivalent to each person paying 9 copper coins. This 3 multiplied by 9 equals 27 copper coins. Plus the 2 copper coins hidden by the innkeeper, it equals 29 copper coins. Please explain the reason. This question is very reasonable, but according to this calculation, where did the 1 copper coin go? Li Tai was not the only one who discovered the advantage of the additional question. Sun Zifen also discovered that in the entire test paper, there were only a dozen questions that did not include Arabic numerals and operation symbols. One of them was this question, and the bonus points were very high. Sun Zifen took a fancy to this question at first glance. However, this question had already confused him. He did not know where the 1 copper coin went. Chapter 227. Calm down, calm down. Meng Wenhao also tackled the additional question. The previous questions he gave up added up to 10 points. If he could answer this additional question correctly, there was still hope for him to get a high score. Thinking of the last time he lost his footing and carelessly lost a point and missed the first place, Meng Wenhao clenched his teeth and encouraged himself in his heart. This time he must take back the first place. Calm down, calm down, calm down. There must be a problem with the calculation in the question. Otherwise, there would not be a penny missing. I must calm down and find the loophole in the question. Meng Wenhao quickly read the question 7 or 8 times, then closed his eyes and concentrated all his attention on the question, word by word. At this moment, his brain was like a huge sieve, constantly filtering the most important information in the question. Time passed little by little. Meng Wenhao's eyebrows became tighter and tighter. At this time, the atmosphere in the classroom became more and more serious and quiet. It was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. The serious and tense atmosphere made everyone feel the pressure multiplied. But for some people, pressure meant motivation, such as Meng Wenhao. After a quarter of an hour of deliberation, and thinking, Meng Wenhao finally opened his eyes. If one looked carefully, one could see a trace of joy and confidence in his eyes. Found it! I found the loophole in the question. These 20 points, Meng Wenhao, will take them. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was really like a god. The pen in his hand trembled rapidly, and even shook out a series of afterimages. In a few breaths, Meng Wenhao wrote down the answer that he had been thinking about for a long time on the test paper. At this time, he had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! With these 20 points in hand, I feel much more at ease. Let's look at the previous questions. Maybe I can find some inspiration. Although there was less than a quarter of an hour left, Meng Wenhao still wanted to try his luck and see if he could answer the questions that he gave up before. After all, no one would complain about having a high score. Dang, dang, dang. After a while, the sound of gongs and drums was heard. Stop writing. Stop writing. Quickly stop writing. Students in the last row, get up and collect the test papers. Su Hongji's spirit was lifted, and he immediately stood up and shouted, Hey, Sun Zifen, stop writing, or you'll get 0 marks. Sun Zifen had just arrived at the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. He did not know the rules and wanted to write for a while more, but he was warned by Su Hongji. Feeling helpless, he could only put down the pen in his hand and stand up to collect the papers. In the past, it was Chung Chumo who collected the papers in this row. Now that he was sitting at the back, according to the rules, it was his turn to collect the papers. A moment later, all the test papers were sent to Su Hongji. Su Hongji checked the test papers. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he coughed twice and said, According to Professor Li's instructions, Everyone will have a break in the afternoon. Today's questions are a little difficult. Everyone must have worked very hard. Go back and have a good rest. Oh, I got another half day off. The students who had just been tortured to death immediately roared when they heard this. Among them, Sun Ziffin's roar was the loudest. This little bastard had just transferred here today, and he was almost tortured to death. He had been depressed for the whole morning. Previously, when he was in the School of Imperial Studies, although his results were not the best, they were still above average. After experiencing this exam in the morning, he felt that he was going to be the last. He could not stand it. No matter how naughty a child was, he still had a sense of shame. He did not want to be the last. Therefore, he had been depressed for the whole morning. Now that he heard that he was going to have a break, he was finally happy. This was the most important reason why he came to the School of Mathematics. He could finally enjoy the 2-day break every 5 days in the future. Brother Ku, how did you do in the exam? On the other side, Zhang Ziren looked at Ku Shiqing and asked while packing up. Ku Shiqing paused, frowned and said, I didn't feel too good. The questions this time are too flexible. Although I've studied the knowledge points, I still feel that every question is weird and full of traps. I really can't get used to these kinds of questions. I can't even answer a few questions in the middle. Zhang Ziren sighed and said, Sigh, yes, I think so too. Oh, by the way, how did you do? Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He turned his head and said calmly, So. The questions this time were indeed a bit difficult. In fact, he did well in the exam this time, but to avoid being a topic of ridicule, he still said it modestly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he actually solved 3 of the 5 questions that he had previously given up in a good state after solving the additional question. It was really a miracle. Most of the time, especially during exams, although the final results depended on the hard work they put in during the exam, their state of mind during the exam was also very important. If their state of mind was good, it was very possible for them to surpass all the difficulties and perform exceptionally well. This was the conversation between the top students after the exam. Of course, the underachievers had their own topics. Hey, Sun Ziffin, how was it? You must have helped old Chang to be the bottom this time, right? Chang Chumo said with a smirk and winked in front of Sun Ziffin. F***ck, you have studied mathematics for so long, and you still have the nerve to compare yourself with me, a student who just transferred over? Sun Ziffin cursed in his heart. His face was extremely gloomy, but he still said stubbornly, Haha, that's not necessarily true. I solved the last additional question. Maybe my score will be higher than Brother Cho Nyo's. Oh, Chung Chumo was shocked. He quickly asked, Hey, then tell me quickly, where did the missing 1 cent go? Old Chung pondered for an hour and still couldn't figure it out. I'm so worried. Haha, I can't say. Sun Ziffin laughed and walked away pretentiously with his hands behind his back. Actually, he was bitter. Although he found the loophole in the additional question and solved it, there were too many questions that he didn't know. He estimated that even with the additional questions 20 points, his score would still be lower than Chang Chumo's. Thinking of this, he didn't have the face to continue bragging. Chang Chumo's status as an underachiever was recognized in Chang and City. If his father, Sun Fujia, knew that his son couldn't even beat Chang Chumo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made him feel terrible. Hey, Chang Chumo stretched out his hand and wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Sun Ziffin had already run away. In fact, he was thinking about the same thing as Sun Ziffin. If he could beat Sun Ziffin in this exam, then wouldn't he, Chang Chumo, be awesome? If he could beat the son of the top scholar, he would feel proud. Chapter 228. The commotion outside had nothing to do with Li Zixuan. It was rare for him to have a Golden Week holiday. If he didn't sleep in, how could he be worthy of Li Er's painstaking efforts? Of course, if Li Er knew that his intentions would be misunderstood by Li Zixuan like this, he would definitely vomit blood. He got up late in the morning. After eating breakfast and resting for a while, Li Zixuan returned to his small courtyard and began to practice his swordsmanship. Yes, practicing swordsmanship, not practicing swordplay. It had been a long time since he practiced his swordsmanship. When he suddenly picked up the wind-chasing sword, he actually felt a little awkward. Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, "It's all Li Er's fault for forcing me to do things. My martial arts aptitude is so high, yet he wants me to be a teacher. It's simply a waste of talent." Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Li Zishuan forced himself to practice the 9 Taishian swords a few times. It should only be 5 swords now. When the awkwardness disappeared, he put away the wind-chasing sword and took a deep breath. "Young master, the way you practiced your swordsmanship just now was really nice." Xiaoxi excitedly ran over and wiped Li Zishuan's sweat with a wet towel as she said happily, Yes, it looked like a sword immortal." Xiaoxi was so excited that her face turned red. She also ran over and echoed. Although Li Zishuan's swordsmanship had slightly declined compared to last month, this small gap could not be seen unless one was an expert. The 2 little girls were easily captivated by Li Zishuan's graceful movements when he was practicing his swordsmanship. Of course, it was also because Li Zishuan was handsome to begin with. In any case, the worship and fanaticism in their eyes greatly satisfied Li Zishuan's vanity. She should be considered as this young master's little fangirl. Li Zishuan was proud in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He took the towel from Xiaoxi's hand and casually wiped himself. He looked at Xiaoxi and joked, "Xiaoxi, do you know what a sword immortal looks like?" Xiaoxi raised her chin proudly, shook her little head and said, "Of course I know. The storyteller said it before. 3 parts of the sword qi, chivalrous and gentle heart. A sword immortal banished to the world, valiant and formidable." Xiaoxi feels that these are all describing young master. Haha. The little girl's mouth is so sweet today. Did you put honey on it? Let me have a taste. Li Zishuan laughed to his heart's content. He looked like he was about to pounce. Xiaoxi was so scared that she screamed and quickly ran away. "Ah, young master, why are you like this? Xiaoxi doesn't want to talk to you anymore." Humph. With that, she blushed and ran away. Haha, this little girl. Li Zishuan looked at the fleeing figure of Xiaoxi and shook his head with a smile. He had nothing to do at home, so it was quite interesting to tease a little maid. Hee. Young master, you're scaring little he again." Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. After getting along with him for so long, she could tell what kind of temperament her young master had. Just now, it was obvious that he was deliberately teasing Xiaoxi. He didn't mean to take advantage of her at all. "Hey!" Li Zishuan passed the towel to Xiaoxi and changed the topic. He asked, "Where's Lan'er? Did she go out to play again?" "And young miss went out early in the morning." Xiaoxi replied. Ever since Li Zishuan was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's status had also risen. They were considered a large family in Yongla Lane. Li Jingma and his wife were not too worried about their daughter's safety. Adding on to the fact that Li Zishuan pampered her too much, Lan'er had the chance to run out and play with her other friends. This little girl had the support of the Strange Interest Pavilion and could always get a lot of new toys. Those brats in Yongla Lane were also happy to play with her. Now, this little girl had already become the big sister of the Yongla Lane. There were quite a lot of underlings who hung around with her. This little girl is really carefree. But those little fellows over there must be having a hard time, right? Haha. Li Zishuan looked towards the direction of the Imperial College in the northwest and laughed. He guessed that many students would curse him when they saw the perverted questions he gave. "Young master, who is having a hard time?" Xiaoxi asked curiously. Li Zishuan waved his hand and was about to explain when he saw Sanbao running towards them. She shouted as she ran, young master, the imperial edict is here. Old master wants you to quickly go to the front yard to receive the edict." When Li Zishuan heard this, his head was full of question marks. Didn't he just receive an imperial edict yesterday? Why did it come again today? Could it be that Li Er felt that the punishment was not severe enough and wanted to mess with him again? Although he was full of questions, it was useless to ask the 2 people in front of him. Li Zishuan quickly went to change his clothes. He always wore casual clothes when he practiced martial arts. If he went to receive the edict dressed like this, he might be picked on by others. The official robes of the Tang dynasty emphasized on yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Green, red, white, black, and yellow were the 5 cardinal colors. They were green in the east, red in the south, white in the west, black in the north, and yellow in the center. Yellow represented the center and also represented the foundation. The emperor's robes were yellow. The other officials' robes were also differentiated by colors and patterns. Purple robes of the 3rd rank and above were worn with a gold fish pouch. Purple robes of the 5th rank and above were worn with a silver fish pouch. Green robes of the 6th rank and below were worn with no silver fish pouch. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan wore a 5th rank robe and a silver fish pouch. Just like this, he came to the front yard. When the eunuch saw that the main character had arrived, he did not waste any time and said, "Lord Li, receive the imperial edict." He then opened the imperial edict and began to read it out loud. Different from the imperial edict before, the imperial edict today was much simpler. Li Zishuan listened for a while and understood. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Er was giving him a promotion. Are you kidding me? I was just criticized yesterday and I'm being promoted today? How can you do this? But this Li Er was still a little stingy. For the sake of the great Tang's education, Wang Chong had poured his heart and soul into it, working day and night, but he had only given him the post of imperial directorate, not a marquis. How stingy! Li Zishuan was a little dissatisfied with his current title. How can a baron sound as domineering as a marquis? It seems like I have to find a way to become a marquis. Li Zishuan's mind was spinning. When the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict, he pretended to be grateful and went to accept the edict. The old eunuch laughed and said, "County Li, you're really capable. You're already a minister in the Imperial College at such a young age. You're really young and accomplished. It's rare to see someone like you in this world." Li Zishuan was a little disdainful. What's so good about being a minister in the Imperial College? The name doesn't sound good. Minister in the Imperial College, 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 minister in the Imperial College. How depressing. I don't want to be a minister in the Imperial College. But he only dared to say this in his mind. If he really said it out loud, Li Er would kill him and his father would be furious. Didn't you see that Father Li was smiling like a chrysanthemum after hearing the imperial edict? Li Zishuan pretended to be modest and said, "You flatter me, Lord Chamberlain. Please come in and have some tea." At this time, Li Jingma took a plate of gold leaves and quietly put it in the hands of the Chamberlain. He smiled and said, "My son is right, Lord Chamberlain. Please come in and have some tea with me." The old eunuch skillfully put away the gold and shook his head. "No, no, I have to go back to the palace to report." With that, he took his leave. Chapter 229. How is it, Father? Didn't I tell you yesterday that His Majesty wasn't really going to punish me? Look, didn't he just give me a slap and now he's giving me a sweet date? Inside the room, Li Zishuan leaned against the door frame and showed off to his father, who was happily hugging the imperial edict. When this guy started to boast, he really didn't have any self-awareness at all. In fact, when Li Er's imperial edict came yesterday, he was a little flustered in his heart. The words he said to his father were completely guesswork, used to comfort the two elders. In the end, by a stroke of luck, Li Er sent someone to deliver the imperial edict for his promotion today. Hehe Xianer, you're right. My son, you're now a minister of the directorate. Father is very gratified. Li Jingma didn't care if his son was bragging or not. In any case, his son had been promoted and the result was good. That was enough. Isn't it because I was born well? Madame Li snatched the imperial edict from her husband's hands and said proudly, "Cough, cough. Yes, Madame is right." Li Jingma was helpless and could only follow his wife's words. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat from his heart and thought to himself, "Father really doesn't have any status in the family. I hope that after my precious Yushi marries over, she won't learn bad from me. Xianer, you're now a minister of the directorate. In the future, you have to be more steady when doing things. Look at Chancellor Kong, that's the style of a great scholar. You have to learn more from Chancellor Kong. Li Jingma came to his senses and began to exhort his son again. Li Zishuan curled his lips. If he was like old man Kong, he would be sullen to death every day. It was proper to be free and unrestrained. Moreover, he wasn't interested in the minister of the directorate. Father, isn't it just a minister of the directorate? It's not like it's a high official. Is there a need for you to be like this? Nonsense. Father Li, who was still amiable just now, was instantly enraged when he heard this bastard's words. He said sternly, "The position of Secretary of the Treasury is of great importance. This is the Deputy Chief of the Treasury, assisting the Chancellor in overseeing the affairs of the Treasury. Xian you mustn't treat him so sloppily. As far as I know, in the history of the Imperial College, there has never been a Minister of Education as young as you. His Majesty thinks so highly of you. Don't let him down." Li Zishuan listened to his father's popular science and realized that the position of Minister of Industry was actually so awesome. Wasn't it equivalent to the position of Vice President of a university? And it was the best university in the country. Being able to become a vice principal at such a young age was indeed impressive. Thinking about it this way, Li Zishuan was more satisfied with this position. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and hurriedly said, "Father is right. I will work hard and not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." "Iron Egg, you're back?" At noon, Li Zishuan saw Iron Egg, who had just come back from school, in the front yard and said with a smile, "Yes, master. This is the test paper that Mr. Su asked me to bring to you. He said that you can give it to him after you mark it." As Iron Egg spoke, he took out a stack of sealed test papers from his backpack. Yes, it was a backpack that Li Zishuan had asked someone to sew for him. Iron Egg and Lan both had backpacks. When Lan had cried and begged to go to school with them, Li Zishuan had asked someone to sew a backpack for her. After all, the ancient examination boxes used by scholars were too cumbersome. Why didn't Mr. Su mark it himself? Looking at the test papers in front of him, Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that he would still have work when he was on vacation. This was unreasonable. Iron Egg scratched his head awkwardly. He knew that his master was lazy, but he didn't expect him to be this lazy. He thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Su said that he didn't know the standard answers for some of the questions, so he could only let you mark them yourself." F***CK. Li Zishuan really wanted to chop off his hands. He asked you to set such a difficult test paper. Did you dig your own grave? Well, you can take the test papers to the west courtyard. Come to the front courtyard to eat later. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly and said gloomily, "Yes, master. How Come here quickly." Yi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. Meng Wenhao's mother waved to her son and said with a smile, "Mother, what's the matter?" Meng Wenhao ran over and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao's mother carefully took out a brand new book and handed it to her son. She happily said, Look, this is what I was waiting for this morning. I think it's called Chitsu culture. Took me a lot of effort to get this. When it was my turn, there was only this book left. I saw that this book was so cheap, so I bought it. Your father and I don't have the ability to buy new books for you. In the past, you either borrowed books from others or bought old books from others. This is the first new book I bought for you. Take it quickly." Meng Wenhao looked at the brand new Analects of Confucius in front of him and saw his mother's right hand full of calluses. His nose twitched and he almost cried. He took the Analects of Confucius with both hands, sniffed, and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, mother." "Haha. Why are you still so polite to me? Actually, I have to thank the owner of Chitsu Culture for setting the price so low. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. This person is really a living Buddha for us poor people." Meng Wenhao's mother said with a sigh. "Mother, actually, the owner of Chitsu Culture is our master." Is actually Li Xianji? Yes. I heard that there were many people fighting in front of Chitsu Culture for the book yesterday. It seems that our master was implicated. He didn't come to the school today. Meng Wenhao frowned and said worriedly, "Ah, then will Mr. Li be fine? He's the benefactor of many of us. Nothing can happen to him." Meng Wenhao's mother opened her mouth in shock. Meng Wenhao comforted her. "Mother, don't worry. Teaching assistant Su told us that Mr. Li is fine. There should be news in a few days." Meng Wenhao's mother looked at her son, thought for a moment and said, Why don't you go to Mr. Li's house to visit? As his student, you should pay him a visit. There are about 10 eggs at home. You can bring them to Mr. Li." "Mother, Mr. Li's house doesn't lack these. You can leave these eggs for Yaya to nourish her body." Meng Wenhao looked at his skinny little sister, who was playing with grasshoppers outside, and said with heartache, "What do you know? You're a student. How can you visit Mr. Li's house empty-handed? Listen to me. Didn't you say that you have the afternoon off? Then you can go in the afternoon. You can't be ungrateful. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my son." Meng Wenhao's mother patted her son's hand and said earnestly. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to agree. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the newspaper he read today, so he said, "Mother, don't go to Chitsu Culture to buy books in the future. There are too many people there. I'm afraid you'll be crowded." Meng Wenhao's mother interrupted, "Hey, it's okay. I'm not that delicate." Meng Wenhao explained, "No, mother. Mr. Li said that in less than 3 years, the price of books will be as cheap as Chitsu Culture books now. You don't have to fight for them at all. Also, I don't lack books to read now. The teaching materials we use are all printed by Mr. Li himself." Meng Wenhao's mother exclaimed, "Ah, there's such a thing? Then you should go visit your Mr. Li in the afternoon. Why don't I catch the chicken in the backyard and give it to Mr. Li as well?" Meng Wenhao quickly waved his hand and said, No, mother. It's enough to bring some eggs. Go do your work." Chapter 230. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was lying on the recliner and reading the latest issue of the newspaper. Other than the slightly hot weather, everything else was perfect. "Hey, Ma Zhou actually wrote about me in the newspaper. TSK. This is the first time I'm in the newspaper. It feels pretty good." Li Zixuan's eyes lit up when he saw the headline. He was overjoyed. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary student. How could he have the chance to be in the newspaper? Not even the school newspaper. He didn't expect that he would be in the news after just giving a speech. He felt a sense of accomplishment. After being narcissistic for a while, Li Zixuan started to read other news out of boredom. There was no other way. In this era, there were no computers or televisions. He didn't like the novels sold in the East Market. For an otaku like him, in his spare time, he could only tease the servant girls and read the news in the newspapers. At this time, if he was given a computer and allowed to play single-player games, he would never get tired of it. "What? You said he could go to the brothel?" Sorry, with Han Yushi, a beautiful wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. Li Zixuan was not interested in those vulgar women. Moreover, although he was a loser in his previous life, he still had a trace of mental cleanliness. You could say that he was pretentious, but this was the truth. Moreover, the brothel was often a place where all kinds of conflicts occurred. Didn't you see that in all kinds of transmigration novels, when the main character went to the brothel, he would encounter all kinds of pretentious and face-slapping situations? The main character was in the mood for poetry and had all kinds of famous poems at his fingertips to win the heart of the top beauty. Then it was a night of love. There was also a second generation in the brothel who bullied a beauty. The main character was furious and punched the second generation, the hero saved the beauty, and so on. There were countless similar situations. Whether it was in the modern or ancient times, the brothel was a place where all kinds of disputes occurred. Although Li Zixuan was not afraid of trouble, he didn't like to attract trouble for no reason. Therefore, unlike the other second generation in Chang, Li Zixuan didn't know where the brothel's door was even though he had transmigrated for so long. It wasn't that he wasn't lustful, but he didn't like to attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what was the point of that kind of emotionless XX00? "Young Master Butler Fu is here. He's in the front hall." Xiao He walked over and said softly. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and asked curiously, Why is Faubert here? He should be here to deliver the car, right? Xiao he saw a lot of horse carriages in the front yard. It looks like there's... Xiao he said excitedly. Then, she suddenly couldn't find the right adjective and was stuck for a while. Yes, it's imposing, right? Li Zishuan chuckled. So many luxurious limousines were put together. It was no wonder that Xiao he was so excited. However, if Faubert was just here to deliver the car, he could have just asked his subordinates to deliver it. Why did he have to come here in person? Yes, it's very imposing. Young master is really knowledgeable. Xiao he hurriedly nodded. Li Zishuan was speechless. Was this little girl about to become his fangirl? Come on, let's go to the front yard. When they came to the front yard, they saw 2 rows of luxurious limousines. There were about 20 of them lined up neatly. More than 20 fine horses stood in front of the cars, looking hale and hearty, with such extravagance and imposing manner. If there was also an orchestra, it would be simply amazing. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Old Man Li and Mrs. Li. When Li Zishuan came to the front hall, his parents were talking to Faubert. Xianer, why did you get so many horse carriages? Seeing his son come in, Old Man Li couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Li Zishuan didn't ask his family for the money to build these limousines. The profits of the winery and the strange interest pavilion in the past few months were all in his hands. It was completely enough to build dozens of such luxurious limousines. Therefore, Old Man Li had no idea about the construction of so many horse carriages in the yard. This was the benefit of Li Zishuan's proposal to start a business on his own. With financial autonomy, he could do whatever he wanted. Although his family was rich, every time he asked his parents for money, not only would it be troublesome, but he would also feel embarrassed. Dad, these are the horse carriages I prepared for my wedding. Look, so many horse carriages. How grand it is to put them together. When the time comes, we can use these horse carriages to form a caravan to pick up the bride from the Han Manor. Not only will it be dignified, but it will also show the importance our family places on this marriage. Li Zishuan turned on his bragging mode again as he lied to Old Man Li. Li Jingma seriously thought about the scene described by his son and found that it was indeed quite grand. More importantly, Old Man Li thought that since his son had been conferred a title at such a young age and held such an important position, it was necessary to have the extravagance of a wedding. These horse carriages were indeed necessary. Thinking of this, Old Man Li couldn't help but nod. Xianer, you've thought it through quite thoroughly. Xianer, Mother says that it should be like this. That girl from the Han family is truly beautiful and is also the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If she marries over, we can't treat her unfairly. Madame Li also smiled and agreed. Seeing that his parents were so easily convinced, Li Zishuan proudly laughed. Oh, that's right. Xianer, how much did these horse carriages cost? Do you still have enough money? Li Jingmo raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked. Not expensive, not expensive. The cost of one horse carriage is less than 500 strings of coins. In total, it's only 10,000 strings of coins. Your son has enough money. Li Zishuan chuckled. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Faubert heard this and their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Rich and imposing. This was truly rich and imposing. Although Li Jingma was a tycoon in the capital, he wouldn't casually throw out 10,000 strings of coins for such a senseless matter. Furthermore, the reason why he had so much money was because he had worked hard for half his life to earn it. Li Zishuan had only opened his shop for a short period of time. But he was already so rich. How was he going to let others live? What kind of horse carriage is this? It's actually so expensive? Li Jingma frowned and asked. Although he didn't go in to take a look, in Father Li's eyes, all horse carriages were the same. Even if the horse carriage in the courtyard was a bit bigger, the cost was at most a few dozen strings of coins more expensive than other horse carriages. How could it be so expensive? It's just like the horse carriage I usually use. Father, have you never sat in one before? Oh, it seems like you really haven't sat in one before. Then Father, you can pick one from this batch of horse carriages and try it out later. Your son guarantees that once you sit in it, You won't be willing to come down. Li Zixuan patted his head and said bewitchingly. Ever since his horse carriage was made, it had become his and Iron Egg's special carriage to go to school. His parents really didn't have the chance to sit in it. Go away. What kind of horse carriage have your father not sat in before? Why would I care about your horse carriage? From what I see, other than the fact that your horse carriage looks a bit bigger from the outside, it's no different from an ordinary horse carriage. Father Li said in disbelief, but a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Now that his son knew how to show filial piety to him, of course he would feel happy. Hey, it's not that simple. Father, listen to me and pick one. With this horse carriage, when you have nothing to do, you can go sightseeing and have a honeymoon with my mother. Li Zixuan said shamelessly. Ahem. Mrs. Li's face was slightly red as she glared at her son. Father Li's old face was also red. Although he didn't know what a honeymoon was, he could roughly guess what it was. Xian you can talk to Steward Fu. He's looking for you. I'll talk to you first. Chapter 231. This title, don't think too much about it. Young master, other than delivering the car, this old man came here today to discuss something with you. In the front hall, after old man Li and Mrs. Li left, Faubert said with a serious expression. Faubert, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to be restrained here. Just say whatever you want. Li Zixuan said warmly. Faubert said with a smile, Young master, a group of businessmen came to the workshop today. They want to advertise their shops in the newspaper, which is what you said before. They are also willing to pay for it. One of the barbarian businessmen even offered 500 strings of cash to buy a spot in the newspaper to advertise his restaurant. Ma Zhou couldn't make up his mind, so he asked this old man to come over and ask. The concept of advertising was something he heard from Ma Zhou. Now, he could be considered to have learned it and used it flexibly. Li Zixuan was delighted. The real profitable business of the newspaper was finally here. It seemed that some people had a keen sense of smell. Li Zixuan had asked Ma Zhou to estimate the cost of the newspaper. Even with the paper machine and movable type printing technology, the cost of a newspaper was still a little more than 3 copper coins on average. Calculating it this way, the newspaper itself wasn't profitable. Li Zixuan was keen on the newspaper not only to satisfy his own interests, but also because of the huge potential value behind the newspaper. For example, advertising revenue and the control of public opinion. Controlling public opinion didn't mean that Li Zixuan wanted to rebel and cause trouble. It was just to give himself an extra layer of protection. If others didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Uncle Fu, you can agree to this? But you can only advertise in the middle column of every issue of the newspaper. There should be 8 spots on both sides. How about this? In the future, our newspaper will hold an advertisement auction every 7 days. We'll let the merchants come and bid for it. The highest bidder will get it. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, Young master's method is not bad. Then this old man will go back first. Faubert was already used to Li Zixuan's ability to make money. He was only a little surprised in his heart when he heard this. He quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. Then take care, Faubert. On the other side, after old man Li left the front hall, he really went to the yard to pick an RV. In fact, there wasn't much to pick. They were all the same high-end RV. After old man Li found that they were all the same, he randomly picked one. Master, you're really picky? Mrs. Li said in annoyance. Ha, our son is paying to build a carriage for us. How can we not accept it? Madam, quickly get into the carriage with your husband and see if this place is as good as Xian says. Li Jingma pulled his wife and said eagerly. Under Li Zixuan's influence, he was now more thick-skinned than before. He had already thought through some things. His martial arts were no match for his son's, and his knowledge was no match for his son's. As for his ability to make money, he was no match for him now. He might as well enjoy his life in peace. Anyway, his son was successful, and the family could rely on their previous savings to not have to worry about food and clothing. Why should he live such a tiring life? Therefore, he didn't go to the shop much now. The shopkeepers were enough. His son was now an official, and they wouldn't dare to fool him. Go away. You don't care about your face? But I do. You have the nerve to ask for the carriage that your son prepared for his wedding. You're really shameless. Mrs. Li had always loved her son dearly, and she wasn't as thick-skinned as Li Jingma. Hey, I didn't ask him for it. Xian wanted to give it to me himself. Madam, quickly come with me to see it. Without any explanation, Li Jingma dragged his wife along, wanting to experience this RV. Hey, let go. Mrs. Li was so angry that she wanted to break free, but she couldn't resist the strength of Li Jingma's grip. After a while, the couple entered the carriage. Hiss, this carriage doesn't look like much from the outside, but after entering, I realized that it's really spacious. It's like a small room. Li Jingma exclaimed the moment he entered. Old master, why is the shape of this stool so strange? Aya, it's so comfortable to sit on. What is it made of? After Mrs. Li entered and saw the various strange decorations in the carriage, she forgot what she said outside. She took a fancy to the sofa at first glance and couldn't help but try to sit on it. After that, she didn't want to get up. When Li Jingma heard that, he curiously sat on the sofa opposite his wife. His entire body sank into the sofa. This is really comfortable. Xian, this child, knows how to enjoy life so well. How could this not be comfortable? Li Zishuan's sofa was not only made of soft material, but also had ergonomic features. It allowed the human body's arms, back, waist, and legs to relax well. Compared to the people of the Tang dynasty who had to kneel on a couch or sit on a stool without a backrest, being able to sit on this sofa was of course an extremely luxurious experience. Mrs. Li didn't even bother to roll her eyes because she was currently enjoying this rare comfort with her eyes closed. However, she still said unhappily, "So what if Xianer knows how to enjoy life? Can't you see our son enjoying life? In my opinion, our son is pretty good like this." Yes, this is pretty good. Of course, Li Jingma didn't have the guts to talk back to the tigress at home. He said contentedly, "Hey madam, look at this soft stool. Even if the carriage moves, it won't be too bumpy. This carriage is really good. What Xianer said just now is right. In the future, we can really sit in this carriage and go out to see the scenery. Your husband has been running around doing business for the past few years, and it's been hard for you to take care of the family alone. Now that Xian has been knighted, we don't need to worry about Lan anymore. Why don't we find some time to take you out for a walk to make up for your hard work all these years?" Mrs. Li was touched by her husband's sincerity. She opened her eyes, the rims of her eyes slightly red. However, she refused. Your wife is content with old master's intentions. Now that we're all grown up, it's inconvenient for us to go out and play. It's easy for others to gossip about us. Besides, Xianer left us for 8 years. Your wife can't bear to part with him. Li Jingma patted his wife's hand and said warmly, "Don't worry, madam. We can just walk around Chang'an and go out in the morning. We'll be back in the evening. There's no need for us to worry about what others say. I'm sure Xian also hopes that you can go out more often and relax." Mrs. Li thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I'll listen to old master. Haha. Look, madam, there are 2 small rooms inside. Let's go take a look." Chapter 232. Ahem. San Bao. Take this carriage to the east courtyard. Where's San Bao? The servants outside had heard the commotion in the carriage and guessed that their master and madam were showing off their love in the carriage. How would they, as servants, dare to eavesdrop on such a private matter? Not long after Old Man Li got on the carriage, the servants, coachmen, and servants around the carriage all retreated far away. Thus, when Li Jingma got off the carriage with his wife, he habitually called out to San Bao. However, he realized that there was no one around. Coming. Master, are you calling for me?" San Bao, who was hiding in a corner in the west of the courtyard, saw that Li Jingma seemed to be looking for her after coming out. So she quickly ran over and bowed with a smile. Madame Li looked up at the servants and servants far away and immediately understood. She angrily pinched her husband. Although the customs of the Tang dynasty were more liberal, it was not to this extent. Li Jingma grimaced and resisted the urge to cry out in pain. He quickly said to San Bao, "Yes, yes. You take this carriage to the east courtyard." "Yes, master." Meng Wenhao carried a small basket of eggs and entered Yongla Lane. He looked all the way to the Li residence and saw the tall gate and the picturesque pavilions in the courtyard from afar. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He looked at the eggs in his hand and hesitated for a moment. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Why don't you go in?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Meng Wenhao, who was in a dilemma, was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the person who came was Li Tai. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Wei." In the Imperial College, they were classmates and didn't need to be so polite. However, outside of the Imperial College, he had to pay attention to the etiquette between a monarch and a subject. Li Tai waved his hand. He looked at Meng Wenhao's outfit and asked, "Are you here to look for Mr. Li?" "Yes, yes." "Then why don't you go in? Won't the gatekeeper let you in?" "That's not right. Their gatekeeper shouldn't make things difficult for people." This. Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. Li Tai looked at the egg in Meng Wenhao's hand and saw his embarrassed look. He instantly understood and laughed. "Wenhao, don't worry about it. Mr. Li's family is richer than mine. If you are worried about the importance of the gift, I'm afraid that there are not many people in Chong, and who can give Mr. Li a gift. It's the thought that counts. As long as you're here to see him, I'm sure he's already very satisfied." Li Tai's words also contained some intention of explaining things, but to be able to be explained by Li Tai was in itself a kind of honor. For a smart person like Meng Wenhao, who had no conflict of interest with him, Li Tai approved of him in his heart and was willing to make friends with him. Perhaps this was the appreciation between smart people. When Meng Wenhao heard this, he felt slightly relieved. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your explanation, Your Highness. Then let's go in together. It just so happens that I have some matters to discuss with Mr." With Li Tai leading the way, the process of Meng Wenhao entering the Li mansion was much smoother. The two of them directly entered the courtyard without any obstruction. Li Tai did not let anyone inform him. After he asked the servant Li Zishuan where he was, he directly led Meng Wenhao to the west courtyard. He did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Sigh. Meng Wenhao was just about to ask if this was too rude, but he saw that the surrounding servant girls and retainers didn't seem surprised at all. He could only shut his mouth and obediently follow Li Tai to the west courtyard. Along the way, there were pavilions, artificial mountains, lotus ponds, and trees. Meng Wenhao was dazzled. He thought to himself, "Prince Wei was right. Mr.'s family is really rich. When I earn money in the future, I will also buy a big house like this for my parents to enjoy." Wow, there are so many carriages. They are actually the same as the ones Mr. usually uses. When Li Tai entered the west courtyard, the first thing he saw was the 20 or so luxurious caravans. He immediately threw the purpose of his visit to the back of his mind and eagerly jumped into a carriage to enjoy the view. After old man Li pulled his carriage away, Li Zishuan also asked people to move the rest of the carriages to the west courtyard. After all, it was not appropriate for them to be piled up in the front courtyard. Anyway, his west courtyard was large, so there was nothing to be afraid of if there were 20 more carriages. At this moment, Li Zishuan was sitting in a pavilion not far away to enjoy the cool air. When he saw this little fatty like a bandit entering a village, he could not help but be speechless. He quickly got up and walked over, not because of Li Tai, but because he saw Meng Wenhao. Mr. Meng Wenhao was also shocked by the number of luxurious caravans. However, when he saw Li Zishuan walking over, he quickly regained his senses and cupped his hands in greeting. Wenhao, why are you here?" Li Zishuan nodded and smiled gently. He was not surprised that Li Tai was here, but he was curious about Meng Wenhao's visit. "Mr. did not go to the Imperial College today, and I heard about the conflict between the students in front of the Strange Culture Center yesterday. I was a little worried about Mr.'s situation. However, my information is limited, so I could only come here to see for myself." I hope Mr. can forgive me for disturbing you. Meng Wenhao bowed and cupped his hands in greeting. Li Zixuan's heart warmed. It seemed that he was quite successful as a teacher. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of those teachers in his previous life when they saw their students come to visit them. It was a kind of gratification and joy from the bottom of their hearts. It was indescribable and irreplaceable. Wenhao, don't worry. I am fine. Haha. I was wondering why you came here. So it was because of this. Your worry was a little unnecessary. Not only is Mr. fine, he is now the Imperial College's secretary. Li Tai jumped down from the carriage, patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, and laughed. Li Zixuan could clearly feel the ground tremble. It was not an exaggeration at all. He was speechless at this little fatty. He was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was already so fat. Wasn't he afraid that he would have high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high blood fat in the future? Li Zixuan remembered reading in a book in his previous life that Li Tai's waist and belly were big. However, when Li Er saw his son's chubby appearance, he was not worried that it would affect his figure if he was too fat. Instead, he felt that his son would be very tired when he went to the imperial court. His heart ached for his son, so he allowed him to go to the imperial court in a small sedan chair. This was unheard of. Li Zixuan shook his head. He could not understand this strange father and son. It is good that Mr. is fine. I did not have anything else at home, so I could only bring some eggs. I hope Mr. does not mind. Meng Wenhao handed over the eggs in his hand and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Li Zixuan frowned. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. However, eggs were so expensive now, and Meng Wenhao's family was not well off. How could he accept these eggs? However, when he saw Meng Wenhao's expectant face, he was afraid that if he rejected, it would hurt this child's self-esteem. Li Zixuan was speechless for a moment. There was no one else who could be so conflicted about accepting gifts. Forget it. At most, when this child goes back, he would ask the kitchen to pack some dried fruits and pastries for him as compensation. The gift is light, but the thought is heavy. How could I mind? However, the next time you come, you must not bring these things. I do not lack anything at home. You and Qin Ke, follow me to the pavilion. Li Zixuan signaled Xiao Shi to accept the eggs and said to Meng Wenhao and Li Tai, "Thank you, Mr." Meng Wenhao heaved a sigh of relief and said gratefully. It was unknown whether he was thanking Li Zixuan for the invitation or thanking Li Zixuan for accepting the eggs. Chapter 233. Wenhao, Qin Ke, how did the two of you do in this exam? Inside the pavilion, Li Zixuan asked with a smile as he took a sip of the warm tea mixed with ice cubes after the few of them sat down. He didn't even have time to look at the exam paper that Su Hongji gave him. This was why only students with good grades were willing to visit a teacher's house. After visiting, the teacher would inevitably ask about your grades. Therefore, the number of times Chang Chumo came to visit Li Zixuan had significantly decreased. This fellow would also feel flustered and embarrassed. Meng Wenhao said, "Not bad." Li Tai waved his hand and said, "Not bad. Mister, you have so many carriages here. How about giving me one?" Ever since the little fatty had sat down, his eyes had been glued to the carriages, never leaving them. He had just gone in to try out the luxury RV, and he really wanted to try it out. I'll give you a question. Qin Ke, if you can answer it, what's wrong with giving you a carriage? Li Zixuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Li Tai heard this and his face fell. Question again. He was almost traumatized by Li Zixuan's questions. After being tortured so many times, Li Tai said that he had enough. He definitely wouldn't be fooled this time. No need. Mister, just tell me how much you want to sell this carriage for. I'll buy it with money. The little fatty shook his head like a rattle drum. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to answer Li Zixuan's deliberately difficult questions. Meng Wenhao, who was at the side, looked at Li Tai suspiciously. After attending classes together for so long, he had some understanding of Li Tai's temperament. He knew that Li Tai was a proud and arrogant person, but he didn't think that he would take the initiative to admit defeat. Could it be that the question set by Mr. was really that difficult? Meng Wenhao couldn't help but think. Li Zixuan faintly glanced at the little fatty and said, "There's no place to sell this car yet. Qing Ke, if you want it, wait a little longer." Li Tai stamped his feet and said, "There are more than 20 carriages here, right? Little Xian, can't you sell me one? I'm one of the owners of Chitsu Culture. Can't you take care of me?" Li Zixuan waved his hand in annoyance. All right, I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Qing Ke, why are you here today? If you're done, then let's go." Li Zixuan really wanted this little fatty to hurry up and finish what he wanted to say and get out of here. Otherwise, he would ask for whatever he saw. He was a dignified prince, yet he was acting like a bandit. He was really a disgrace to the Li family. Li Tai's wish was fulfilled. He didn't care about Li Zixuan's bad attitude at all. He said with a happy face, "Ha! Teacher, did you forget? The newspaper is almost finished with the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that you told me last time. You should tell me the next story today. Otherwise, there won't be any novels to publish tomorrow." Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was such a matter. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll tell you the novel today." Meng Wenhao was shocked and said in surprise, "The legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was actually written by teacher? And Wenhao, it's fine as long as you know. Don't tell anyone." Li Zixuan didn't want to cause too much trouble. He just wanted to quietly be a handsome man. "Yes, teacher." Meng Wenhao agreed. However, he thought about it and still hesitated. However, this student really doesn't understand. Teacher is so knowledgeable and has so much knowledge. Why would you write novels? Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "What's wrong with writing novels? Wenhao, do you think that writing novels is a cheap profession?" Meng Wenhao flatly denied. No. Student doesn't mean that. You do. From the bottom of your heart, you think that writing novels isn't the right path. It's beneath your status as a scholar, right? Li Zixuan said seriously. "Wenhao, you've studied hard for so many years. What is your dream?" "Student." Meng Wenhao opened his mouth but didn't know how to speak. He hadn't thought about this question before. Li Zixuan looked at Meng Wenhao's confused face and said slowly, "Do you want to earn money to improve your family's life? Or do you want to pass the imperial examination and enter the imperial court? Or do you want to become an official somewhere and benefit the people? Or do you want to write a book and create a legend that will last forever?" Meng Wenhao was in a daze for a long time before he said, "Teacher, this student not only wants my father, mother, and little sister to live a good life, but also wants to pass the imperial examination to benefit the people and let others remember me." "Hey, you're really greedy." Li Tai took a sip of the iced wine and said with a smile. Meng Wenhao was a little embarrassed and speechless. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Wenhao, if a person can write a novel well, although it can't pass the imperial examination, it can make him rich. Moreover, through our Datong Daily, one person can spread it to 10 to 100, and let him become famous overnight. It's also relying on one's ability to make a living. What reason do you have to discriminate against writing novels?" Li Tai said in disbelief, "Can writing novels make so much money?" Hee, of course. Qing Ke, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. As the scale of Datong Daily becomes bigger and bigger, the sales will increase. At that time, whether it's writing articles for the newspaper or writing novels for the newspaper, the income will be very high. I think at that time, there will be a lot of scholars who are constrained to write novels or articles." Li Zixuan said confidently. He had his own reasons for saying so. The entertainment in this era was very monotonous. The launch of the newspaper could not only bring people spiritual entertainment, but also provide a way for many scholars to make a living. Li Tai's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean at that time, I will have many kinds of novels to read?" Li Zixuan and Meng Wenhao's mouth both twitched. This little fatty's thinking was always on a different channel than others. "Wenhao, think about it carefully. I don't think your thinking is good. There is no noble or lowly in the industry. The books you read didn't teach you to discriminate against others, did they? No matter what profession, Those who rely on their own efforts to make a living are worthy of your respect. This includes farmers, merchants, and even waiters in restaurants. As a teacher, I don't wish to teach students who are arrogant, and don't eat the hardships of the world. Also, about your dream, whether it's for your family or for an official, if you can only choose one, I hope you can give priority to your family. I don't think a person who doesn't know how to be grateful and doesn't recognize his family can be a good official. I also don't want you to become a cold-blooded and heartless person for fame and fortune. Li Zixuan didn't pay attention to the little fatty's antics. Instead, he looked at Meng Wenhao and said sincerely, "Student will remember teacher's teachings." Meng Wenhao stood up and cupped his hands respectfully to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded with gratification and said, "Okay, then let's start talking about novels." Chapter 234. Good story. Under the pavilion, Li Tai heard this and was so excited that he almost clapped. Meng Wenhao also showed an expression of interest. Previously, he was only surprised that Li Zixuan wrote The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. However, he was also quite fond of the story itself. It was not easy to find a young person in Chang, and who did not know about The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, there were even some items from The Legend of a Mortal appearing in the market. For example, the Eternal Spring Arts Secret Manual and Han Li's Mysterious Bottle. Of course, these items were not real, but they still attracted many mortal fans to buy them. The popularity of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could be seen from this. Where did we leave off last time? Li Zixuan saw that the two of them were willing to listen. Since he had nothing to do, he prepared to speak. But once he opened his mouth, he forgot where to start. Teacher said that Han Li dripped the green liquid from the small mysterious bottle onto a stalk of green 3-crow grass. After 2 months, it grew into a stalk of rare 1,000-year-old 3-crow grass. Li Tai had obviously done sufficient preparation. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he answered without thinking. "Oh!" Li Zixuan nodded his head. After recalling for a while, he began to speak. This time, the test was very successful. It seems that if one has the patience, they can continue to increase the age of the 3-crow grass. However, to Han Li, this was not something that needed to be done. As long as he knew that this method was feasible, it would be enough. He did not need these ancient medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs that were a few hundred years old were enough for him to consume. After this long series of tests, Han Li could finally rest and think about it properly. At this time, it has been quite some time since Dr. Mo left the mountain. A servant had already delivered the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This time, with Meng Wenhao here, the two of them took turns to write. Li Tai's work was much easier. From time to time, he would even have time to drink some iced tea. It was very comfortable. In the blink of an eye, 5 chapters had passed. As the plot unfolded step by step, Li Tai and Meng Wenhao gradually became immersed in the story. After Han Li discovered the effects of the bottle, he was unable to cultivate freely. He still had to fight a battle of wits and courage with Dr. Mo, who wanted to take over his body. At this moment, Li Tai and Meng Wenhao finally understood how difficult Han Li's cultivation process was. This medicine is called insect corpse pill. It's not really a medicine, but an egg made from some kind of secret method. After you eat it, it will hide in your body for a year. Don't worry, it will be absolutely safe for a year, and it won't affect you from doing other things. After a year, as long as you take the special antidote, it will automatically dissolve, and there won't be any hidden dangers left. But if you don't take the antidote after a year, the egg will absorb enough nutrients and hatch out of its shell. It will then eat all the internal organs of the human body clean, causing the human to wail in pain for 3 days and 3 nights before slowly dying. Dr. Mo finally lost his patience with Han Li. In order to let Han Li reach the 4th level of the Eternal Spring Arts as soon as possible, he forced Han Li to swallow the insect corpse pill. When Li Tai and Meng Wenhao heard this, their faces were filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Han Li was definitely not Dr. Mo's opponent. They could only watch from the sidelines and worry. Li Zixuan drank a few mouthfuls of the gentle wine and read 5 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality to them. Then he clapped his hands and stood up. Okay, today's lecture will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Qin Ke, leave the manuscript here. The 2 of you can go back now. Ah, it's still early. Mister, please talk for a while more. Li Tai was enjoying listening to the lecture and was unwilling to end it like this. However, Li Zixuan did not fall for his tricks. If he continued talking for a while more, there would definitely be no end to it. I won't talk anymore. I won't talk anymore. Xiao Shi, quickly bring the things I asked you to prepare. He had asked Xiao Shi to prepare some pastries and intended to let Meng Wenhao bring them back. After all, he couldn't just go and not come back, right? It's here. Young master. Here, Madam heard that your student was coming over and specially packed some of the best pastries and dried fruits in the residence. Madam was afraid of disturbing you, so she didn't come over personally. Xiao Shi handed over a heavy package and said with a smile. Previously, when Madame Li heard that her son's student had come to visit her son, she was even happier than Li Zixuan. She was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Hence, she asked Xiao Shi to prepare some dried fruits and pastries for Meng Wenhao to bring back. Li Zixuan took over the package and passed it to Meng Wenhao. Here, Wenhao, there are some dried fruits and pastries inside. They aren't worth much. Take it. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you brought gifts here, how can I let you leave empty-handed? Mister, this, I don't. Meng Wenhao waved his hand and wanted to decline. You don't dare to decline a gift from an elder. Just take it since he asked you to. Furthermore, you can't even eat the pastries from Mister's house. Li Tai slapped Meng Wenhao's shoulder and said loudly, This? Thank you, Mister. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to bow and thank him. Hee. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. The 2 of them then left. Qin Ke, why did you come back again? Li Zixuan asked Xiao Shi to help him tidy up the manuscripts. Just as he finished, he saw the little fatty Li Tai come again. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Xian, there's something I forgot to tell you. Once there were no outsiders around, he was unwilling to call Li Zixuan Mister anymore. At this moment, he ran over and said. Li Zixuan was too lazy to argue with him and asked, What's the matter? Li Tai took a deep breath and said, The 3 strategies you mentioned before have all been accepted by my father. The notice of reducing taxes by raising chickens has also been gradually sent to every state and county from today onwards. My father also ordered my uncle Li Xiaogong to prepare 500 ships to the South Sea within 5 days. Within 7 days, my uncle will lead 20,000 Navy troops to the South Sea to trade for food. Li Zixuan was shocked. He wasn't surprised that Li Tai knew about the locust plague prophecy. He was surprised that the imperial court had the ability to prepare 500 ships within 5 days. It seemed like the shipbuilding ability of this era wasn't as backward as he thought. And then? Qin Ke, why are you telling me all this? He was only slightly surprised, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Li Er had accepted his suggestion and advice, but he didn't give him any rewards. Xiao Xian, the Datong Daily that you started has already spread far and wide. My father wants you to advertise it in the newspapers to attract more civilian merchants to join the imperial court's food trade army. According to the Ministry of Revenue's calculations, the 500 ships of the imperial court, even if all of them are filled with food, will still be far from enough to deal with the locust plague. Little Fatty chuckled and revealed the most important purpose of his visit today. This joker had been listening to a novel and had almost forgotten about the important business. Li Zixuan heard this and his expression became slightly serious. He nodded and said, That's fine. I'll ask Ma Zhou to prepare today. You'll be able to see the news about this in tomorrow's newspaper. In the face of the locust plague, Li Zixuan wasn't in a place where he could bargain or worry about personal gains and losses. If he could save one more person, it would be considered as accumulating merit. Chapter 235. Li Tai left in satisfaction. This satisfaction was not only because he had listened to the novel for the entire afternoon, but also because he had taken away a luxurious caravan that he had always dreamed of. After watching the little fatty leave, Li Zixuan called for San Bao and ordered, "San Bao, get a few people to pull out 4 carriages and send them to the Qin Manor, Chang Manor, Yuqi Manor, and Yo Manor. Tell them that it is inconvenient for me to go out during my confinement period. Ask those uncles to bear with me." "Yes, young master," San Bao replied. Remember to be polite." "Oh, right. Pull out another carriage and send it to the East Palace." Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Yes." San Bao accepted the order and left. "Xiao Shi, come and help me grind the ink." In the study room, Li Zixuan was writing rapidly. He was writing a letter to Ma Zhou and telling him some things. Not only was it about the recruitment of merchant ships to follow the army to the south that Li Tai had mentioned, but he also had many things to tell Ma Zhou about the Datong Daily Novel section. Meng Wenhao's attitude towards novel writers today was a warning to Li Zixuan. It seemed that whether it was in the modern era or the ancient era, many people thought that writing novels was not a proper occupation and was useless. No wonder Datong Daily had been published for so long. Other than a few great scholars who wrote articles and argued with each other in the literary interaction section, there was basically no one who wrote novels for Datong Daily. This would not do. If everyone thought of writing novels this way, then who would write novels in the future? Li Zixuan planned to stay at home and play cards with his wife, sleep, and read novels in the future. Therefore, he was writing a plan for Ma Zhou to hype up the rise of the novel and encourage everyone to write to Datong Daily. At this moment, he felt that being grounded by Ma Zhou was not such a wonderful thing. Otherwise, he would have gone to the workshop personally and told Ma Zhou in person. There was no need to go through so much trouble. "All right, Xiao Shi, go and find someone. Since the workshop is not closed yet, ask him to ride a fast horse and quickly deliver this letter and these manuscripts to the workshop. Give them to Ma Zhou." After nearly an hour, Li Zixuan finished writing and put the letter into an envelope. Then, he put the rest of the manuscripts into a big paper bag and handed it to Xiao Shi. Fortunately, their house was not too far away from the workshop. Otherwise, the servant might not be able to make it back in time after delivering the letter at this hour. "Yes, young master." Strange Pavilion Workshop. Now, Ma Zhou had recruited many scholars to be his assistants. These scholars were mostly people from the Imperial College who had failed to pass the imperial examinations. The editorial department of Strange Cultures Development. At this moment, they were deciding the layout of tomorrow's newspapers. "Steward Ma, do you think this layout is okay?" A middle-aged scholar in his 30s walked towards Ma Zhou with a few pieces of paper filled with words. Ma Zhou took it and looked at it seriously. After a while he nodded and said, "Yes, the layout this time is very good. Let's follow this layout and pass it to the printing department. Let them start printing. After that, our editorial department will be off work today." Okay. When the others saw Ma Zhou nod his head, they all heaved a huge sigh of relief. God knows how many times they were sent back by Ma Zhou every day because of typesetting problems. Although the salary given by Quirk Culture was high, the requirements were also high. Old Ma, Sir Li sent a letter over. The person who came was none other than Pang Feiji. This unlucky guy failed to ask for benefits from Sun Huayuan last time and was almost exposed. Later, Yuqi Jingda arranged for him to be the head of security at Strange Culture. In fact, he was just a high-class concierge. When Li Zixuan heard Yuqi Jingda's warning that day, he felt that not only Strange Culture but also the workshop's safety needed to be taken seriously. Therefore, he let Pang Feiji lead this security team into 2 groups. One group was responsible for Strange Culture's safety and the other group was responsible for the workshop's safety. Anyway, Yuqi Jingda said that this group of people would be under Li Zixuan's command in the future. There was nothing wrong with his arrangement. After this guy was arranged to come over, he usually ran between both sides. At Strange Culture, in order to make up for his image in Sun Huayuan's eyes, he was very diligent and rushed to do everything. At first, the rest of the people were worried sick. Pang Feiji was stealing their jobs. Therefore, these 2 days, Sun Huayuan clearly felt that the people in the workshop were much more enthusiastic than before. However, Pang Feiji was not a greedy person. When he was serious, he was quite loyal. After all, this guy had been in the military for so long. He was very experienced in dealing with people. In the past 2 days, there were quite a number of people who had received small favors from him. In private, everyone called him Brother G or Brother Chicken. At the workshop, Ma Zhou was one of the big bosses in the workshop. Of course, he was also someone Brother Chicken wanted to curry favor with. This way, even if Sun Huiyuan told Li Zixuan about his black material, there would be someone to speak up for him. He wouldn't die too miserably, right? Today, Brother Chicken came to the workshop to work. When he encountered the matter of delivering a letter to Ma Zhou, Brother Chicken did not hesitate to take over Song Xiaoxi's job and come personally to deliver the letter. Ma Zhou took the big bag of documents curiously. As he opened it, he said politely, "Thank you for your trouble, Pang Sigi." "It's nothing. Take your time, Master Ma. I'll take my leave first." Brother Chicken knew very well that he had to make up for his sins even if he had to kneel down. Now that Sun Huiyuan had something on him in strange culture and the workshop, he had to act like a grandson until the end. "Okay." Ma Zhou nodded. Brother Chicken slowly left. Ma Zhou opened the paper bag and took out the envelope and the manuscript of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. He first put the manuscript aside, then opened the envelope. He opened the letter and read it seriously. Other than the occasional sound of other people packing up, the room was silent for a while. After a while, Ma Zhou put away the letter and said to the few editors, who were packing up to go home, "Don't pack up anymore. Don't send the typesetting just now to the printing department. Redo it all. I'm afraid none of you will be able to go back tonight." "Ah? Why is this happening? Steward Ma, what happened? If we don't go back now, where will we stay tonight?" "Yeah, if we don't leave now, there will be a curfew later." The editors were dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Ma Zhou had a high position in the workshop, in the face of such a rude request, they could not help but refute. "Ahem, the boss has new instructions. Tomorrow's newspaper has to be redone. Everyone work harder. Once you're done, you can rest in the workshop. Today's salary will be 5 times the usual salary." It was indeed unkind to ask people to work overtime at the last minute. Ma Zhou thought about it and decided that he could only use money to increase their work enthusiasm. "Wow, 5 times. Let's do it. Let's do it." Chapter 236. Tisk Tsk. Xiao Xian sure knows how to enjoy life. This carriage will be my ride in the future. Haha. Cheng Mansion. The servants of the Li residence were ordered to deliver the limousine. Cheng Yaojin saw that the carriage's design was strange. Originally, he just wanted to take a look. After all, he liked to ride a horse and not sit in a carriage. But when he saw it, he immediately fell in love with the luxurious interior. He comfortably sat on the sofa and did not want to get down. "Dad, this carriage was given to me by Xiao Xian. I thought you don't like to ride in carriages?" Chang Chumo followed him into the carriage. When he heard the second half of Chang Yaojin's words, his face fell and he gloomily said, "Bulsh *t. Did Xiao Xian say that this carriage is for you? You're clearly giving it to me, okay? Besides, I used to like riding horses and not riding carriages. But that's because the carriages in the past can't be compared to this one." Chang Yaojin sat on the sofa and patted the table in front of him. He said to Chang Yaojin angrily, "Dad, when the first carriage was made, I asked Xiao Xian for it. Now that this one is here, you can't take it for yourself." Chang Chumo was not willing to give up just like that. "Humph, you old geezer, how dare you snatch things from your son?" At this time, a slightly stout woman in purple came up. She was Chang Chumo's mother, Chang Yaojin's wife, Pei Zuiyun, the daughter of Shanhai Pass's commander-in-chief Pei Renji, and the elder sister of Sui and Tang's third hero Pei Yuanqing. For thousands of years, the Pei family had produced great figures in each generation. It was indeed a wonder in Chinese and foreign history. In China's historical dramas, there were several dramas that depicted the Pei family, such as Westlake, Li Huinyang, Pei Heng's encounter with the immortal, and The Legend of the White Snake. In the famous drama, The Legend of the White Snake, Fahai, was the son of the Tang dynasty politician and calligrapher Pei Xiu. In history, Fahai was a positive character. However, after the novels of the Ming and Qing dynasties came out, Fahai became a negative character. A while ago, Madame Pei brought her second son, Chang Chuliang, back to her hometown to visit her parents. She had not been in Chang'an for a long time. Madam, I was just joking with Chou Nyo. Haha. Chang Yaojin quickly got up and awkwardly smiled. Humph. Madame Pei snorted. Only now did she look at the interior of the carriage. Gradually, the envy in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Ah, the interior of this car is so beautiful. Ah, this seat is so comfortable. Master, with this carriage in the future, this concubine will bring Chu Mo and Chu Liang back home to visit their parents. This concubine will not have to suffer the hardships of traveling. Madame Pei sat here and there in the carriage. After a while, she also liked this carriage. From her words, it seemed like she also wanted this carriage. Chang Chumo had a tragic look on his face. He had just chased away a vicious wolf, and now a fierce tiger had appeared? Qin Manor. Huayu. Although this carriage is comfortable, I still prefer to ride a horse. This carriage is for you to use. Haha. Qin Xiong sat on the sofa in the carriage and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Qin Huayu. Recently, his health had improved a lot. He had no problem playing with a gun, riding a horse, or dabbling in hunting. If this carriage had been delivered a month ago, Qin Xiong would have gladly accepted it. However, he had finally recovered from his illness. How could he be willing to stay in a carriage? Thank you, father, Qin Huayu said happily. Qin Xiong did not care about this carriage, but it did not mean that Qin Huayu did not care about it. He had been eyeing Li Zishuan's carriage for a long time. Yes, although this carriage is comfortable, Huayu, you must not lose your ambition because of it. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes. Eastern Palace. After the carriage was delivered, Li Chengqian immediately went in to enjoy it. Then he sat on the sofa and did not want to get down. This thing was more comfortable than a bed. Why is there such a big carriage in front of Brother Crown Prince's palace? Changle's voice came from outside the carriage. Li Chengqian opened his eyes and shouted, Changle, I'm here. Ah, Brother Crown Prince, why are you sitting in a carriage for nothing? Changle suddenly heard Li Chengqian's voice and was shocked. Then, she said, Brother Crown Prince, I'm coming in too. After saying that, the little girl nimbly jumped into the carriage. Then, she opened the curtains and was dazzled by the luxurious interior. Changle, why are you here? Sit down and have a cup of tea. Li Chengqian stood up and said. Changle nodded. She walked to the opposite side of Li Chengqian and exclaimed, Brother Crown Prince, your carriage is really big. It's like a small room inside. Ah, the thing to sit on is so soft. How is it? Do you like it, Changle? Li Chengqian poured a cup of tea for his sister and said with a smile. Yes, I like it. Brother Crown Prince, are you giving this carriage to me? When Changle heard Li Chengqian's question, her two small eyes curved into two small crescents. Usually, after Li Chengqian's words, he would give her a carriage. No. Li Chengqian's face darkened. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I only said that if Changle likes it, you can come and sit here often. I didn't say that I would give it to you. He had just enjoyed it for a while. How could he bear to give this carriage to someone else? Even if it was his most beloved sister. If this kind of carriage was sold in the market, he would be willing to buy one for Changle. However, the problem was that he had already sent people to inquire about it. Obviously, there were no shops that sold this kind of carriage. Humph! Brother Crown Prince is so stingy. Changle wrinkled her cute little nose and said unhappily. Ah! Li Chengqian was sweating profusely. However, he was somewhat quick-witted. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Changle, if you want this carriage, you can ask Li Zishuan for it. I heard from Qin Ke that the Li residence has many of these carriages. Now, in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan has these carriages. It is said that he specially built a batch of carriages to pick up his bride when he gets married. This move is called diverting trouble, Li Chengqian thought proudly in his heart. When Changle heard this, she didn't clamor to ask Li Zishuan for a carriage as Li Chengqian expected. Instead, he saw the little girl leaning on the table with one hand supporting her cheek. She said with a yearning expression, "Brother Shaoxian is so good to Sister Yushi. I wonder if Changle's future husband will be so good to Changle? Brother Crown Prince, it is said that the imperial family has no familial ties. The children of the imperial family have no love and have to follow their parents' orders. However, Changle doesn't want to be forced by father to marry someone she doesn't like. Brother Crown Prince, will you help Changle in the future?" Li Chengqian looked at his sister's innocent face and longing eyes. He patted his sister's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, Changle. Brother Crown Prince won't watch you be forced to marry." Changle smiled and said, "Yes, yes, Brother Crown Prince is so nice. This soft couch is so comfortable. When Changle goes back later, can I bring it back to Changle Palace?" Li Chengqian. Chapter 237. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. The freshly printed Tang Dynasty Daily. Today's headline: His Majesty wants to send Navy to escort fleet to the south to trade for food. Civilian merchant ships can also sign up. Early morning. The cheerful voice of the newspaper boy woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. Today's headline was exceptionally attractive. First of all, this was the first time the people had learned about the latest decree from the imperial court through this method. Secondly, the decree itself was already very attractive. Sending an army to escort merchant ships was something that the people and merchants had never heard of before. "Xiao Lu, go buy me a copy of the newspaper." A voice full of vigor came from a luxurious carriage. "Yes, master." Today, after hearing the headlines in the newspapers, the merchants who were interested in the news sent their servants to buy the newspapers. Zuetian Restaurant. Within 5 days, the imperial court will prepare a fleet of 500 ships. 7 days later, Hejing County Prince Li Shaogong will personally lead a navy of 20,000 to escort the fleet to the south. They will trade silk and porcelain for food. In a small country like Nanyang, rice is ripe 3 times a season. Spices are everywhere. A piece of silk or porcelain can be exchanged for dozens of loads of food and countless spices. Hiss! The barren land of the South Sea is actually so rich. Brother Zhihua, you have traveled extensively and are very knowledgeable. Is what the newspaper says true? A plump, middle-aged man in a blue shirt was reading the newspaper. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. The skinny man opposite him was reading the newspaper seriously. He didn't even raise his head when he heard the question. "It should be true. I have heard many seafarers talking about this before. Moreover, this newspaper is from Chitsu culture, and Chitsu culture is Lord Li's business. I am very sure that this news is true." These two were the regulars of Zuetian Restaurant who had tasted the immortal drunken wine. They were also wealthy merchants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Zuetian Restaurant every day. Then why don't we see any merchant ships going south to purchase goods? Feng Zhihua said impatiently. "Brother Shifan, think about it. The vast ocean is filled with countless dangers. There are also pirates. Which merchant ships would dare to go out to sea?" "Oh, I see. But now, these problems are no longer problems." Shifan, continue reading. The ministers of the imperial court all agreed that 500 ships were far from enough. They specially recruited merchant ships from the common folk to accompany the army to the south. The army will protect the merchant ships, and the merchants will only have to pay 5% of their profits to the imperial court. Merchants who were willing to join the imperial court's fleet had to report to the Ministry of War within 7 days and send their ships to the Ba River in the east of the city. After 7 days, they would head south with the army. This was a business that was guaranteed to make a profit. And it's a huge profit. Feng Zhihua sighed after reading the news. "Brother Zhihua, do you want to participate as well?" "Little brother, I remember that your family has more than a dozen large ships that often transport goods on the Grand Canal, right?" Liao Shifan added. Feng Zhihua pondered for a moment. Then he slapped the table and said, "Participate? Why wouldn't I participate? Shifan, if you want to go, I have a way to get you 8 big ships in a short period of time. It's up to you if you're willing. If you trust me, then come with me to the south. You'll definitely make 10 times the profit. Liao Shifan said happily. Of course, I trust Brother Jihua. I'm willing to go south with you. Haha, that's great. I'll have to get a few more ships and buy some porcelain and silk. Let's get started. Brother Jihua, wait. There's another piece of news at the end. The imperial court has issued a decree to encourage the common folk to raise chickens on a large scale. For every 100 chickens raised by a household, their taxes will be reduced by 10% next year. When the rent is collected next year, each village will calculate the number of chickens in each household and report it to the local government. The government will reduce the taxes based on the number of chickens reported. Brother Jihua, what does the imperial court mean by this decree? I don't understand it anymore. Feng Jihua paused and read the news carefully. He couldn't help but frown. I don't understand the imperial court's intention either. Liao Shifan thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Brother Jihua, I think there's something to be gained from this. Why don't we sell some chickens? Feng Jihua was stunned for a moment, but after a moment, he shook his head and said, No, we don't have time recently. Compared to the small amount of money we can earn from selling the chicken seedlings, we can earn more by preparing the merchant ships to go south. That's dozens of times more profit. Shifan, you should seriously prepare to go south. Liao Sifan thought about it and agreed. He nodded and said, Brother Jihua is right. We can't lose the big picture for the small. Ergoa, I bought a newspaper when I went into the city today. Read it to me. What's in the newspaper? Lu Village. A dark-skinned man in his 30s called over a naughty kid who was about 10 years old. Okay, second Uncle Lu, let me read the newspaper. I haven't read today's legend of a mortal's journey to immortality yet. The naughty kid said excitedly when he heard that there was a free newspaper to read. It should be a free novel to read. Smack! The dark-skinned man hit Gua's head with the rolled-up newspaper and scolded him jokingly. Read your head. You only know how to read novels all day. You don't even know how to go to school. If your father finds out, he'll beat your ass. Read to me what's in today's newspaper first, then read the novel. Oh! The naughty kid rubbed his head and answered in a muffled voice. Then, he took the newspaper and asked in confusion, Second Uncle, where do I start? Start from that headline. Today, I heard the newspaper boy say that the imperial court is recruiting merchant ships to go south. Read it quickly, kid. The dark-skinned man thought for a while and said. Gua searched for a while and found today's headline. He started reading. Within 5 days, the imperial court will prepare a fleet of 500 ships. 7 days later, Hejing County Prince Li Shaogong will personally lead a navy of 20,000 to escort the fleet to the south. They will exchange silk and porcelain for food. TSK. Too bad I don't have a ship. Otherwise, I could follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang and make a fortune. Gua, continue reading. Next one. The dark-skinned man sighed after listening to the headline. The imperial court has issued a decree to encourage people to raise chickens on a large scale. For every 100 chickens raised by a family, the tax next year will be reduced by 10%. When the rent is collected next year, the number of chickens in each family will be counted and reported to the local county office. The county office will reduce the corresponding tax according to the reported number. Stop. Ergoa, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is that really what it says? The dark-skinned man was as excited as a 300-pound child. He pressed on Gua's shoulder and said excitedly, It hurts, second uncle. Let go of me first. The naughty kid was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. The dark-skinned man let go of his hand embarrassedly and said, Cough. Then quickly take a look again. Is it like what you said just now? The naughty kid looked at it again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said affirmatively, Second uncle, that's what it says. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Hey second uncle, where are you going? Don't you want your newspaper? Haha, kid's mother, give me money. I want to go to the city to buy chicken seedlings. The dark-skinned man's excited cheers spread far and wide. Today was destined to not be peaceful. The 2 imperial court decrees written in Datong daily were like a storm that swept through the entire Chang'an city and the surrounding villages in an instant. Chapter 238. The people who were swept away by the storm of the new policy started to move. Some bought chickens, some looked for boats. People came and went on the streets. It was very lively. Boss, do you still have any chicks? What? No more? The market has only been open for less than 2 hours. How can there be no more? In the East Market, a man in a gray undershirt was shouting at a vendor who was selling chicks. Boss, hey, don't go. How much are the remaining chicks? I want them all. What? 100 coins for one? Why don't you go rob a bank? Wasn't it 80 coins a while ago? Buy it or not. If you don't buy it now, it will be more expensive in the future. Previously, the Li and Chung families had bought chicks without restraint. At one time, the price of the chicks had been raised from 50 to 125 coins. Later, after Wang Rini had transported 80,000 chicks from the south, the Li and Chung families no longer bought chicks. The market of chicks in Chang'an had gradually calmed down. The price of chicks had gradually dropped from 125 coins to 125 coins. Now that the imperial court had introduced the policy of reducing taxes on raising chickens, the people were crazily fighting for chicks. Many chicken vendor stocks were quickly sold out. After the other chicken vendors came to their senses, they quickly organized people to buy chicks from other places. At the same time, they raised the price of chicks, intending to make a fortune. You mortals! So pitiful! Mei Jun, who had come to Chang'an to sell eggs today, looked at the villagers who were rushing to buy chicks and sighed with a superior expression. Since Mei Village had been divided into Li Zishuan's fief, they only needed to pay rent to Li Zishuan, the big landlord, every year. Moreover, Li Zishuan had already introduced the policy of reducing the rent on raising chickens. Therefore, the policy of the imperial court had no effect on them. Naturally, they did not need to rush to buy chicks with others. Big Mouth Mei, why are you showing off here? Why don't you go and grab a place to sell eggs? Be careful that your wife won't forgive you when you go back. It was a skinny hand that suddenly patted Mei Jun's shoulder. Then came the slightly teasing voice of Second Master Lu. Compared to a few months ago, Second Master Lu looked more hale and hearty. Perhaps the old people would be more energetic once they had something to do. Second Master Lu, why are you making fun of me again? Mei Jun turned around and grinned. Haha, you brat, why are there so many people buying chicken seedlings today? I just heard someone say that the imperial court issued a decree today to encourage the people to raise chickens. 100 chickens can reduce the tax by 10%. Haha, there's such a good thing? However, our plum village has long enjoyed such treatment. Moreover, it's free chicken seedlings. Haha, Second Master Lu said with a complacent smile, but his words provoked too much hatred. A man next to him immediately glared at him and said, What did you say? Your village has been receiving such treatment for a long time? And the chicken seedlings are free? Haha, how could I lie to you? It's all thanks to Lord Li. Wang Foreign, why is your family's boat still idling at the dock? Why aren't you reporting to the Ministry of War? Why do we need to report it? Didn't you read today's newspaper? The imperial court wants to send troops to escort the fleet to the south to trade for food. The food in the south is cheap and so are the spices. We can take the silk and porcelain and follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang to purchase goods. When we come back and sell them, we will definitely make a huge profit. Really? But what if the newspaper is a scam? Silly! Don't you know who publishes this newspaper? Why would Lord Li, who is rich, lie to you? How much are you worth? Then wait for me, brother. My family has 10 big boats. Let's follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang to get some soup. This kind of conversation was definitely not the only one in Chang'an today. Businessmen often had the keenest sense of smell. The capital market had always been turbulent. Now, with the imperial court's decree, how could there not be a huge wave? Yi Lane, at Meng Wenhao's house. Father, Why are you back so early today? Meng Wenhao was on leave today and teaching his little sister to write at home. Suddenly, the courtyard door was pushed open and a thin and dark middle-aged man came in. He was not tall and his body was not strong, but his slightly bent spine seemed to be full of infinite strength, as if he could hold up the sky. His gray clothes were full of sand and sand. It was impossible to tell whether he was wearing clothes or sand. Meng Wenhao heard the sound and looked up. Seeing that it was his father, he patted his little sister's head and hurried to greet him and said happily, "Well, there is not much work on Murky Street today. I finished my work and came back early. Are you still teaching Yaya to write?" The middle-aged man took off his shirt full of sand and sand, revealing his dark, thin, but very strong chest. He smiled and said to the son in front of him, who he was most proud of, "Well, father, Yaya has learned a lot of words recently. I also taught Yaya the pinyin invented by our teacher. In the future, Yaya may know more words than some rich kids." Meng Wenhao showed a rare innocent expression of a child and asked for credit from his father. Of course, Meng Wenhao's father didn't know what pinyin was, but he knew that his son was very good at reading and what he said must be reasonable. He said well to Meng Wenhao and went to wash his hands next to the well with a smile. At this time, the little girl in the house ran out and said with a giggle, "Father, father, you are back?" The middle-aged man wiped his face, and out of nowhere, a sugar figurine wrapped in paper appeared. Then he squatted down, squinted his eyes, and smiled at his daughter. "Come, Yaya, this is what I bought for you. Eat it quickly, and don't tell your mother." Yaya's slightly yellowed and malnourished face was like a blooming flower. It was so brilliant that even the sun paled in comparison. It was as if she was the most beautiful angel in the world. The little girl opened her small red mouth and revealed a pair of small rabbit teeth. She giggled, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. "Ah, it's a candy man. Father is so good." Yaya happily took the candy man from Meng Wenhao's hand and opened the oil paper. Looking at the lifelike and cute little figure, the little girl hesitated for a moment and handed it back. She said in a crisp voice, "Father works hard to support the family. Father works the hardest. Father, eat first." Meng Wenhao's father looked at his daughter's innocent but persistent face and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He sent the candy man to his daughter's mouth and forced a smile. "Father has long been sick of it. Yaya, eat it quickly." "Humph. Father, you are lying. You used to say that, but you have never eaten it. Father doesn't eat it, and Yaya doesn't eat it either." The little girl seemed to have become smarter recently and didn't fall for it at all. Okay. Father will eat a little." Meng Wenhao's father had no choice but to gently eat a corner of the candy man. The faint sweetness in his mouth couldn't wash away the bitterness in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at his daughter with mixed feelings. "Brother, you have to go to school every day. Brother also needs to eat first." When Yaya saw that her father really ate it, she immediately sent the candy man to Meng Wenhao's side happily. With the lesson learned, Meng Wenhao didn't refuse. He gently bit off a corner of the candy man and patted his little sister's braids. He smiled and said, "Okay, brother has eaten too. Yaya, go play elsewhere." Okay. Father, did something happen?" Meng Wenhao saw that Yaya had walked far away and then looked at his worried father and asked. Meng Wenhao's father's expression froze as he hurriedly said, "No, nothing. Father, something must have happened. Can you hide it from me? Tell me if you have something and we will think of a solution together." Meng Wenhao's father thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I might have to go on a long trip in a few days. I might be gone for 2 to 3 months." "Father, where are you going?" Meng Wenhao asked anxiously. "Going overseas." Meng Wenhao's father stuttered and finally revealed the truth. However, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Meng Wenhao stunned on the spot. Chapter 239. "Father, why did you suddenly think of going overseas?" Meng Wenhao was stunned for a while before asking with difficulty. Although he had never been to the sea, he knew that there were hidden dangers everywhere. Today, Boss Feng suddenly told me that he has a fleet going to Southeast Asia to purchase goods in 7 days. He needs to recruit a large number of crew members and the remuneration is very generous. I thought about it and agreed. Father Meng slowly told the truth. Father, how can you agree? You don't know how to operate a ship? Besides, the sea is so dangerous. You little brat, are you looking down on your father? Who said that I don't know how to operate a ship? Howard, don't worry. I'm good at swimming. I'll definitely be fine. When I come back 3 months later, our family will be able to live a good life. The remuneration that Boss Feng gave me this time is equivalent to 3 years of carrying goods at the dock. Father Meng patted his son's shoulder and said with a look of longing, "That won't do. Father, we can slowly earn money. I will be able to pass the imperial examinations next year. When that time comes, I will also have a salary. Why do you have to take such a big risk to go to the sea? Even if my mother knows, she won't let you go." Meng Wenhao grabbed his father's arm, afraid that he would never see him again if he let go. He said anxiously. Father Meng broke free from his son's hand and said firmly, "As for your mother, I will naturally tell her. This matter is settled. I have already spoken to Boss Feng. After settling down at home these few days, I will go out to sea with them. However, you don't have to worry. This time, the civilian caravan will follow the Imperial Court's 20,000 navy to the south. There will definitely be no worries." After saying that, he ignored his son's persuasion and went straight to get water for a bath. Unexpectedly, today's newspaper not only caused a hurricane among the farmers and merchants, but the young people were also shocked by a few lines of words in a corner of the newspaper. "Damn, you can play like this?" Sun family. Sun Ziffin was leaning on the couch and reading A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality peacefully. When he saw the end of the 3rd chapter, he was still a little unsatisfied. Who knew that there were a few lines of small red words at the end of the article? He took a closer look and was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. He saw the words written on it. Extravagant extravagance. Moved to tears. Sir's talent deserves this reward. Li Zixuan from Chong and Yongla Lane rewarded Leather Knight with 1,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward you and hope that the following chapters will be even more exciting. There was also a notice that read, "Congratulations to Li Zixuan for becoming the first Golden Alliance leader in the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. From today onwards, Detong Daily would launch a tipping function. Readers could go to the Chitsu Pavilion workshop to tip their favorite novels or articles. In the future, the editorial department of Detong Daily would set up many offices in various regions. Readers who lived far away from the workshop could also head to the offices nearby to tip. Detong Daily's editorial department would split the reward 50-50 and send it to the author. The person who gave the reward would also receive the corresponding title of the work. The specific level of the title would be determined by the amount of reward. Apprentice, 1 coin and above. Apprentice, 500 coins and above. Disciple, 2 strings and above. Deacon, 5 strings and above. Branch leader, 10 strings and above. Hall leader, 20 strings and above. Protector, 30 strings and above. Elder, 40 strings and above. Sect leader, 50 strings and above. Grandmaster, 70 strings and above. Silver Alliance leader, 100 strings and above. Golden Alliance leader, 1,000 strings and above. The corresponding badge of the title would also be awarded to the readers who tipped. This badge was specially made and would definitely not be counterfeited. The names of the top 10 readers who tipped the most will be hung at the bottom of the book. In addition, Detong Daily is sincerely open to all scholars in Tang Dynasty. Once the novel is accepted, in addition to the split of the reward, we will also give you a guaranteed base price of at least 5 coins per 1,000 words. The salary will be paid monthly and will be sent to you by a special person. You are welcome to submit your work. Tisk TSK. Mr. Li is really rich. He gave out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. Even if we split it 50-50, Leather Knight would get 500 strings of cash. Sun Zifan sighed with a face full of envy. 500 strings of cash was a huge sum of money. In the entire Chang'an city, except for a few people, No one would look down on 500 strings of cash and casually give it away. It was the same for the Sun family. F***ck, if writing novels is so profitable, then why do I still need to go to school? I might as well write novels. Sun Ziffin slapped his head and was about to go to the study to write novels. This guy really had no idea. If writing novels was so easy, then in the modern age of the internet, wouldn't everyone be able to become a god? Novels were easy to read, but when you actually started writing, you would realize that it was very difficult. It was definitely not something that could be written just by slapping one's head. Prince Wei's residence. Li Tai was also reading the latest issue of the newspaper. Yesterday, he had told Li Zixuan about Li Er's intentions. Today, he purposely checked to see if the government decree was published in the newspaper. After discovering that it was published, Li Tai comfortably laid on the sofa and began reading novels. Although he had heard the plot of the novel in today's newspaper, the feeling of reading a novel and listening to a novel was completely different. What? You asked where the sofa Li Tai was lying on came from? Wasn't this simple? After this little fatty came back yesterday, he had someone move the sofa from the carriage that Li Zixuan gave him into the palace. In his mind, when the carriage needed it in the future, he could just get someone to move it up. As Li Tai read, he naturally saw the red words at the end of the newspaper. This guy's face was instantly filled with black lines. F***ck. Someone said that this king is thick-skinned. I think Li Zixuan is the thick-skinned one, selling and praising himself. This is what you call selling and praising yourself. How shameless. Li Tai excitedly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at the newspaper and scolded Li Zixuan. Others might not know who the Leather Knight was, but how could Li Tai not know? It was precisely because he knew that Li Zixuan had shamelessly tipped him that he was so excited. It was as if he had met a soulmate. Everyone was so shameless that they could be friends. Li Tai rubbed his chin as he thought. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and called a guard over. He instructed, "Take this king's warrant and go to the treasury to retrieve 1,000 strings of cash. Send it to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop. Tell them that this king is rewarding the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality." The black-clothed guard was dumbfounded. He was definitely thinking, has the king of Wei gone crazy? Go. What are you standing there for? Have you gone crazy? The guard's face twitched slightly. He quickly cupped his hands and said, yes. Then he quickly left. Li Tai nodded. He was not stupid. After the initial shock, he quickly understood Li Zixuan's intention. This was to attract scholars to join the mighty novel industry. Thinking about the various interesting novels to read in the future, Li Tai's heart trembled with excitement. Moreover, he himself liked The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality very much. After seeing Li Zixuan snatch the first Golden Alliance Master title, he was a little unhappy. How could he be willing to give up the second Golden Alliance Master title? Golden Alliance Master. This title sounded domineering. Although Li Tai felt the pinch of giving away 1,000 strings of cash, it was still a man's pride and a Buddha's desire to burn incense. Moreover, he still had 20% of the shares in Strange Interest Culture. It was considered an investment. When the time came, more people would be attracted to write novels and read newspapers. Li Tai would also get more money. What was there to be afraid of? Li Tai thought cunningly. Chapter 240. South of Chang and City, Jin Yu Academy. On the stone bench under the pine forest, Hua Hongyi and the other two poor scholars gathered together to read the newspaper. Reading the newspaper had become their daily routine. If they didn't read it for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Wow! Look at the last part of the newspaper. Lord Li is really rich. He gave out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. The newspaper has an additional reward function? Who said it wasn't? Lord Li has come up with a new trick again. TSK, Lord Li really knows how to play. But this way, that Leather Knight will be rich. Even if it's split 50 to 50, it's still 500 strings of cash. It's enough for a family of 3 to use for a few decades. Hua Hongyi waved the worn-out fan in his hand and thought for a while. He looked at his two classmates and said, Tianhua, Feichen, haven't you thought about Lord Li's intention? Although the story of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is novel, it's not enough to give out 1,000 strings of cash as a reward, right? Brother Hong Yi, did you discover something? Yes. I think Lord Li wants to attract scholars to write novels and then submit them to his Datang daily. Hiss. Looks like it's true. But Lord Li is too generous with his money. Hua Hongyi nodded and said, yes, when Lord Li makes a move, it's always a big deal. With him doing this, I'm afraid many people will rush to write novels. That would have to be written by them first. It has to be something that the supervisor of the workshop likes. Why don't we give it a try too? After all, Lord Li's reward is so generous. That's right, Feichen is right. What if Lord Li takes a fancy to what we write? Then even if no one gives us a reward, according to the guaranteed price they set, it's 5 strings of cash for 1,000 words. If we write 10,000 words a day, it'll be 50 strings of cash. That's close to 2 strings of cash a month. It's really not low. Brother Hong Yi, what do you think? According to the current prices, 50 copper coins a day could be exchanged for about 200 caddies of rice. This salary was really not low, and all they had to pay was just a few words. Hua Hongyi frowned and hesitated. The salary is indeed not low, but have you thought about what to write? Why don't we imitate the plot of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality and make up another story? Yes, I think it's a good idea. The setting of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is so novel and interesting. I think this model can give rise to many other stories. Hua Hongyi shook his head and said, I don't want to do that. Imitation is always inferior. If I were to write it, I would definitely create a whole new story background and plot. You can try to imitate it first and see how it works. Who knows if it might succeed? Then let's start writing now. Chang Manor. TSK. Little Xian is really rich. Chang Chumo also saw the last few paragraphs of the newspaper. Although he was a loyal fan of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, he didn't know that A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan. Therefore, when he saw the last few paragraphs, his first reaction was not to scold Li Zixuan for being shameless, but to sigh at how rich Li Zixuan was. He could throw out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. Golden Alliance Leader. TSK. This title is so impressive. Chang Chumo rubbed his chin and sighed with envy. He didn't agree with Li Tai. After all, he was a prince and had a certain amount of financial autonomy. He could squeeze out 1,000 strings of cash just by gritting his teeth. However, Chang Chumo was a pauper through and through. Although the Chung family and the Li family had cooperated on the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth and Tenderness, and he had received a lot of pocket money recently, it definitely didn't add up to 1,000 strings of cash. He didn't have the guts to ask old Madame Chung for it. Therefore, when he saw Li Zixuan become the first Golden Alliance leader in A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, he could only be envious. Although he really wanted it, he couldn't afford it. Chang Chumo was conflicted for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and returned to his bed. He took out all his pocket money and counted it. Then he smiled and said, Hee, I can't afford a Golden Alliance leader, but I can still give you a Silver Alliance leader. Chang Chumo called his page boy. Yes, his page boy. Since this guy started going to school, Chang Chumo had also followed the trend and recruited a page boy for his son. Jiang Wuyun, send this 100 strings of cash to the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. Tell them it's a reward from me for A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Young master, why did you? Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. Remember to bring back the Silver Alliance leader badge they gave out. Oh, after the little page boy walked out of the gate of the Chung mansion, he was still confused. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Chang Chumo today. How could he give out 100 strings of cash just like that? And Elaine, editorial department of Chitsu Culture. How was the response of today's newspaper? Ma Zhou sat alone at the head of the table and asked the backbone of the editorial department below. According to Li Zixuan's suggestion, Special people should be sent out to investigate the response of the public before each issue of the newspaper was released. If there were any problems found, they could be corrected in time. A young man who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old stood up and replied, "The response of the people to the newspaper today was particularly great. Whether it was the 2 new policies issued by the Imperial Court or our newly launched reward function, they all caused a great response. At present, our revised version of the newspaper is very successful." Although this young man had 2 panda eyes after all, he had worked overtime last night and couldn't sleep well in the workshop. His face was full of excitement when he said this. Ma Zhou nodded approvingly and said, "Good, Chong Siwen. Have you finished the badges for each title and level?" A gentle middle-aged man stood up and replied, "I handed the design drawings to Manager Fu yesterday. At present, they have only finished dozens of badges for the Gold Alliance Leader, Silver Alliance Leader, Guru, and Sect Leader of a Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. They are still rushing to make the badges for the other levels. Well, you should urge them on this matter. I expect many readers will come to reward them soon." "Yes, Godfather Ma, Godfather Ma, His Imperial Highness, Prince of Wei, has sent someone to reward us." Song Xiaoxi ran in, panting, and reported. "How much was the reward?" 1,000 strings of cash. Hiss, then quickly go and give the Gold Alliance Leader badge to him. "Yes, Godfather Ma." Fan Shahui, in the future, you will be responsible for the registration of all rewards. You will also be responsible for the distribution of badges. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Ma Zhou said sternly. "Yes, Manager Ma." A middle-aged scholar in gray clothes and a gray hat stood up and cupped his hands. "Godfather Ma, Godfather Ma, the eldest young master of the Chung estate has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash." "Godfather Ma, Godfather Ma, Princess Changle has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash. His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash. Xinghua Square's eldest young master, Hu Yuan Bao, has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash. Azure Dragon Square's Wang Renbiao has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash. Jincheng Square's Murong Yunhai has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 200 strings of cash. Crazy, crazy. That was the only word in everyone's mind. They knew that A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was very popular and that many people would come to reward it in the future. However, they did not expect it to come so quickly and in such a large amount. Could it be that these people did not treat money as money? That's all for today. Everyone, quickly get back to your positions and continue with your work. Fan Shahui, quickly go to the front to receive the reward money and register it. Chong Siwen, quickly go to the workshop and urge them to make the badges quickly. Yes. Chapter 241. Yi Lane. Meng Wenhao tried to persuade his father but to no avail. He could only pray that his mother would come back in the afternoon and persuade his father. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, he became more and more frustrated. After bidding farewell to his father, Meng Wenhao went out. Looking at the busy pedestrians on the street, Meng Wenhao was a little confused. As the saying goes, the world is full of people who come for profit. Most of the people in front of him were rushing to earn money. What was he doing? Isn't this Meng Wenhao? Where are you going? Suddenly, a voice came to his ear. Meng Wenhao found it familiar. He turned around and saw Wang Meng walking towards him. "Wang Meng, where are you going?" "To the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion." "Wenhao, didn't you read today's newspaper? Datong Daily can reward now. Mr. Li alone rewarded The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash and became the first Gold Alliance leader. How impressive. I, Wang Meng, may not be rich, but I can still squeeze out 10 strings of cash and become a leader. What reward? What alliance leader? What is Wang Meng talking about? Meng Wenhao was confused. He had no idea what Wang Meng was talking about. Here, take a look for yourself. Wang Meng took out today's newspaper and handed it to Meng Wenhao. He pointed at the last few paragraphs of the newspaper. Meng Wenhao only understood after reading it. His first reaction was to break down. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to write a novel in private. He even had the cheek to reward himself. How shameless must he be to do such a thing? What's wrong? You must be shocked by Mr. Li's generosity, right? Haha. Wang Meng looked at Meng Wenhao's twitching face and thought that he was too shocked. Meng Wenhao almost vomited blood. He quickly nodded and pretended to be shocked. Yes. I was indeed shocked. Hee. Then take your time to be shocked. I'll take my leave first. Wang Meng gave Meng Wenhao a look that said, I've been there before, so I understand. He patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, turned around, and ran away. Hey, Wang Meng, your newspaper. Forget it, it's fine. Wenhao, take it first. Meng Wenhao shook his head helplessly. The gloominess in his heart had been diluted by the news he had just received. He had not expected his teacher to be so capricious and unconventional. Since he had nothing to do, he sat down on the pier of the bridge not far away and flipped through the newspaper. Naturally, he also saw the headlines today. He saw the news that the imperial court was recruiting trade caravans from the people to follow the army to the small Nanyang country to trade. So this is actually true. The imperial court's navy is really going south with them. Meng Wenhao muttered to himself. He had thought that his father was just trying to comfort him when he said that the imperial army would come along. He didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, he was slightly relieved. From this piece of news, he understood why Boss Feng suddenly decided to go out to sea. It was all because of this decree issued by the imperial court. But why would the imperial court make such a big move at this time to go south to exchange grain? Would there be a change in the grain supply of the Great Tang in the future? The intelligent Meng Wenhao soon thought of the deeper reason behind this decree. However, he was only guessing and could not be sure. Li residence. Li Zixuan was not idle at this moment. There were big shots coming to his house today. They were Qin Shubao and Li Xiaogong. To the people, the decree issued by Li Er to go south to exchange grain was very sudden and very puzzling. The highest commander of this decree was Li Xiaogong. As a member of the Li Tang Empire and Li Er's trusted right-hand man, Li Xiaogong was of course one of the few people who knew the real reason for this military operation. It was because he knew that he had to come personally to see Li Zixuan. There were some things he needed to ask in person. However, he had never interacted with Li Zixuan before. It was very awkward for him to suddenly visit, so he asked Qin Qiong to be the middleman. Uncle Qin, you're here. This is? Li Zixuan, who had just practiced swordsmanship in the west courtyard, was told by San Bao that Qin Qiong was here. He quickly wiped his sweat and tidied his clothes. When he came to the front hall, he saw that there was someone else. He Shaoxian, this is Prince Hejian. He is the highest commander of the 20,000 Navy going to Nanyang. Come and greet him. Qin Qiong stood up and smiled. Li Zixuan was shocked. Previously, Li Tai had told him that the Navy this time was led by Li Xiaogong. However, he did not expect to see him in person so soon. This Li Xiaogong was amazing. He would be one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion in the future. Moreover, he would be ranked second only to Zhangsun Wuji. Li Xiaogong's grandfather, Li Wei, was Li Hu's seventh son. Li Er's grandfather, Li Wei, was Li Hu's third son. He was also Li Er's cousin. Looking at the Li Tang Empire, Li Xiaogong was considered a rather accomplished person. He was humble and did not claim credit, nor did he take power. He had a noble character and did not even want a big house. He was just a little lecherous. It was said that there were more than 100 singers and dancers in his back room. However, they did not steal or rob, so it was not a big problem. Greetings, Prince. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and bowed to the vigorous and ruddy man in front of him. Haha, rise. Kid, you just finished practicing swordsmanship, right? This prince can still feel sword intent from your body. Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan. But Li Xiaogong was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He narrowed his eyes and felt the sword intent that Li Zishuan had just finished practicing swordsmanship. Li Xiaogong's pupils shrank, and he laughed boldly and asked, Prince's eyes are as sharp as torches. This kid admires you. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to meet an expert. He could not see through Li Xiaogong's realm for a while because Li Xiaogong's blood qi was dozens of times more vigorous than Qin Xiong's. He had probably entered the Grandmaster realm many years ago. What a monster. This Li Xiaogong looked to be in his 30s. Haha, not bad, not bad. Kid, your sword intent is pure and sharp. It is rare for someone your age. However, you still need to practice diligently. Your sword intent is too sharp. You must know that when it reaches its peak, it will decline. You must learn to control your sword intent and restrain it. Recently, this old man has heard that you have been fiddling with a lot of strange things. You are really not doing your job. How can the heart of martial arts not be calm? Kid, you have such a good foundation. How can you neglect your martial arts? Li Xiaogong put down his teacup, stood up, and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder as he said earnestly. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Xiaogong was complaining that he had been causing too much trouble recently and was not doing his job. But now he had forgotten what his real job was, teaching or practicing martial arts. However, Li Xiaogong's theory made Li Zishuan feel enlightened. When he came to this world, his master was already gone. These few months of practicing martial arts were completely based on the memories of his predecessor. He lacked the guidance of a master. Chapter 242. You are right, Your Highness. My master passed away early and there was no one to urge me on, so I couldn't help but slack off these few months. In this kind of situation, you couldn't reason with your elders, quibble, or find all kinds of excuses. The best choice was to follow their words and retreat in order to advance. This was the experience that Li Zishuan had summed up in countless battles. Haha, you are worth teaching. Li Xiaogong's forthright laughter soared into the sky. He patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder and said, This king knows that you have been assigned to the directorate by His Majesty, but you still have to find time to practice martial arts. Ahem, I am being a bit nosy. Don't blame me, kid. Li Xiaogong suddenly realized that he wasn't here to preach, but to do something else. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about, Your Highness? I am already very grateful that you can give me some advice. Please have some tea. Uncle Qin, please have some tea too. Although Li Zishuan was complaining in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He poured a cup of tea for the two of them and personally served it to them. After taking the teacups, Qin Xiong began to talk about the main topic. Shaoxian, I came with His Highness to talk about the grain trade in the south. There are some things that His Highness needs to ask you face to face. I hope that you can answer truthfully. Some things are related to the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Li Xiaogong also nodded and said, Shubao is right. The locust plague prophecy was proposed by you, and the 3 ways to deal with the locusts were also thought of by you. I thought that it would be better to ask you, the person involved. Li Zishuan had already expected this. He cupped his hands and said, Feel free to ask, Your Highness. I will tell you everything I know. Good. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment. His sharp eyes rested on Li Zishuan's face for a while, and then he said, Boy, you told His Majesty that there would be a plague of locusts in June next year. Since His Majesty and several important ministers believe you, then this old man will also believe you for the time being. But how did you know that the small country of Nanyang would be rich in grain? Have you also been to the sea? Li Zishuan felt Li Xiaogong's sharp gaze. He didn't dare to hesitate. The relevant thoughts flashed through his mind and he answered, My master did take me to travel around the world in his later years. I've been to a small country in Southeast Asia a few times. I have a little understanding of the local conditions and customs there. At that time, I was indeed amazed by the rice that matured 3 times a year. Then how did you get out of the sea? Li Xiaogong continued to ask. A merchant ship, about 70 to 80 feet long and 10 feet wide. My master and I entered the Yangtze River from Yuezhou. The Yangtze River was called the Jiang in ancient times. After the Sui dynasty, it was called the Great River and the Yangtze River. Following the river, we passed Dezhou, Hangzhou, Shenzhou, and entered the East Sea from Yangzhou. Because the merchant ship was small, it couldn't withstand too much wind and waves. Our ship sailed not far from the coast. We went all the way south and entered the South Sea through Liuqiu. Taiwan was called Liuqiu in the Tang dynasty. That's right. Finally, my master and I arrived in Myanmar. After traveling around the countries in the South Sea for 2 months, my master and I turned back the way we came. This was Li Zishuan's current state. He had no choice. If he didn't tell the truth, Li Xiaogong would definitely not believe him. If he didn't tell the truth, he would be done for. Of course, he only made up the experience. He didn't say the route blindly. It was a route that he came up with after careful consideration. Li Xiaogong stroked his 3-inch beard and fell into deep thought. He had never been to the sea before. Naturally, he didn't know whether Li Zishuan was telling the truth or not. Then, "Kid, can you draw a map of the sea for me?" To be honest, although I have commanded the Navy many times, I have never been to the sea. I have only heard of the dangers of the sea, but I have never experienced them. With a precise map of the sea, the dangers of the south will be much smaller. Li Xiaogong thought for a long time, but he couldn't find any loopholes in Li Zishuan's words. Thus, he revealed the most important purpose of his trip. Li Zishuan thought about it seriously. In his previous life, he was very good at geography. When he was in high school, he once complained about why science students didn't study geography, but biology. It was really a trap. Now, with his abnormal mental strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recall a rough map of the sea. At most, he could ask others what some places were called in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this matter concerned the lives of tens of thousands of people. This map must be drawn. This kid is willing to help. Your Highness can go back and wait for a few days. After this kid finishes drawing, I will send someone to deliver the map to your residence. In these 2 days, this kid will do his best to recall and ensure that the map is as detailed and accurate as possible. Li Xiaogong smiled and politely said, "Then I will have to trouble Xiaoxian." Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Your Highness, actually, this kid thinks that there are a few aspects of sailing that your Highness must pay attention to. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be a lot of losses for the crew and soldiers." "Oh? Then, Xiaoxian, quickly tell me. If it is reasonable, I will definitely do it." Li Xiaogong's hand that was holding the teacup suddenly paused as he hurriedly said. Li Zishuan secretly nodded. Li Xiaogong's performance showed that he indeed loved his soldiers as if they were his children. Otherwise, with his status as a prince, he wouldn't be so polite to him. Firstly, the fleet should have enough fresh water and food. I don't need to say this. As a general, your Highness should be able to think of it. Secondly, the fleet must not go far along the coast. This way, on the one hand, the fleet can go to the shore to take shelter from the wind when there are big storms and waves. On the other hand, when the fleet is short of supplies, they can also go to the shore to replenish at any time. Thirdly, all the crew members must eat fruits every day. My master once said that if the crew members of an ocean voyage don't eat fresh fruits for a long time, they will suffer from septicemia. In serious cases, they will even lose their lives. Hiss! Qin Xiong and Li Xiaogong gasped. There is actually such a thing? Li Xiaogong's face was full of disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded with certainty and said, "There is indeed such a thing. My master was also a medical sage when he was alive. Uncle Qin and your Highness should believe what he said, right?" Yes, of course this old man believes." Qin Xiong nodded. Even Li Zishuan's half-baked medical skills could cure his illness. How could Qin Xiong not believe that Li Zishuan's master's medical skills were brilliant? This prince also believes. When the time comes, we will do as you say. Yes. Fourthly, ocean voyaging is a very lonely thing. Being alone for a long time can easily cause mental problems. Many crew members did not die from the waves or septicemia, but in the end, They died of mental disorders, which is to say, losing their minds. So I hope that Your Highness, on the one hand, can organize more crew members to communicate with each other. On the other hand, when we reach the shore to replenish, let the crew rest on shore. This prince has heard of such things. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Li Xiaogong stroked his chin and praised. Your Highness, you flatter me. Fifthly, Chapter 243. Fourthly, do you know about Sinan, Your Highness? In the front hall of the Li mansion, Li Zishuan looked at Li Xiaogong and asked. Of course, there are several of them in the Imperial Astronomer. Why? Li Xiaogong replied curiously. According to the ancient mine records, Sinan first appeared in the Hebei Magnetic Mountain area during the Warring States period. At first, it was used for geomancy, but there were no archaeological objects. It took a long time for Sinan to become a compass. At least, there was no compass in the early Tang dynasty. Qiu Yanhan, a geomancy expert in Shaanxi during the Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty, was praised by later generations as the founder of the three needles of geomancy: straight needle, sewing needle, and medium needle. He might be the first inventor of the magnetic needle. In the early Northern Song dynasty, another guide tool was created in our country, the guide fish. It was made of a thin piece of steel and was shaped like a fish. It was 2 inches long and 5 inches wide. The belly of the fish was a little concave. Like a boat, it could float on the water. The fish made of steel was not magnetic, so it could not be used as a guide. If it was used as a guide, it must be turned into a magnet by artificial magnetic transmission. The General Essentials of Martial Arts, compiled by Zheng Gongliang in the Northern Song dynasty, introduced the preparation method of the guide fish in detail. As for the method of making a floating magnetic needle, it was first seen in Shen Kuo's Dream Creek Talk in the Northern Song dynasty. The earliest application of the compass in navigation was in the Ming dynasty when Zhang He went to the Western Ocean. In this era, even if the compass was invented, no one would think of using it for navigation. Yes, the gift that Li Zishuan wanted to give to the team of tens of thousands of people was a compass. This thing was a powerful tool for navigation. In the Song dynasty and Yuan dynasty, the compass invented by our country was spread to many countries in Europe and Asia, making it possible for modern Europe to explore the ocean. Of course, the European countries established colonies by sailing the ocean and rose completely, but Your Highness, the handle of the Sinan will point to the south no matter how it is rotated. With it, we will be able to distinguish the direction in the vast sea. In this way, we won't get lost. Li Xiaogong's eyes lit up. Although he had never been to the sea, he had fought many water battles. He said excitedly, "Haha, you have a lot of ideas. Only you can think of using the Sinan for navigation. But, speaking of this," he frowned and said, "But Sinan is too big. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to put it on the ship." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Wang Ye need not worry about this problem. Xiao Bei knows of an object that can also point us in the right direction. Moreover, it is incomparably light and easy to carry. If Your Highness needs it, I can have the workshop make a few today and send them to Your Highness. Your Highness will know when you see them. Is there really such a divine object? Then you have to make it as soon as possible. There are only a few days left before the army departs." At this moment, Li Xiaogong was really glad that he had come today. The harvest was too great. Li Zishuan was about to nod when he suddenly remembered something and said, "This one is very willing to help Your Highness. However, this one is still under house arrest. I can't go out, nor can I go to the workshop personally. As a result, I'm afraid the progress will be much slower." Although the house arrest order allowed him to have many days off, it was indeed inconvenient for him to go out if he had something to do. For example, when he came up with the idea yesterday, he had to trouble himself to write down the changes of the Datong daily. How could it be more convenient to say it in person? Li Xiaogong said indifferently, "This is not a big deal. I'll go to the palace later and ask His Majesty to suspend your house arrest order. The military situation is urgent. I'm sure His Majesty will make an exception for such a small matter." Li Zishuan said happily, "Thank you, Your Highness. It's okay. Xiaoxian, do you have anything else to say about what needs to be paid attention to when going to sea?" There is one more thing, Li Zixuan said in a low voice. Your Highness, I suggest that Your Highness choose as many elite soldiers as possible for the 20,000 naval troops this time. They can win both the naval battle and the land battle. They should also be well prepared with weapons. Li Xiaogong's eyes flashed and he said in a cold voice, Xiaoxian, you mean, we will not only encounter naval battles, but also have to fight with others on land? Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes, it's very likely. We may encounter pirates on the water. As for the land, Your Highness, the goods your fleet is carrying this time are all very valuable. Those gorgeous silks and exquisite porcelain are more precious than gold to the people of Nanyang. It's hard to guarantee that they won't have evil intentions. If you are not careful, the 20,000 troops led by Your Highness will be attacked by those small countries. The entire fleet will be attacked from all sides and the whole fleet will be besieged from all sides. The original intention of this fleet is indeed for trade, but we must be vigilant. If others try to break the rules by force first, I think Your Highness won't have to be merciful, right? Li Xiaogong frowned and said coldly, if those small foreign countries dare to offend the tiger of the Celestial Empire, I will definitely draw my sword and drink their blood to show the might of the Tang Empire. Li Zixuan exclaimed in admiration, Your Highness is truly bold. He looked at the time and said, it's already late. It's getting late. Why don't Your Highness and Uncle Qin have a meal at my house? Li Xiaogong chuckled and said, I heard that you are quite accomplished in eating and drinking. It just so happens that I will stay at your house today and try your delicious food and wine. Haha. Qin Xiong also nodded and laughed. Haha. That's how it should be. Counting the days, Xiaoxian, you and Yushi are about to get married. As Yushi's adoptive father, I haven't eaten at your house yet. Li Zixuan said, cough, cough. It's my fault for not thinking it through. Haha. On the other side, Meng Wenhao sat on the bridge pier and read the newspaper for a while. Naturally, he read the last few paragraphs of the newspaper several times. He was really tempted by the generous rewards of writing novels. He also had the idea of writing novels in his spare time. However, he immediately rejected the idea after thinking about it for a while. First of all, the studies in the mathematics school were very intense and the competition was very fierce. He still wanted to get first place in the monthly exam and get the opportunity to bring his family to the Zuatian restaurant for a free meal. Under normal circumstances, if his family ate and drank freely at the Zuatian restaurant, they could eat at least 50 to 60 strings of coins. If they ordered wine, it would be even more expensive. This was more cost-effective than writing novels. On the other hand, writing novels would definitely delay his studies. His parents would definitely not allow it, and he would not allow it either. Shaking his head, he dispelled this unrealistic idea. Meng Wenhao looked at the sun above his head and then got up to go home for lunch. At this time, he realized that he was actually near Yongda Square. In the morning, he wandered around aimlessly and unknowingly came to a place so far away from home. Meng Wenhao sighed and walked home. Don't move. It's a robbery. When he walked to Xianyi Lane, Meng Wenhao suddenly heard a low man's voice coming from the alley between Xianyi Lane and Feng'en Lane. He was shocked and quickly turned to the corner, carefully peeking at the situation in the alley. He saw a big man in gray clothes with a piece of black cloth over his face. He held a cold kitchen knife in his hand and was holding it against the neck of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. It was a scene of robbery in broad daylight. Chapter 244. Humph! Is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you think I'm rich? On the side of the lane between Xuanyi Lane and Feng'en Lane, Meng Wenhao's heart was in his throat. When he was hesitating whether to stop the masked man or not, he saw the girl with one hand on her waist and snorted recklessly. Meng Wenhao really wanted to go up and cover the girl's mouth. Oh my God! Why are you still talking nonsense? Don't you think things are chaotic enough? The masked man was obviously stunned. It was probably the first time he met such a heartless person who was not afraid of death. In other words, it was the first time this guy came out to rob. He had no experience and could not scare people. Cut the crap. I only want 500 copper coins. Hand it over and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be an extra red line on your neck. The masked man reacted. He pushed the kitchen knife in his hand forward a few more inches and said fiercely. Meng Wenhao saw it clearly from the corner of the wall. He was very anxious and wanted to stop him. However, he was afraid that the kitchen knife in the masked man's hand would hurt the girl. After all, the kitchen knife was already close to the girl's throat. If the masked man's hand trembled slightly, the girl was likely to die. Meng Wenhao looked around and found that there was no one around. He guessed that they had all gone back to have lunch. Meng Wenhao forced himself to calm down and seriously thought about it. Then, he picked up a brick next to him. Don't be surprised. This was the so-called Qin bricks and Han tiles. In fact, as early as the Zhou dynasty, there were records of bricks. Meng Wenhao took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and quietly approached the masked man. The masked man and the girl stood facing each other. Meng Wenhao's direction was just behind the masked man, so his movements fell into the girl's eyes. The girl saw that there was someone else here, and her eyes widened in surprise. However, when she saw the brick in Meng Wenhao's hand, she quickly blinked, as if to tell him not to come over. Meng Wenhao's brain was a little confused. He did not understand what the girl was trying to say. Little girl, is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? Is there someone behind you? The masked man felt that he had gotten off to a bad start today. He couldn't even deal with a little girl. She wasn't afraid of him at all. He was a failure as a bandit. When Meng Wenhao saw that the robber had the intention to turn around, he was greatly alarmed. He was only a scholar without the strength to truss up a chicken. How could he be a match for this burly man? Before the burly man could turn around, he quickly retreated to the corner. At this moment, he could even hear the sound of his heart thumping. Yes, 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 there's someone there. Look behind you. The girl giggled. The masked man was about to turn around to see if there was anyone behind him when he heard the girl's words. He paused for a moment. Then, he sneered and said, "Tisk, little girl, are you trying to trick me into turning around so that you can take the opportunity to escape? I'm so smart. Why would I fall for your trick?" At this moment, the robber felt as if he was possessed by Zhuge Liang. He had the demeanor of a wise man who could see through all the conspiracies in the world. In short, he felt that he was too damn smart. Humph, humph. How could someone as smart as me be deceived by a little girl like you? TSK, if you don't believe me, then forget it. The little girl playfully rolled her eyes and curled her lips. When the robber saw her reaction, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. He couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly take out the money. No one will come to this alley at this time. Little girl, don't waste your time. No one will come to save you. As the robber spoke, he pushed the kitchen knife forward a little. On the girl's white and tender neck, there was already a faint trace of blood. But I really don't have 500 coins. Feeling the coldness on her neck, the little girl pitifully said. The robber really wanted to curse at this moment. How could there be such a person who cared more about money than life these days? He swept his eyes over the girl's body and saw that the girl was wearing coarse hemp clothes with patches. There were no gold hairpins or silver ornaments in her hair. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he pick such a poor person to rob? Was he really blind? The robber quickly shook his head. At this time, he definitely couldn't admit that it was his problem. He could only go down this path to the end. Suddenly, he saw that there was a jade bracelet on the girl's wrist. He quickly said excitedly, Who said you don't have it? I see that the jade bracelet on your wrist is worth about 2 strings of coins. Quickly give it to me." After saying that, he pretended to be fierce, of course. This expression was in vain because his face was covered and the girl couldn't see it. His left hand squeezed the girl's shoulder. The girl's face clearly turned pale, but she didn't cry out in pain. She quickly protected the jade bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand and anxiously said, "No, this was left to me by my mother. You can't take it away. Hey, I don't care who left it to you. Quickly take it out or else." As he said that, he gestured with the kitchen knife in his hand and threatened, "Do you want the jade bracelet or your life?" Choose one. Meng Wenhao was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He secretly scolded the girl in his heart for being so stubborn. Why was she still hesitating at this time? After a moment of stalemate, the girl finally took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and reluctantly handed it to the masked man. Here, for you. That's more like it. The masked man took the jade bracelet and smiled proudly. Okay, I'll keep my word. You can go now. The robber removed the kitchen knife from the girl's neck and said, Big brother, didn't you just say that you only want 500 strings of coins? But this jade bracelet is worth at least 2 strings of coins. If you keep your word, give me 1,100 strings of coins. The usual money of the Tang dynasty was only equivalent to 800 strings of coins. To tell you the truth, I just arrived in Chang'an today and have used up all my traveling expenses. If you take the jade bracelet away, I really have nothing left and can only jump into the crooked river pool. The girl looked pitiful and looked like she was about to cry. She looked at the masked man and said, Meng Wenhao, who was lying on the side and peeking, was speechless. Who would ask a robber for money? This girl really didn't have any awareness of being robbed. However, the masked man didn't think so. He scratched his head and felt that what the girl said made sense. So, he waved his hand and said, Okay, don't cry, I'll keep my word. I said that I only want 500 strings of coins, so I'll take 500 strings of coins from you. You wait, I'll give you the money. After saying that, he actually took out the pouch at his waist and began to count the money. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Ahem, I only brought 1 string of coins when I went out today. You can take it first. I'll return the rest to you when we meet again. Chapter 245. Clang! The little girl's hand suddenly had an extra coin. Meng Wenhao's eyes widened. If he had also transmigrated, at this moment he would definitely say, Motherf asterisk cur? Is this even possible? Hehe. Thank you, big brother. You are really a good person. The girl looked at the coin in her hand and suddenly said with a smile. The masked man scratched his head embarrassedly. This was probably the first time someone praised him as a good person. It's good. It's good. Little girl, if you want to be robbed again next time, just look for me. Lei Badian. Hey, I spilled the beans. Alright, see you later. I'll take my leave first. Meng Wenhao's face was full of black lines. What do you mean you want to be robbed again? Hey, wait. The girl quickly stretched out her hand to block the way. What's wrong? Little girl, what do you want? I don't want to lower myself to your level. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The masked man only felt that this girl was very annoying. When did being a robber become so difficult? Hey, big brother, wait a minute, I just found out that I have change here. Here, take it, it's exactly 500 coins. Return the jade bracelet to me. You said before that you always keep your word. The girl didn't know when, but she took out 500 coins from the string of money and handed it to the robber and said. The robber was dumbfounded. Yes, at this moment he felt that the girl in front of him was very reasonable, but he kept feeling that something was wrong. What's wrong? Big brother, don't tell me you want to go back on your word? They said that even robbers have morals. I'm afraid you don't follow the rules of the underworld, right? When this spreads out, you will be ridiculed by the heroes of the underworld. The girl didn't give the masked man a chance to think. It was unknown where she had learned the slang of the underworld from, but the robber was so scared that he was stunned. The masked man wiped the sweat on his forehead and said unconvinced, Who said I want to go back on my word? Here, I'll return the jade bracelet to you and give me the 500 coins. With that, he snatched the 500 coins from the girl's hand and then stuffed the jade bracelet back into the girl's hand. Big brother is such a good person. You are the true hero of the Greenwood gang. After the girl took back the jade bracelet, she was exceptionally happy. Words of praise were as if they were free. The masked man was even happier with his daughter's compliment. He waved his hand and said, All right, I'll take my leave first. See you again. After he finished speaking, he swaggered to the other side of the alley with a heroic look on his face and gradually disappeared from sight. Silence. The alley fell into an abnormal silence. Meng Wenhao, who was squatting in the corner, had a look of Sparta on his face. He felt that his worldview was about to be turned upside down. After living for more than 10 years, this was the first time he had seen such an adorably stupid robber. Of course, he definitely did not know the term adorably stupid. Humph, this big idiot is really blind. This lady is as beautiful as a flower, but she only cared about the money and forgot about the beauty. She is really stupid. This time, this lady was careless and fell into your trap. The next time I see you, I will beat you up every time I see you. Humph. The girl stomped her feet and said hatefully in the direction where the robber disappeared. Meng Wenhao stood up and was about to step forward to greet the girl when he heard her strange words. Meng Wenhao immediately staggered. He staggered 2 steps before stabilizing himself. He looked at the girl with a speechless expression and said, "What are you talking about? Lady, can you stop talking? You have already cheated him of 300 coins. That robber is really pitiful. What do you mean by I cheated him of 300 coins? This is clearly the money that this lady earned with her own intelligence. Which side are you on, scholar?" The girl's voice suddenly rose by 800 degrees, as if someone had stepped on her little tail. Meng Wenhao felt that today was the day that he had been speechless the most. Facing such a lively and willful girl who was a little shameless, he felt that even if he was well-read and had a belly full of talent, he probably would not be able to win against this girl. All right. You earned it yourself. It's not considered cheating others. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and admitted defeat. He then continued, "Since this lady is fine, then quickly go home. Don't let your family worry. The alleys here are crisscrossed and very remote. You'd better not come here alone in the future. It's quite dangerous for a girl like you. Humph, you're young, but you're so long-winded. You're just like an old woman." The girl wrinkled her nose and said sarcastically to Meng Wenhao, "You." Meng Wenhao almost fainted from anger. He pointed at the girl in front of him and wanted to say something. At this time, he heard the girl's tone change and said sadly, "I don't have a family anymore. Uncle is sick. Aunt is too sad and went with him. I don't have a family anymore. I don't have a home. Boo-hoo." As the girl spoke, she squatted down, hugged her knees and cried bitterly. Meng Wenhao was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. But when he saw the girl speaking sadly and crying sadly, his heart could not help but ache. He squatted down, patted the girl's back and said softly, "Lady, don't cry. Your uncle and aunt are gone, but your parents are still here." It would have been better if he did not say that. Once he said that, the girl cried even harder. "Boo-hoo. I'm a child who doesn't have parents who love me." At this moment, Meng Wenhao really wanted to slap himself twice. He really had a bad mouth. "Lady, it's possible that your parents had no choice back then. So, you'd better not be sad. Boo-hoo. Even if they had no choice, they couldn't abandon me. They just didn't have me in their hearts." The girl continued to speak pitifully. How can there be parents who don't love their children in this world? Unless they had no choice, I believe that your parents would definitely not abandon you. To be honest, in order to support my studies, my father will risk his life to go to sea in a few days. Therefore, I think that your parents must have had their own difficulties back then. As Meng Wenhao spoke, he could not help but think of his father. For a moment, he could not help but feel sad.